I woke before sunrise, long before the bells rang across the castle. Soft gray light seeped through the tall Gothic windows of my room, painting the stone walls in pale, cold shades. Dust floated lazily through the beam of light, tiny specks suspended in a stillness I had grown far too familiar with. My chamber was larger than what most nobles enjoyed, yet it always felt small to me, not because of size, but because of what it lacked. No golden draperies, no towering wardrobe filled with extravagant gowns, no jewelry chests overflowing with rubies and diamonds. Just carved stone, a simple wooden chest at the foot of my bed, and the quiet that clung to me like a second skin. I pushed myself upright and let the blanket slide off my shoulders. The morning air bit at my skin. When I lifted a hand to my cheek, my fingers automatically traced the length of the scar running from the corner of my eye down to my jaw. A familiar routine, a familiar ache. Still there, still the first thing they see. The mirror across from my bed was warped from age. Even so, it never failed to reflect the truth clearly enough. I rose and approached it slowly, taking in the woman who stared back at me. My figure was neither frail nor striking, simply average. My chest modest, my waist soft, my shoulders narrow. My face might have been gentle once, perhaps even pleasant, if not overshadowed by the jagged scar cutting through it like an accusation. I lifted my hair, tying it back carefully. The scar pulled faintly as the skin stretched. If only they looked at my heart instead. A knock sounded at the door. "Princess Christina," Myra's voice, soft, careful, filtered through the wood. "Come in," I called, pulling the ribbon tight. Myra Talvorn entered, arms full of fresh linens. Her eyes flicked over me, and though she tried to hide it, I saw the hesitation. A tiny pause, barely noticeable to anyone else, but I'd spent years cataloging those pauses. "Good morning, Princess," she said politely. "The court begins early today." I managed a small smile, though her gaze had already darted to the scar. "Thank you, Myra," I replied. She set the linens down and busied herself with smoothing the folds of my dress. "This color is gentle," she murmured, fingers working the fabric into place. "It suits your presence." There it was, that slight, deliberate shift, presence, not beauty. Never beauty. I forced the corners of my mouth upward anyway. "That will be all," I said quietly. Myra bowed and retreated, closing the door behind her. As soon as she left, my shoulders sagged. Breakfast would be waiting soon. Father would already be buried in scrolls, Mother would already sense something wrong, and I would once again take my place at the table, seen by none, judged by many. I exhaled slowly, straightened my dress, and left my chamber. The grand dining hall smelled faintly of roasted nuts and spiced tea. My footsteps echoed through the long marble stretch as I approached the table where my parents already sat. King Alistair Dracula, towering and rigid even in the morning, scanned through a stack of parchment while Queen Seraphina sipped her tea gracefully beside him. I took my seat across from them, folding my hands neatly in my lap. "The council approved expanded patrols," Father announced without looking up. "Rogue wolves will be controlled more strictly." My spine stiffened. Controlled was his preferred word for hunted, cornered, punished. Mother glanced at me, her dark eyes full of quiet understanding. She always noticed my reactions, even when I tried to hide them. "Perhaps not all rogues are dangerous, my love," she said softly. "Some may simply be lost." Father's head snapped up. "Wolves do not get lost," he said sharply. "They hunt, they betray." I lowered my gaze into my tea, watching the ripples tremble with my tightened grip. Why does he never question the past? Why does no one question him? Liliana should have been here today. Her laughter could soften even the coldest rooms. But my sister's monthly visit was scheduled for tomorrow, and without her presence, the hall felt heavier. Father shifted topics. "Christina, you must participate more in noble gatherings," he said abruptly. "It's time you take your place in society." I swallowed before answering. "Of course, Father." "Participate. They never see me anyway." Breakfast continued in silence, save for the clink of silverware and the rustle of parchment. When it finally ended, I stood quietly, unnoticed as always, and made my way toward the eastern corridor. The castle hallways were already bustling. Servants hurried with trays and documents. Nobles drifted in small clusters whispering about politics and gossip. Their eyes slid over me, then away, as though I were a shadow rather than a princess. As I passed a pair of noblewomen, their whispers reached my ears. Poor girl, such a face. A princess must attract alliances. That scar. Their voices pricked like needles. I kept walking, shoulders straight. Just keep walking. Near the service quarters, the corridor narrowed into a stone archway. There, a young rogue wolf servant struggled to carry a heavy stack of wood logs. He walked with his head down, avoiding contact, his clothes worn thin. Lady Asara and Lord Beltran stood blocking the path ahead of him, smirking. "Careful, wolf," Asara taunted. "One clumsy step and will accuse you of attacking." My breath caught. The servant flinched as if struck, then lowered his gaze further. He dared not speak. He simply nodded and backed away, hands trembling around the wood. Anger flared hot in my chest. Why do they treat them like this? What good does cruelty serve? I took a step forward, ready to speak, but froze. If I embarrassed a noble, it would go straight to my father, and he would not defend me. The servant glanced at me, just for a heartbeat. Gratitude flickered in his eyes before he turned and hurried down the corridor. The logs shook in his arms. My hands curled helplessly at my sides. The guilt settled like a stone in my chest. I hated myself for hesitating, but what could I have done? I was a princess in title only, powerless against the court's politics. The morning court session awaited. I inhaled deeply and forced myself toward the council chamber, though every part of me wished to be anywhere else. The council chamber was already filling when I arrived. The room always felt colder than the rest of the castle, its stone columns rising like pale sentinels around us. High windows let in thin streaks of morning light, turning the dust in the air into drifting ghosts. I took my place beside Mother, folding my hands in my lap the way etiquette demanded. Her presence steadied me, even though neither of us spoke. Lord Cashin Vortigern entered with the confidence of someone who believed the world owed him obedience. His sharp gaze swept the chamber, lingering on me only long enough to smirk faintly. His eyes always flicked to my scar first, as though it announced my shortcomings before I could even breathe. "Your Majesty," Cashin began as he reached the center of the room. "We must increase wolf-hunting patrols. Reports show more rogue movement near the outer borders." I shifted in my seat. Mother glanced at me, noticing. Father rose from his chair, hands clasped behind his back. "Rogues test our defenses. They always have. We must stay vigilant." Everyone nodded. No hesitation, no questions. Cashin's eyes slid my way again. "Princess Christina," he said with mock politeness, "surely you agree that caution is essential. After all, wolves are unpredictable." I felt Mother tense beside me. Father's expression hardened into warning. I forced a calm breath. "Caution is important," I replied softly, "but that does not mean every wolf seeks harm." Cashin's smile stretched, sharp as a blade. His gaze dipped deliberately to my cheek. "Your gentleness is admirable, Princess," he said, "but misplaced compassion can be dangerous." Mother's hand brushed mine under the table, a silent reassurance. The council resumed discussing strategies and punishments. I sat quietly, listening, feeling the weight of the room press down on me. Wolves were spoken of as beasts, threats, tools for political gain. No one considered that they might have thoughts, fears, or families. If only someone saw beyond bloodlines and names. When the meeting finally concluded, I slipped out quickly, eager for fresh air. The castle corridors were bustling again. Servants hurrying, nobles drifting, all swept up in their self-importance. Most avoided looking directly at me. Others looked too closely, as though inspecting a flaw they wished they could hide. By midday, my stomach twisted from the tension that had followed me since breakfast. I headed toward the training grounds, where meals were simpler, and the noise of clashing practice weapons helped drown out unwanted thoughts. The outdoor training area was dusty from constant use. Soldiers sparred in pairs, their movements swift, controlled, and oddly comforting. They trained with the intensity of those who believed war loomed near, even if Father insisted vampires held absolute power. I sat on a stone bench near the perimeter, unwrapping the lunch a servant had left earlier. The air carried the scent of metal and sweat, but out here the atmosphere was more honest, more grounded. Captain Marcus Ravian spotted me almost instantly. He approached with 2 soldiers trailing behind him, his demeanor sharp and scrutinizing. "Princess," he greeted, taking a seat much closer than necessary. I nodded politely. Marcus leaned back, crossing his arms. "Tell me something," he said loudly enough for nearby soldiers to hear. "Why do you always speak gently of rogue wolves in court? One day, they may be the very creatures who tear apart our guards." The words struck like a sudden gust of cold wind. The soldiers around us quieted, their conversations fading. All eyes flicked between us. I set down my fork with deliberate care. "Not all wolves act with malice," I answered evenly. "Some have done nothing wrong." Marcus scoffed, a sharp, cutting sound. Spoken like someone who doesn't understand danger. Heat flared behind my eyes. I felt my fingers curl into the fabric of my dress. Why do they want me to hate them so badly? Why is kindness treated as weakness in this place? I finished eating in silence, ignoring Marcus's lingering smirk. As soon as I could, I stood and walked away, letting the noise of sparring weapons swallow the discomfort behind me. The outer balcony overlooking the city offered a moment of breath, just one moment of quiet. Stone railings framed the vast stretch of rooftops below. Smoke curled from chimneys, merchants moved carts through the streets, and in the far distance, beyond the gates, the slums where wolves lived crouched against the landscape like a forgotten shadow. I rested my hands on the railing, eyes tracing the horizon. The wolf district had always been described to me as dangerous, uncivilized, but from here it looked simply neglected, cast aside, left to decay. What did their days look like? Did they fear us the way Father claimed we feared them? Did they have families just trying to survive? Footsteps approached softly. "Christina," Mother's gentle voice broke through my thoughts. I turned to find Queen Seraphina joining me. Her gown brushed the stone floor lightly as she came to stand beside me. She placed a warm hand on my arm. "You seem troubled," she said softly. I hesitated. I wanted to tell her everything, the whispers, the cruelty, the constant ache of being unseen. But the words tangled inside me, caught between fear and exhaustion. "I'm just thinking," I answered. She studied me with eyes that had always seen through walls. "You have a kind heart," she murmured. "Do not let this world harden it." The warmth of her words seeped into my chest, soothing the sharp edges of the day. "At least she sees me." Before I could speak again, a messenger rushed out onto the balcony. He bowed quickly. "Your Majesties, an invitation has arrived for tonight's noble celebration. Preparations begin immediately." Mother sighed softly. I groaned inwardly. Another gathering. Another night of blending into the edges of a room filled with people who pretended not to see me. But duty demanded I attend. The council chamber was already filling when I arrived. The room always felt colder than the rest of the castle, its stone columns rising like pale sentinels around us. High windows let in thin streaks of morning light, turning the dust in the air into drifting ghosts. I took my place beside Mother, folding my hands in my lap the way etiquette demanded. Her presence steadied me, even though neither of us spoke. Lord Cassian Vortigern entered with the confidence of someone who believed the world owed him obedience. His sharp gaze swept the chamber, lingering on me only long enough to smirk faintly. His eyes always flicked to my scar first, as though it announced my shortcomings before I could even breathe. "Your Majesty," Cassian began as he reached the center of the room, "we must increase wolf-hunting patrols. Reports show more rogue movement near the outer borders." I shifted in my seat. Mother glanced at me, noticing. Father rose from his chair, hands clasped behind his back. "Rogues test our defenses. They always have. We must stay vigilant." Everyone nodded. No hesitation, no questions. Cashin's eyes slid my way again. "Princess Christina," he said with mock politeness, "surely you agree that caution is essential. After all, wolves are unpredictable." I felt Mother tense beside me. Father's expression hardened into warning. I forced a calm breath. "Caution is important," I replied softly, "but that does not mean every wolf seeks harm." Cashin's smile stretched, sharp as a blade. His gaze dipped deliberately to my cheek. "Your gentleness is admirable, Princess," he said. "But misplaced compassion can be dangerous." Mother's hand brushed mine under the table, a silent reassurance. The council resumed discussing strategies and punishments. I sat quietly, listening, feeling the weight of the room press down on me. Wolves were spoken of as beasts, threats, tools for political gain. No one considered that they might have thoughts, fears, or families. If only someone saw beyond bloodlines and names. When the meeting finally concluded, I slipped out quickly, eager for fresh air. The castle corridors were bustling again. Servants hurrying, nobles drifting, all swept up in their self-importance. Most avoided looking directly at me. Others looked too closely, as though inspecting a flaw they wished they could hide. By midday, my stomach twisted from the tension that had followed me since breakfast. I headed toward the training grounds, where meals were simpler, and the noise of clashing practice weapons helped drown out unwanted thoughts. The outdoor training area was dusty from constant use. Soldiers sparred in pairs, their movements swift, controlled, and oddly comforting. They trained with the intensity of those who believed war loomed near, even if Father insisted vampires held absolute power. I sat on a stone bench near the perimeter, unwrapping the lunch a servant had left earlier. The air carried the scent of metal and sweat, but out here the atmosphere was more honest, more grounded. Captain Marcus Ravian spotted me almost instantly. He approached with 2 soldiers trailing behind him, his demeanor sharp and scrutinizing. "Princess," he greeted, taking a seat much closer than necessary. I nodded politely. Marcus leaned back, crossing his arms. "Tell me something," he said loudly enough for nearby soldiers to hear. "Why do you always speak gently of rogue wolves in court? One day, they may be the very creatures who tear apart our guards." The words struck like a sudden gust of cold wind. The soldiers around us quieted, their conversations fading. All eyes flicked between us. I set down my fork with deliberate care. "Not all wolves act with malice," I answered evenly. "Some have done nothing wrong." Marcus scoffed, a sharp, cutting sound. Spoken like someone who doesn't understand danger. Heat flared behind my eyes. I felt my fingers curl into the fabric of my dress. Why do they want me to hate them so badly? Why is kindness treated as weakness in this place? I finished eating in silence, ignoring Marcus's lingering smirk. As soon as I could, I stood and walked away, letting the noise of sparring weapons swallow the discomfort behind me. The outer balcony overlooking the city offered a moment of breath, just one moment of quiet. Stone railings framed the vast stretch of rooftops below. Smoke curled from chimneys, merchants moved carts through the streets, and in the far distance, beyond the gates, the slums where wolves lived crouched against the landscape like a forgotten shadow. I rested my hands on the railing, eyes tracing the horizon. The wolf district had always been described to me as dangerous, uncivilized, but from here it looked simply neglected, cast aside, left to decay. What did their days look like? Did they fear us the way Father claimed we feared them? Did they have families just trying to survive? Footsteps approached softly. "Christina," Mother's gentle voice broke through my thoughts. I turned to find Queen Seraphina joining me. Her gown brushed the stone floor lightly as she came to stand beside me. She placed a warm hand on my arm. "You seem troubled," she said softly. I hesitated. I wanted to tell her everything, the whispers, the cruelty, the constant ache of being unseen. But the words tangled inside me, caught between fear and exhaustion. "I'm just thinking," I answered. She studied me with eyes that had always seen through walls. "You have a kind heart," she murmured. Do not let this world harden it. The warmth of her words seeped into my chest, soothing the sharp edges of the day. At least she sees me. Before I could speak again, a messenger rushed out onto the balcony. He bowed quickly. Your Majesties, an invitation has arrived for tonight's noble celebration. Preparations begin immediately. Mother sighed softly. I groaned inwardly. Another gathering. Another night of blending into the edges of a room filled with people who pretended not to see me. But duty demanded I attend. Evening arrived faster than I wanted. Myra Talvorn returned to my chamber carrying a neatly folded gown the color of muted rose. It wasn't extravagant like the others. No shimmering sequins, no sweeping train, just a simple dress with long sleeves and a soft neckline. It complements your temperament, Myra said, though her expression wavered as if she wasn't certain whether that was the right thing to say. I nodded, letting her help fasten the back. My reflection in the mirror showed a woman who didn't look like royalty, or at least not the kind people expected. The scar remained the first thing anyone would notice. Tonight won't be different. It never is. Myra stepped aside, expression carefully neutral. You look peaceful, princess. Peaceful, another word used instead of beautiful. Thank you, Myra, I said softly and left the room. The celebration hall was already buzzing when I entered. Golden chandeliers bathed the vast chamber in warm light, casting sparkling reflections across polished marble floors. Music drifted gently from the far corner, a soft arrangement of strings and flute. Laughter floated above the melodies, bright and effortless. Vampire nobles dressed in silks and jewels filled the room. Men and women alike glowed with confidence, standing in circles of conversation, their words weaving politics with flirtation. They mingled like they belonged, because they did. I stepped inside quietly, scanning for a place to stand that wouldn't draw attention. No one turned their head. No one paused in conversation. No one said my name. I might as well have been invisible. I moved toward the wall, keeping a respectable distance from the clusters of nobles. My eyes drifted over the couples flirting, the young men offering charming smiles, the women laughing coyly behind their fans. None of them even glanced in my direction. Invisible again. A gentle string of notes filled the hall as dancers took the floor. I watched from the shadows, arms loosely folded to brace myself. The ache in my chest, familiar now, pressed deeper. Lord Cashin approached, his footsteps smooth and confident. He carried a goblet of crimson wine, swirling it slowly as he studied me. Princess, he greeted, the corner of his mouth lifting in a false smile. I inclined my head politely, though everything inside me tightened. Cashin leaned closer, lowering his voice. A suggestion, if you'll permit one. I remained silent. A delicate veil, he murmured, eyes flicking toward my scar. It would soften your features, might make gatherings less daunting. My throat tightened. The humiliation crept up my neck, burning my skin. Cashin didn't wait for a response. He simply smiled, bowed shallowly, and walked away. What is wrong with people here? Why must they speak so freely of what already hurts? I turned toward the balcony without thinking, needing air. Something clean, something untouched by stares or whispers. The balcony outside the hall was lit by a single lantern. The cool night breeze brushed against my skin, carrying the faint scent of pine from the distant forest. I stepped forward, resting my hands on the stone railing. The sound of the celebration behind me dulled into a distant hum. Just a moment of peace, just one breath away from everyone. But a hushed voice snapped my attention to the shadowed corner near one of the pillars. I'm telling you, the wolves are restless, someone whispered. I froze, leaning slightly toward the sound. It was Cashin's voice. General Lucian wants to expand hunting patrols, Cashin continued. He believes the rogues are pushing closer to the borders. Another voice, colder, deeper, joined him. General Lucian Bloodbane. If even one wolf crosses the marked threshold, Lucian said, we'll end them. No hesitation. My breath hitched. Cashin hummed in approval. A clean sweep of the woods will deter them. We can't risk another incident. Lucian's boots scraped softly against the stone. The king will authorize additional patrols. I've already prepared the orders. A chill ran down my spine. Why increase violence? What aren't they saying? And what incident are they referring to? Lucian's voice sharpened. Wolves are unpredictable. If one is spotted near the border, I expect you to respond without mercy. My hands tightened around the railing. Mercy, a word they used when addressing nobles, not wolves. Cashin exhaled. As you wish, General. Their footsteps faded as they moved back into the hall. I remained frozen, my heart pounding. I didn't know why their words unsettled me so much, not yet, but the dread clung to me like a shadow. I needed air, real air, not the suffocating atmosphere of the hall. I slipped back inside the celebration only long enough to cross to the far exit. No one noticed. No one questioned. No one reached out to stop me. I reached the stables with unusual ease, my steps quick but silent. The lanterns hanging near the door flickered in the breeze, casting long shadows across the stalls. Easy, I whispered to my horse as I approached. The mare lifted her head and nudged my shoulder gently. I stroked her mane, letting the simple, grounding warmth settle my nerves. I saddled her carefully, tugging the straps tight. The stable hands were still attending nobles inside the hall. None were here to question my actions. And even if they had been, I doubted they'd find reason to speak to me. When the mare was ready, I led her to the stable doors, pushed them open quietly, and guided her into the cool night. The sky stretched wide above me, scattered with pale stars and thin clouds drifting lazily across the moon. The forest loomed beyond the castle grounds, a dark mass of shadows and whispering trees. I mounted the horse and nudged her forward. I just need air, silence, space, anything but this. Once I passed the outer gate, the wind picked up, snapping lightly against my hair. My breath deepened. For the first time all day, I felt free. The further I rode, the quieter the world became. The castle lights faded behind me, replaced by the soft glow of moonlight filtering through branches. The forest swallowed us whole, peaceful and untouched. Leaves rustled in the gentle breeze. The path beneath us softened with pine needles. I inhaled deeply, letting the scent of moss and wood fill my lungs. Here, no one whispered about my scar. No one compared me to nobles. No one judged my voice or silenced my compassion. Here, I was not invisible. The horse slowed as we reached a clearing, and I let her walk freely. I didn't know where I was going, and for once, I didn't need to. I was simply away. I guided the mare deeper into the woods, unaware that somewhere ahead, hidden among the shadows, destiny waited quietly, watching, breathing, preparing its first move. But I didn't hint to myself about danger, not yet. For tonight, I only knew one truth. For the first time today, I could finally breathe. Evening arrived faster than I wanted. Myra Talvorn returned to my chamber carrying a neatly folded gown the color of muted rose. It wasn't extravagant like the others. No shimmering sequins, no sweeping train, just a simple dress with long sleeves and a soft neckline. It complements your temperament, Myra said, though her expression wavered as if she wasn't certain whether that was the right thing to say. I nodded, letting her help fasten the back. My reflection in the mirror showed a woman who didn't look like royalty, or at least not the kind people expected. The scar remained the first thing anyone would notice. Tonight won't be different. It never is. Myra stepped aside, expression carefully neutral. You look peaceful, princess. Peaceful, another word used instead of beautiful. Thank you, Myra, I said softly and left the room. The celebration hall was already buzzing when I entered. Golden chandeliers bathed the vast chamber in warm light, casting sparkling reflections across polished marble floors. Music drifted gently from the far corner, a soft arrangement of strings and flute. Laughter floated above the melodies, bright and effortless. Vampire nobles dressed in silks and jewels filled the room. Men and women alike glowed with confidence, standing in circles of conversation, their words weaving politics with flirtation. They mingled like they belonged, because they did. I stepped inside quietly, scanning for a place to stand that wouldn't draw attention. No one turned their head. No one paused in conversation. No one said my name. I might as well have been invisible. I moved toward the wall, keeping a respectable distance from the clusters of nobles. My eyes drifted over the couples flirting, the young men offering charming smiles, the women laughing coyly behind their fans. None of them even glanced in my direction. Invisible again. A gentle string of notes filled the hall as dancers took the floor. I watched from the shadows, arms loosely folded to brace myself. The ache in my chest, familiar now, pressed deeper. Lord Cashin approached, his footsteps smooth and confident. He carried a goblet of crimson wine, swirling it slowly as he studied me. "Princess," he greeted, the corner of his mouth lifting in a false smile. I inclined my head politely, though everything inside me tightened. Cashin leaned closer, lowering his voice. "A suggestion, if you'll permit one." I remained silent. "A delicate veil," he murmured, eyes flicking toward my scar. "It would soften your features, might make gatherings less daunting." My throat tightened. The humiliation crept up my neck, burning my skin. Cashin didn't wait for a response. He simply smiled, bowed shallowly, and walked away. What is wrong with people here? Why must they speak so freely of what already hurts? I turned toward the balcony without thinking, needing air. Something clean, something untouched by stares or whispers. The balcony outside the hall was lit by a single lantern. The cool night breeze brushed against my skin, carrying the faint scent of pine from the distant forest. I stepped forward, resting my hands on the stone railing. The sound of the celebration behind me dulled into a distant hum. Just a moment of peace, just one breath away from everyone. But a hushed voice snapped my attention to the shadowed corner near one of the pillars. "I'm telling you, the wolves are restless," someone whispered. I froze, leaning slightly toward the sound. It was Cashin's voice. "General Lucian wants to expand hunting patrols," Cashin continued. "He believes the rogues are pushing closer to the borders." Another voice, colder, deeper, joined him. "General Lucian Bloodbane." "If even one wolf crosses the marked threshold," Lucian said, "we'll end them. No hesitation." My breath hitched. Cashin hummed in approval. "A clean sweep of the woods will deter them. We can't risk another incident." Lucian's boots scraped softly against the stone. "The king will authorize additional patrols. I've already prepared the orders." A chill ran down my spine. Why increase violence? What aren't they saying? And what incident are they referring to? Lucian's voice sharpened. "Wolves are unpredictable. If one is spotted near the border, I expect you to respond without mercy." My hands tightened around the railing. Mercy, a word they used when addressing nobles, not wolves. Cashin exhaled. "As you wish, General." Their footsteps faded as they moved back into the hall. I remained frozen, my heart pounding. I didn't know why their words unsettled me so much, not yet, but the dread clung to me like a shadow. I needed air, real air, not the suffocating atmosphere of the hall. I slipped back inside the celebration only long enough to cross to the far exit. No one noticed. No one questioned. No one reached out to stop me. I reached the stables with unusual ease, my steps quick but silent. The lanterns hanging near the door flickered in the breeze, casting long shadows across the stalls. "Easy," I whispered to my horse as I approached. The mare lifted her head and nudged my shoulder gently. I stroked her mane, letting the simple, grounding warmth settle my nerves. I saddled her carefully, tugging the straps tight. The stable hands were still attending nobles inside the hall. None were here to question my actions. And even if they had been, I doubted they'd find reason to speak to me. When the mare was ready, I led her to the stable doors, pushed them open quietly, and guided her into the cool night. The sky stretched wide above me, scattered with pale stars and thin clouds drifting lazily across the moon. The forest loomed beyond the castle grounds, a dark mass of shadows and whispering trees. I mounted the horse and nudged her forward. I just need air, silence, space, anything but this. Once I passed the outer gate, the wind picked up, snapping lightly against my hair. My breath deepened. For the first time all day, I felt free. The further I rode, the quieter the world became. The castle lights faded behind me, replaced by the soft glow of moonlight filtering through branches. The forest swallowed us whole, peaceful and untouched. Leaves rustled in the gentle breeze. The path beneath us softened with pine needles. I inhaled deeply, letting the scent of moss and wood fill my lungs. Here, no one whispered about my scar. No one compared me to nobles. No one judged my voice or silenced my compassion. Here, I was not invisible. The horse slowed as we reached a clearing, and I let her walk freely. I didn't know where I was going, and for once, I didn't need to. I was simply away. I guided the mare deeper into the woods, unaware that somewhere ahead, hidden among the shadows, destiny waited quietly, watching, breathing, preparing its first move. But I didn't hint to myself about danger, not yet. For tonight, I only knew one truth. For the first time today, I could finally breathe. The breath in the darkness came again, closer this time, rough, uneven, tinged with hunger so raw it pierced the air like a blade. My horse jerked violently, nearly tearing the reins from my grip. "Easy," I whispered, though my voice trembled. "Easy." But the forest no longer listened. Something massive exploded from the shadows. A blur of matted fur and bone-thin limbs burst into the clearing with a guttural snarl that rattled the ground beneath my feet. Moonlight struck its form, and my heart lurched. A werewolf, starved, crazed, its ribs jutted sharply beneath patchy, tangled fur, eyes wild with a hunger no reason could reach. It wasn't just desperate, it was feral. I gasped, instinct taking control before conscious thought could catch me. My body shifted in an instant, fangs pushing against my lips, claws sliding from my fingertips, vision sharpening as my irises darkened. The world snapped into terrifying clarity. The acrid scent of old blood. The musk of starving wolf. The rapid, pounding rhythm of its unstable heartbeat. The beast locked onto me with a snarl and lunged. I darted aside, my vampire reflexes dragging my body out of the killing blow by a hair's width. The wolf's claws tore through the earth where I had stood. Dirt shot upward in a spray. I slashed at its shoulder in return. My claws met thick fur. The cut barely penetrated. The wolf whipped around faster than I expected, striking toward me with renewed frenzy. I barely leapt back in time, the air of its swipe brushing my cheek. The horse screamed behind me, pulling at the reins frantically, hooves scraping the ground in panic. "Run," I choked out, not sure if I meant the horse or myself. The rogue wolf pounced again, its speed terrifying for something so starved. I dodged right, then left, trying to keep distance. My heart pounded fiercely. I had trained. I had practiced the vampire form since childhood, but nothing prepared me for a wolf this frantic, this wild, this close. The wolf's claws slashed across my arm. A sharp, burning pain seared through my skin. I hissed instinctively and staggered back. Vampire flesh healed fast, eventually, but pain still hit hard and immediate. My breathing hitched. I forced myself to move. Using the burst of speed my form afforded me, I circled behind it, aiming for a softer flank. If I could hit a tendon or joint. But the rogue was faster than its condition suggested. It spun abruptly and slammed into me full force. The impact hurled me backward. My back struck a tree trunk with a crack that rattled through my bones. The air punched out of my lungs. My vision blurred for a second, the forest spinning around me. Too strong, he's too strong. My mind screamed for me to move, but my limbs felt sluggish, dazed from the collision. The wolf barreled into me again before I fully recovered. I barely managed to raise my arms before its weight crashed onto me, pinning me against the ground. Its claws dug into my shoulders, not tearing through skin, just pressing with brutal force, making my bones creak. Its snarling breath blasted across my face, hot and foul from starvation. I struggled, claws slashing upward, but the wolf's body weight and raw desperation smothered my efforts. My arms shook with the strain. Its jaws lowered toward my throat. Move, move. My mind screamed at me, but the wolf's strength was suffocating. I braced for the bite. A violent blur tore through the clearing. Something massive slammed into the rogue wolf sideways. The impact sent the beast flying off me. I gasped as cool air hit my chest again, my lungs finally expanding. I rolled onto my side, coughing, vision reeling. And then, two beasts collided in the dirt. Snarls exploded through the clearing, filling the night with feral fury. Claws tore into soil. Bodies slammed into trees with sickening force, yet no gore, no blood spilled. The newcomer moved with terrifying control. Where the rogue wolf was frantic, unhinged, unpredictable. This second wolf was precise, dominant, a force of will in a body shaped for battle. I scrambled backward until my spine hit a tree. My breath steadied only enough for me to see clearly. The two wolves clashed again, and this time the larger wolf, my savior, took advantage. He caught the rogue by the shoulders and flipped him onto his back with a single, practiced movement. Dominance. The rogue wolf whimpered beneath him. Another shove, another growl, and the rogue tore itself free, stumbling sideways into the darkness before disappearing, tail lowered in defeat. The clearing fell silent, except for my ragged breathing. The other wolf, the one who had saved me, stood tall and still, chest rising and falling with heavy breaths. The moonlight traced the strong lines of his form, the poised stance of someone who was used to fighting and winning. Slowly, he turned toward me. My heart lurched into my throat. Even in wolf form, his eyes struck me as different, sharp, intelligent, aware. Not feral, not monstrous, not like the rogue. I couldn't move. Still in vampire form, I pressed myself against the tree, claws trembling slightly. The wolf tilted his head. His nostrils flared subtly. Recognition flickered there. Something about my scent, my bloodline, something he understood instantly, though I didn't. His stare held me still, not with fear, but with something like awareness, like knowing. Why is he looking at me like that, like he knows me? Slowly, deliberately, the wolf stepped back. His form shifted. I watched, frozen as bone and muscle reshaped. Fur receded, limbs reformed. It wasn't painful or grotesque, just fluid, natural, as though the forest itself moved with him. And then, a man stood where the wolf had been. Tall, broad-shouldered, scarred along his left forearm, chest rising with controlled breaths, moonlight catching on his dark hair and strong jawline. He was powerful even in human form. I gasped and instinctively lifted a hand to my cheek, trying to hide my scar. The man raised his hand slowly, palms open. "I won't hurt you," he said, voice low, steady. My heart thundered in my chest. He saved me. Why, who is he? Why? The night held its breath around us. And I held mine, staring into the eyes of the stranger who had thrown himself between me and death. The man, no, the wolf who had become a man, stood only a few paces away, breathing hard from the fight yet unmistakably composed. Moonlight washed over him, highlighting the defined lines of muscle across his chest, the faint scars that cut across his arms, the deliberate stillness of someone trained not just to fight, but to survive. I stayed pressed against the tree, unable to shift back yet. My body remained caught between instinct and shock, claws curled slightly at my sides, fangs still visible. Every instinct warned me to stay ready. He was a werewolf, and werewolves were supposed to be unpredictable, dangerous, enemies of my people. But he had saved my life. The forest remained utterly quiet around us, as if the trees themselves were watching. His eyes, still holding the faint, luminous gold of his wolf form, met mine. They weren't wild, they weren't violent, they weren't even wary. They were aware. intelligent, as though he were studying me the way a healer might study an injury, carefully, respectfully, without cruelty. The rogue wolf's distant whines faded into the night. My savior's posture shifted subtly, his body relaxing now that the immediate threat had gone. He took a step toward me, slowly, as if approaching a frightened creature. I sucked in a sharp breath and pressed myself closer to the bark. He stopped at once. His hands remained raised, palms outward. "I won't hurt you," he repeated softly. My pulse hammered at my ears. The edges of my vision sharpened with lingering adrenaline. My vampire instincts urged me to keep my form up, to be ready to strike, to flee, to do anything to survive. But my mind, still reeling, clung to one staggering truth. He saved me. The man studied me for a moment longer before lowering his arms gradually, giving me space. We said nothing. Finally, after a long stretch of silence, I forced my claws to retract. My fangs dulled. My breathing eased from frantic to merely unsteady. I slowly shifted out of my vampire form, letting my appearance soften back into the human-like state I usually maintained. Exhaustion hit immediately, making my legs shaky. I braced one hand against the tree to steady myself. The man noticed instantly. He stepped forward, then stopped again when I stiffened. He changed his approach. He lowered his gaze, softened his body language, turned his shoulders slightly to avoid appearing confrontational. I had never seen a wolf behave with such control. His eyes lifted again, and this time he looked not at the scar on my cheek, as everyone in the castle did, but at my arm, where blood seeped through torn fabric. "You're wounded," he said quietly. "I can help if you'll let me." I stared at him, breath-catching. The tone of his voice held no judgment, no mockery, no disgust, only calm concern. "For me?" I nodded, a tiny, uncertain gesture. He approached slowly, watching my reaction at every step. When he finally reached me, he knelt to tear a strip from his shirt. His fingers were steady, practiced. He had done this before, tended to wounds, treated injuries. My lips parted slightly as he wrapped the cloth around my arm with gentle precision. The forest air chilled my skin, but his touch was warm. "I'm sorry for this," he murmured. He was starving, a rogue that hungry loses himself. I swallowed, unsure why hearing him defend the rogue wolf's state softened something inside me. He tightened the knot on the makeshift bandage, careful not to cause pain. "You fought well," he added, surprising me. "Fast, smart." A flush rose to my cheeks despite the cold. "I didn't want to kill him." "I know." His soft smile held genuine warmth. "Most wouldn't have cared, but you did." The words hit deeper than he could have known. People rarely praised me. No, people rarely saw me. But he had. My gaze lingered on his features, sharp yet softened by the forest light. His hair was dark, slightly tousled from the fight, a streak of dirt across one cheekbone. He looked wild and grounded all at once, a contradiction of gentleness and power. He didn't avert his eyes from my scar. He didn't flinch. He didn't stare. He simply looked at me. Something in my chest tightened unexpectedly. He tilted his head slightly. "Why are you out here alone?" I hesitated, unable to answer honestly. I couldn't tell him I fled from a hall full of vampires who didn't even notice my existence except to judge my flaws. I couldn't tell him I was suffocating under expectations, under silence, under invisibility. "I needed space," I said quietly. He nodded slowly, as if he understood more than I admitted. Silence settled again. The forest, still recovering from the earlier disturbance, vibrated faintly with the tension of regained calm. His expression shifted subtly, curiosity flickering beneath the surface. He took a shallow breath, nostrils almost imperceptibly flaring. Recognition again. Not of my face, of my scent. It made my pulse skip. Did he know what I was, who I was? But he didn't ask. He didn't mention it. He simply studied me with quiet interest, as though deciding something he didn't voice. He finally stepped back, distancing himself, letting the chill return where his warmth had been. "These woods are dangerous tonight," he said. "You should go back." His tone wasn't condescending, it was protective. That alone caught me off guard. "I can handle myself," I replied, more defensively than I meant to. He raised one eyebrow, not mocking, just assessing, but didn't argue. Instead, he offered a faint smirk, almost amused. "I don't doubt that," he said. He shifted then. In a smooth, fluid motion, his form bent, reshaped, fur rippling outward. Bones elongated, claws formed, and in seconds he was a wolf again, majestic, powerful, and far calmer than the rogue had been. The wolf dipped its head to me once, then vanished into the trees, as silently as mist. I stared at the space where he had been long after the shadows had swallowed him. My heart was no longer just racing from fear. Who was he? The man, no, the wolf who had become a man, stood only a few paces away, breathing hard from the fight yet unmistakably composed. Moonlight washed over him, highlighting the defined lines of muscle across his chest, the faint scars that cut across his arms, the deliberate stillness of someone trained not just to fight, but to survive. I stayed pressed against the tree, unable to shift back yet. My body remained caught between instinct and shock, claws curled slightly at my sides, fangs still visible. Every instinct warned me to stay ready. He was a werewolf, and werewolves were supposed to be unpredictable, dangerous, enemies of my people. But he had saved my life. The forest remained utterly quiet around us, as if the trees themselves were watching. His eyes, still holding the faint, luminous gold of his wolf form, met mine. They weren't wild. They weren't violent. They weren't even wary. They were aware. Intelligent. As though he were studying me the way a healer might study an injury, carefully, respectfully, without cruelty. The rogue wolf's distant whines faded into the night. My savior's posture shifted subtly, his body relaxing now that the immediate threat had gone. He took a step toward me, slowly, as if approaching a frightened creature. I sucked in a sharp breath and pressed myself closer to the bark. He stopped at once. His hands remained raised, palms outward. "I won't hurt you," he repeated softly. My pulse hammered at my ears. The edges of my vision sharpened with lingering adrenaline. My vampire instincts urged me to keep my form up, to be ready to strike, to flee, to do anything to survive. But my mind, still reeling, clung to one staggering truth. He saved me. The man studied me for a moment longer before lowering his arms gradually, giving me space. We said nothing. Finally, after a long stretch of silence, I forced my claws to retract. My fangs dulled. My breathing eased from frantic to merely unsteady. I slowly shifted out of my vampire form, letting my appearance soften back into the human-like state I usually maintained. Exhaustion hit immediately, making my legs shaky. I braced one hand against the tree to steady myself. The man noticed instantly. He stepped forward, then stopped again when I stiffened. He changed his approach. He lowered his gaze, softened his body language, turned his shoulders slightly to avoid appearing confrontational. I had never seen a wolf behave with such control. His eyes lifted again, and this time he looked not at the scar on my cheek, as everyone in the castle did, but at my arm, where blood seeped through torn fabric. "You're wounded," he said quietly. "I can help if you'll let me." I stared at him, breath-catching. The tone of his voice held no judgment, no mockery, no disgust, only calm concern. "For me?" I nodded, a tiny, uncertain gesture. He approached slowly, watching my reaction at every step. When he finally reached me, he knelt to tear a strip from his shirt. His fingers were steady, practiced. He had done this before, tended to wounds, treated injuries. My lips parted slightly as he wrapped the cloth around my arm with gentle precision. The forest air chilled my skin, but his touch was warm. "I'm sorry for this," he murmured. He was starving, a rogue that hungry loses himself. I swallowed, unsure why hearing him defend the rogue wolf's state softened something inside me. He tightened the knot on the makeshift bandage, careful not to cause pain. You fought well, he added, surprising me. Fast, smart. A flush rose to my cheeks despite the cold. I didn't want to kill him. I know. His soft smile held genuine warmth. Most wouldn't have cared, but you did. The words hit deeper than he could have known. People rarely praised me. No, people rarely saw me. But he had. My gaze lingered on his features, sharp yet softened by the forest light. His hair was dark, slightly tousled from the fight, a streak of dirt across one cheekbone. He looked wild and grounded all at once, a contradiction of gentleness and power. He didn't avert his eyes from my scar. He didn't flinch. He didn't stare. He simply looked at me. Something in my chest tightened unexpectedly. He tilted his head slightly. Why are you out here alone? I hesitated, unable to answer honestly. I couldn't tell him I fled from a hall full of vampires who didn't even notice my existence except to judge my flaws. I couldn't tell him I was suffocating under expectations, under silence, under invisibility. I needed space, I said quietly. He nodded slowly, as if he understood more than I admitted. Silence settled again. The forest, still recovering from the earlier disturbance, vibrated faintly with the tension of regained calm. His expression shifted subtly, curiosity flickering beneath the surface. He took a shallow breath, nostrils almost imperceptibly flaring. Recognition again. Not of my face, of my scent. It made my pulse skip. Did he know what I was, who I was? But he didn't ask. He didn't mention it. He simply studied me with quiet interest, as though deciding something he didn't voice. He finally stepped back, distancing himself, letting the chill return where his warmth had been. These woods are dangerous tonight, he said. You should go back. His tone wasn't condescending, it was protective. That alone caught me off guard. I can handle myself, I replied, more defensively than I meant to. He raised one eyebrow, not mocking, just assessing, but didn't argue. Instead, he offered a faint smirk, almost amused. I don't doubt that, he said. He shifted then. In a smooth, fluid motion, his form bent, reshaped, fur rippling outward. Bones elongated, claws formed, and in seconds he was a wolf again, majestic, powerful, and far calmer than the rogue had been. The wolf dipped its head to me once, then vanished into the trees, as silently as mist. I stared at the space where he had been long after the shadows had swallowed him. My heart was no longer just racing from fear. Who was he? Morning came too quickly. A sharp throb pulsed through my arm the moment I tried to shift beneath the blankets. I inhaled sharply as the ache radiated across my shoulder, the same place the rogue wolf had pinned me against the ground last night. Even though my vampire body was already healing, the soreness was unmistakable. I pushed myself upright, teeth clenched until the ache settled into a deep, tolerable pulse. I can't let anyone see this, not after last night. I pulled back the sleeve of my nightdress just enough to check the bandage. The cloth John had tied around my arm remained secure, still stained faintly with dried blood. My chest tightened at the sight, not from pain, but from something else. Something warm, something complicated. I quickly tugged the sleeve down and reached for one of my long gowns. I chose one with fitted wrists and high collar, perfect to hide the evidence of everything I was determined to keep secret. A knock sounded at the door. "Princess, may I enter?" Myra Talvorn's gentle voice filtered through the wood. "Yes," I called, forcing my tone steady. Myra stepped inside carrying a tray of morning tea, her brows knitted almost instantly. "Princess Christina, you seem tired. Did you sleep at all?" I offered the same strained smile I'd been perfecting since childhood. "Just restless." Her gaze lingered on the stiffness in my posture. I could tell she wanted to ask more, but Myra was smart enough not to pry into a royal silence. With a quiet bow, she set the tray down and left. Once alone, I exhaled shakily. I took a sip of tea and headed down the hallway toward the dining hall, doing everything I could to move naturally. The ache returned with every step, a dull reminder of sharp claws and crushing weight. but a stronger memory pulsed beneath it. John's steady hands tying the bandage, his calm voice, his warm eyes that saw my heart before my face. I shook my head hard. No, I couldn't think about him, not here. I straightened my spine and stepped into the royal dining hall. The moment I entered, King Alistair slammed a scroll onto the table so hard that the plates rattled. "Wolves were spotted near the border last night," he snarled. Again. My stomach dropped. He was referring to the rogue wolf, to John, to the fight I barely survived. I lowered my gaze immediately. Queen Seraphina lifted her eyes from her drink, expression softening. "Perhaps they wander because they have no proper home," she suggested gently. "Rogues suffer more than we know." Alistair's jaw clenched. "They wander because they are predators, and we are prey if we don't act." I kept still, staring down at my hands. If I spoke, he would hear the tremor in my voice. If he looked closely, he might notice the tension in my body. I couldn't risk that. If he knew what happened, I can't even imagine his wrath. General Lucian Bloodbane entered with a crisp bow, his expression already hungry for violence. He enjoyed moments like this, ones that justified cruelty. "Triple the border patrol," Alistair ordered. "Find them all." Lucian smiled coldly. "Yes, Your Majesty." My appetite evaporated completely. I pushed food around my plate, barely tasting anything. With each passing moment, guilt twisted deeper. Lucian would hunt the wolves relentlessly. And I had met one, twice. After breakfast, Queen Seraphina caught up to me in the inner corridor. Her gowns trailed softly against the marble, her presence always warm despite the castle's cold walls. "Christina," she said gently, "you seem troubled. Your eyes look haunted." I flinched at the word. She reached out and touched my arm gently, too close to the bandage. I stiffened immediately. "I know when you are hurting," she whispered. "Talk to me." I stepped back, guilt stabbing through my chest. "I can't tell you. If Father learns what happened, John will die." I shook my head, offering a small, strained smile. "I'm just tired, Mother." Seraphina studied me for a long moment. Her gaze held sympathy, worry, and a quiet understanding I didn't feel I deserved. But she nodded softly and let the subject go. I wished she could help. I wished I could speak to her openly. But I couldn't risk betraying the wolf who had saved my life. I took a breath and headed toward the main courtyard. The moment I stepped outside, the cold truth of vampire society struck like a slap. 2 rogue wolf parents were chained in the dirt, kneeling, trembling, their wrists bound with iron cuffs. A vampire guard hovered over them, whip in hand. "Your pup stole bread from a merchant," he barked. The wolves bowed their heads, voices trembling. "He was starving. We begged for food. He was so hungry." Several nobles watched nearby, expressions twisted with disdain. Lady Asara murmured loudly enough for others to hear. "Beasts pretending to be families. How pathetic." Anger surged through me so suddenly, I felt heat rise behind my eyes. They suffer because we force them into desperation. My heartbeat quickened. The guard raised the whip. "Enough," I snapped. The word cut through the courtyard like a blade. The guard froze mid-strike, startled. His eyes darted to me nervously. The nobles tensed. "A starving pup is not a criminal," I said firmly. "Punishment must match the crime." General Lucian stepped forward, smirk already forming. "Compassion for wolves again, Princess Christina." I met his icy gaze. Compassion for any innocent. Lucian sneered, but lowered the whip. I ordered the wolves to be released with only a warning. When their cuffs were removed, the parents bowed to me, shaking with relief. As they hurried away, fear and gratitude clinging to every step, I knew the consequences would return to haunt me. If Father hears about this, I will pay for it later. I didn't regret it, but the weight of the risk pressed hard against my chest. As I turned away from the courtyard, a quiet voice called out. "Princess." Lieutenant Rowan Hale approached, one of the few soldiers whose eyes did not burn with cruelty. He bowed slightly. "You did the right thing," he said. I studied him carefully. His sincerity was hidden behind the discipline of a trained soldier, but it was there. Many would disagree, I replied softly. His voice lowered. Cruelty is not strength. Wolves don't deserve endless punishment. I blinked, surprised. Most soldiers echoed my father's beliefs without question. Why does he sound like he understands them? Rowan glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was close enough to overhear. Then he whispered, "Not everything the council says is truth." My breath caught. I opened my mouth to ask what he meant, but Rowan bowed swiftly and walked away before anyone could notice our conversation. His words clung to me like shadows. Not everything the council says is truth. The thought echoed through my mind as I wandered back inside, my arm throbbing again. I touched it instinctively, remembering John's steady hands, his gentle care. I shouldn't think about him. He's a wolf. It's dangerous. Yet the more I tried to suppress the memory, the clearer it became. I reached the stables at dusk, heart pounding with a mix of defiance and anticipation. I told myself I only wanted peace, clarity. But deep down I knew the truth. I was hopping to see him again. The courtyard always felt colder than the rest of the castle, not because of the wind that swept through it, but because of the eyes. Hundreds of vampire eyes, sharp and judgmental, trained from balconies and terraces as if waiting for someone to fall out of line. Today, those eyes were fixed on two rogue wolves who knelt in the dirt with chains on their wrists. My step slowed. The wolves, a man and a woman, huddled close together, trembling. Their clothes were thin. Their hands were dirty. Their bodies looked exhausted, as if life itself had been too heavy for far too long. A vampire guard paced before them, whip clutched tightly in his fist. "Your pup stole bread from a merchant," he shouted. The male wolf lifted his head just enough to speak. "We begged for food. He was starving. Please punish us, not him." Whispers rippled around the courtyard. Lady Asara, draped in rich silver silk, leaned toward her companion. Beasts pretending to be families, what a joke. My stomach tightened so violently it hurt. How could they say such things? How could they pretend wolves weren't people with families, pain, and loyalty, all things vampires claimed to value? The guard raised his whip. Thieves must be disciplined, even wolflings. Enough. The word tore out of me before I even realized I'd spoken. The courtyard went silent. The guard froze, whip suspended midair. Dozens of eyes turned toward me, some widened in shock, others narrowed in displeasure. I saw General Lucian stepping forward already, sensing an opportunity to undermine me. I walked toward the guard, keeping my voice steady despite the rage pulsing hot in my veins. Punishment must match the crime. A starving pup is not a criminal. The guard hesitated, swallowing hard. "Princess Christina, the law." "The law demands justice," I cut in, "not cruelty." Gasps fluttered through the nobles gathered nearby. Lucian reached me, eyes like razor edges. "Compassion for wolves again, Princess Christina." I met his stare without flinching. Compassion for any innocent. A dangerous smirk curled on Lucian's lips. "Your father will find your generosity intriguing." His tone was casual, but the threat beneath it was unmistakable. Still, I didn't step back. Slowly, very reluctantly, the guard lowered his whip. I turned toward the chained wolves. "Release them with a warning, and ensure the merchant receives compensation for the bread." The guard nodded shakily, then moved to unshackle the pair. As the cuffs fell away, the parents bowed to me, eyes glistening with gratitude they couldn't fully voice. They hurried off toward the slums, arms around each other. I exhaled heavily. If father hears about this, I will pay for it later. But I would not regret saving them. As I walked away, my pulse still tense, someone called softly behind me. "Princess." I turned. Lieutenant Rowan Hale stood a few steps back, hands clasped behind him, posture disciplined but expression unusually warm. He bowed lightly. "May I speak freely?" "You may," I replied. Rowan's voice was low but sincere. "You did the right thing." I blinked, startled. Praise was rare in this castle, especially for me. "Many would disagree," I said quietly. "Many mistake cruelty for strength," he countered. "But strength is knowing when to show mercy." I studied him more closely. Rowan always seemed different, sharper, more thoughtful, as if his loyalty to the crown was layered with questions no one else dared ask. "You speak like someone who understands them," I said softly. Rowan hesitated, eyes darting toward the nearby guards as if calculating risk. Then he stepped closer, lowering his voice to a whisper meant only for me. "Not everything the council says is truth." My breath caught. "What do you mean?" I whispered back. But Rowan drew back immediately, bowing deeply and returning to his stoic posture. "Forgive me, Princess. I've said too much." Before I could question him further, he turned and walked away, leaving me with a whirlwind of thoughts I couldn't begin to untangle. His words echoed in my mind as I wandered inside. Not everything the council says is truth. Truth, lies, history, wolves. John. My arm throbbed softly beneath my sleeve, a reminder of the battle, the danger, the moment his hands had touched mine. I stopped in a quiet corridor and pressed my palm over the hidden bandage. His voice replayed in my memory. "You fought without trying to kill him. That says something." I inhaled sharply and pulled my hand away, trying to regain composure. I should forget him. I should fear him. I should avoid the forest entirely. But the more I told myself these things, the more my thoughts tangled around the memory of him standing there beneath the moonlight, calm, strong, kind. His eyes hadn't judged me. His gaze hadn't drifted to my scar. He'd simply seen me. I pushed a hand through my hair, restless. I tried to convince myself that the ache in my chest was simple curiosity. Nothing more, nothing dangerous. But the truth pressed harder. I wanted to see him again. I paced the corridor until dusk, arguing silently with myself. "I'm not going to see him," I insisted. "I just need clarity, space. The forest is peaceful, that's all." My mind whispered back. "You're lying to yourself, Christina." I ignored it. I made my way to the back of the castle, where the stables sat quietly under the dimming sky. The evening patrol had not changed yet, perfect timing. The stable boy glanced up as I entered. "Out again, Princess." I forced a small smile, just clearing my thoughts. He nodded respectfully and returned to brushing a mare. I saddled my horse swiftly, adjusting the cloak around my injured arm. Then I mounted and guided her out of the gates, into the deepening twilight. The forest greeted me like a familiar embrace. Cool air, soft shadows, the whisper of leaves. My heart thudded with a mix of fear, hope, and something that felt dangerously close to longing. I don't want to meet him again, I told myself firmly. I shouldn't. A softer voice murmured beneath it. But maybe I will. The forest tonight felt different, warmer, expectant, as though it remembered us, remembered the moment our paths crossed and quietly wished to draw us together again. I reached the clearing where we'd fought last night. My breath caught. No wolf, no movement, no John. A strange disappointment tugged at me, unexpected but undeniable. I let out a slow exhale. Relief, and something else I didn't name. I dismounted and touched the bark of the same tree I'd been thrown against. My fingers lingered over the rough grooves. Everything felt the same, yet nothing felt the same. Not after last night. I listened to the forest breathe around me and whispered, almost involuntarily. "Are you here?" No answer. Only the sigh of wind through branches. I swallowed the tightness in my throat. Perhaps he wasn't coming. Perhaps I shouldn't want him to. I turned slightly, preparing to return to my horse. A soft crunch of leaves echoed behind me. My heart stopped. I turned sharply. And there he was. John stood at the edge of the clearing in human form, moonlight bathing his features, expression calm but watchful. My breath hitched. He said quietly, You came back. I steadied myself, though my pulse was racing. Not for you. His lips curved in a faint, knowing smile. Of course not. The forest held its breath around us. And I did too. Forest held an unusual stillness as John and I faced each other across the moonlit clearing. His presence felt different tonight, steady, grounded, and strangely comforting. And yet, the tension that wound itself through my chest was impossible to ignore. I didn't move. Neither did he. But the air between us shifted, alive with unspoken thoughts and conflicting emotions. John took a slow step forward, eyes steady. You don't seem surprised to see me. I swallowed. I'm not. It was the truth, and a dangerous one. He studied me carefully, the way someone studies a flame to see whether it will warm or burn. His gaze traced my posture, my guarded stance, my sleeve pulled too tightly around my arm. I felt exposed under his eyes, but not judged, not dismissed, not mocked. Just seen. The wind rustled through the clearing, pulling our attention upward for a brief moment before John's eyes returned to mine. He spoke softly. Your arm, how is it? I hesitated, then lifted my chin a fraction. It's fine, healing. A gentle, almost relieved expression flickered across his face. Good. Silence settled again, not heavy this time, but charged. I felt compelled to say something, anything that might anchor me in the moment and stop my thoughts from spiraling. I didn't come for you, I repeated, quieter now. He didn't challenge the lie. He didn't need to. His faint smile said everything. Of course. He stepped closer, not invading my space, but close enough for the warmth of his presence to reach me. Then his tone shifted, casual yet curious. Tell me about your home. My brow furrowed. My home. Your castle, he clarified. Is it big? I blinked at the simplicity of the question. Yes. How many gates does it have? That made me pause. It has several, I answered vaguely, though the words came automatically. He nodded thoughtfully, as if collecting puzzle pieces. Then he asked, are there many soldiers guarding it? I didn't detect the strategic intent, not yet. His voice remained gentle, almost conversational. It felt like he was trying to know me, not the fortress I lived in. Enough, I replied. My father keeps strict patrols. Daily council meetings, too, he asked lightly. Yes, I said, they rarely rest. A soft hum of acknowledgement escaped him. I didn't question why he cared. I didn't wonder why he asked. Instead, my internal voice whispered, why is he so curious about us? But when I looked at him, at his calm expression, his steady eyes, I didn't feel threatened. I didn't sense deception, only interest, and some part of me wanted to believe that interest had nothing to do with politics or borders or ancient grievances. Only me. He studied my face again, lingering, not on my scar, but on my eyes, as though searching for permission to ask something deeper. But before he could speak again, a sharp, faint crack echoed through the tree line. John tensed instantly. His eyes sharpened, shifting into a predator's focus. His stance changed, alert, ready. I followed his gaze, scanning the darkness. What was that? I whispered. John didn't answer immediately. His nostrils flared subtly. His shoulders stiffened. Something in him recognized the scent, the sound, the presence. But I couldn't see anything yet. I stepped closer to him unintentionally. John. Then I saw it. At the edge of the trees, barely visible under the shifting shadows, lay fresh paw prints. Large ones, too large to belong to a common wolf. My breath hitched. And right beyond the tracks, partly hidden behind a thick trunk, a shape moved. A dark figure, either a massive wolf or a cloaked body, slipped deeper into the forest. Did you see that? I asked, my voice barely a breath. John's jaw tightened. For a moment, just a moment, I saw something unfamiliar flicker across his face. Worry, recognition, calculation. Then he forced his expression neutral. Probably nothing. Nothing. The tracks were clear. The figure had been undeniable. The forest's energy had shifted in a way I recognized from last night. Charged, electric, dangerous. I stared at him, unsure whether to believe him. "You look like it was something." He met my gaze steadily. "Shadows can be deceiving at night." His calm tone didn't match the tension in his body. Why lie? Why hide what he clearly knew? A faint sting of doubt formed in my chest, tiny but sharp. Why lie? Why look uneasy? I wanted to push him, to demand the truth, to ask if he knew the figure watching us. But the fragile peace of the moment wavered, and I was afraid to break it. So I inhaled and forced myself to step back. "You're right, probably nothing." He studied me for a beat too long, as though he could tell I didn't fully believe my own words. But neither of us pushed further. The silence that followed wasn't as easy as before. It carried weight, uncertainty, questions, suspicions neither of us were ready to voice. Still, I didn't want to leave. Not yet. John finally spoke, his tone softer again. "Let me walk with you." "Walk me where?" I asked gently. "To the forest's edge," he said, "just to keep you safe." Despite the lingering tension, something warm flickered inside me. We walked side by side, not touching, but close enough that the heat radiating from him brushed my cloak. The forest felt different with him beside me, less dark, less cold, more alive. Neither of us spoke for a while. But my mind raced. He's hiding something. Why does he ask so much about the castle? What was that shadow? Why do I still trust him? When we reached the forest's boundary, where the trees began to thin into open land, John stopped. He looked at me with a mixture of concern and something else I didn't dare name. "Be careful, Christina," he said quietly. "The forest shifts at night." I lifted my chin, meeting his gaze. "I can handle myself." A faint smile curved his lips. "I know." His eyes held mine for a heartbeat, longer than necessary. I turned away before the moment became too heavy. I mounted my horse slowly, hands shaking slightly though I tried to hide it. "Good night," I said softly. "Good night," he replied. As I rode away, I could feel his gaze following me through the trees. Every hoofbeat echoed, with contradictions inside my chest. Why do I feel drawn to him? And what was that shadow? By the time the castle's towers came into view, one truth settled heavily inside me. Whatever last night had begun, tonight had deepened. And I didn't know if I was prepared for where it might lead. The ride back toward the castle felt longer than usual. The forest stretched behind me, dark, quiet, filled with questions I carried like stones pressing against my ribs. My horse's steady rhythm should have calmed me, but instead it made my thoughts louder. Every moment replayed in my mind. John's face when he saw me again, his questions, gentle but oddly precise, the shadow in the trees, the tracks, his sudden tension, his lie. I tightened my grip on the reins. Why lie? Why hide what he knows? Why stare at the tree line like he expected something or someone? My thoughts tangled until I couldn't tell instinct from imagination. The cold air brushed across my cheek, numbing the sting from the earlier fight. My arm throbbed under the bandage he'd tied with such unexpected care. I touched the wound lightly. His touch had been careful, steady, human even though he was not. And he didn't look away from my scar. That thought lingered like a warm ember in a frozen hearth, refusing to fade no matter how many doubts clawed through my mind. I sighed, leaning forward as the forest thinned. I shouldn't let myself think about him, I muttered under my breath. But the wind stole the words before I could believe them. The castle walls finally rose in the distance, jagged silhouettes against the faint glow of torchlight. Cold stone, cold halls, cold stairs, the exact opposite of what I had just left behind. The closer I got to the gates, the more the forest seemed alive behind me, as though watching, listening, remembering. John's voice echoed softly in my mind. Be careful, the forest shifts at night. My breath caught, and I forced myself to look forward. 2 guards stood at the main gate, shifting with bored expressions until they saw me riding in. Their eyes widened with confusion, then disapproval. "Princess Christina," one of them called, stepping forward. "You were out late." I gave a calm nod, hiding the tremble in my fingers. The horse needed longer exercise. The guard frowned, glancing at my cloak. "Are you injured?" "No," I answered too quickly. "Just tired." He hesitated, then stepped aside respectfully. "Very well. Welcome back, Princess." I kept my head high as I passed them, though my heart pounded so fiercely it felt like it might break through my ribs. Once safely inside the courtyard, I slid off the horse and stroked its mane. "Thank you," I whispered, as if it could understand. Maybe it could. Wolves understood more than vampires admitted. Why not horses? I handed the reins to a stable boy, who blinked sleepily at my sudden appearance. "Shall I prepare her for tomorrow, Princess?" "No," I said quietly. "Let her rest." The castle door shut behind me with a heavy thud that echoed through the dark hallway. Torches flickered, casting long shadows across the stone floor. My footsteps felt too loud, too revealing, as though every guard or servant might hear the truth in them. I kept my injured arm pressed against my side. No one must see. No one must know. I climbed the stairs slowly, each step pulling at the soreness in my shoulder. The dim corridor stretched endlessly, but finally, my chamber door came into view. Relief washed over me the moment I closed it behind me. I slumped against the door, exhaling shakily. Silence. Blessed silence. My fingers trembled as I removed my cloak. I peeled back the fabric around my arm, revealing the neatly wrapped bandage beneath. A small part of me warmed at the sight of it. He had wrapped it with such precision, gentle pressure, clean folds, his care embedded in every layer. He didn't fear touching me. He didn't flinch at my scar. He didn't mock, or judge, or turn away. Why did that matter so much? I crossed the room and sat on the edge of my bed. Moonlight filtered through the window, painting pale silver across the sheets. It reminded me of the clearing, of John's silhouette standing against the dark trees. I reached up and touched my scar lightly. He had looked at me, truly looked. No vampire man ever had. And that should not matter, not when he was a wolf, someone my father insisted was dangerous, untrustworthy, savage. But the memory of the starving rogue's eyes, the desperation in them, the way John fought not with cruelty but control. Nothing matched the stories I had grown up hearing. I lay back, staring at the ceiling. Why am I drawn to him? Why do I trust him despite the fear? Why do I want to see him again when I know I should? A heavy breath escaped my lips. I turned onto my side, tugging the blanket over me, though it did little to warm the chills spreading through my bones. Then a new thought seeped into my mind, quiet, fragile, unwelcome yet persistent. What was that shadow in the forest? I replayed the moment. The tracks, the figure slipping behind the tree, John's sudden tension and quick lie. Something was there. Someone was watching him, someone who wasn't me. My eyelids lowered, fluttering with exhaustion and swirling doubts. A faint ache pulsed through my arm, reminding me of how close I had come to death last night, and how quickly John had intervened. My heart whispered a truth, my mind tried to deny. I want to see him again. Another truth followed, heavier. And I am afraid of what that means. My thoughts drifted with the moonlight as sleep pulled me under slowly. The last thing I felt before surrendering to dreams was the soft bandage around my arm, and the memory of John's steady hands placing it there. Somewhere deep in the forest, I imagined him lifting his head, sensing the same strange connection tugging between us. But I would not understand that feeling fully until much later. Tonight, all I knew was this. The forest had changed something in me. John Huntsman had changed something in me. And no matter how hard I tried to ignore it, I could no longer pretend it meant nothing. The morning light crept slowly across my chamber walls, soft and pink like a shy blush, long before the servants usually stirred. I wasn't supposed to be awake yet. I should have been exhausted from sneaking out twice in 2 nights, from fighting a rogue wolf, from facing my father's rage in the council chamber. But instead, I lay there with my eyes open, wide awake, my heart thudding far too quickly for dawn. For a moment, I couldn't understand why I felt this way, why warmth bloomed in my chest, why the first sliver of sunlight felt almost welcome. Then the truth hit me, sharp and warm at the same time. John. His voice, his steady gaze, his quiet smile, the gentleness in the way he wrapped my wound, the way he listened, the way he didn't judge, the way he didn't look at my scar with disgust. My heart beat even faster. I sat up abruptly, as though the very thought of him were forbidden. Stop, don't even think about him. He's a wolf. But that didn't stop the heat that spread through my chest at the memory of his eyes watching me across the clearing, or the soft way he said my name, or the faint smile that tugged at his lips when I tried pretending I didn't come to see him. My breath caught, and I pressed a hand over my racing heart. "This is ridiculous," I whispered to myself, as if scolding a child. He could be dangerous. But the words lacked conviction. I swung my feet to the floor and reached for my robe. The cold air brushed over my arm, and instinctively, my hand moved to the bandage hidden beneath the sleeve of my nightgown. John's hands had tied that bandage. Steady, warm, so careful. I swallowed hard. "Why can't I forget that moment?" I murmured. A knock at the door jolted me back into reality. "Princess Christina," Myra Talvorn's soft voice came from the other side. "May I enter?" I pulled my robe tighter over my arm. "Yes." Myra stepped inside carrying a pitcher of warm water and a stack of fresh towels. Her hair was pinned neatly, but a few loose strands fell around her face, the kind of softness I had always envied. She set the water down and turned to me with a faint smile. "You're awake early," she said lightly. I couldn't sleep. She studied me for a beat too long, her gaze drifting over my face, specifically to my eyes. "You seem brighter today, Princess." I stiffened immediately. "Do I?" Myra nodded, her smile deepening. "It suits you." Her words should have comforted me, but instead they made heat rise up my neck. If she knew why I was brighter. Myra didn't press. She never did. She laid out my garments for the day and smoothed the sheets of my bed, humming softly. I moved through my morning routine faster than usual, washing my face, brushing out my hair, slipping into a soft blue gown. I avoided looking at myself in the mirror too long. I knew what I would see. My average features, my plain frame, my scar bold and unkind on my left cheek. But this morning, the sight of it felt different, no less painful but muted by something else. Something gentler. Something from the forest. Something with quiet silver eyes and warm hands. I snapped out of it again. "This is foolish," I whispered. "He's a wolf, a rogue. Father would imprison him on sight." And yet my fingers drifted again to the bandage hidden beneath my gown's sleeve. I couldn't help remembering how gentle he had been, how he didn't pull away from my scar, how he didn't look at me like everyone else did. Why did he see something different? Why did he make me feel not invisible? Why? I cut the thought off before it could form completely. Myra stepped closer. "Shall I help with your hair, Princess?" "No, I can manage," I said quickly. The last thing I needed was more questions about why my face felt warm. But Myra simply bowed her head with a supportive smile. When she left, I sank onto my chair and exhaled slowly, my pulse still refusing to settle. My thoughts drifted again to the evening ahead, and a nervous flutter stirred in my stomach. I tried to tell myself I wasn't going to the forest to see him, that I only needed space again. Peace, silence. But the truth whispered inside me. "You want to see him. You're hoping he'll be there. You're hoping he'll smile at you again." I pressed my fingertips to my lips, startled by how strong the thought felt. The morning passed too slowly, every minute tugging me closer to the evening I wasn't supposed to look forward to. When I stood to leave my chamber, I touched the wooden wolf figurine I had placed on my bedside table, the small gift John had left for me. My breath trembled. "No," I murmured. "Don't think about him, not like this." But my heart didn't listen. And as I left the room, I carried a quiet truth with me. I had never looked forward to anything as much as I looked forward to the next time I might see John Huntsman. The morning air in the castle corridors carried a rare sense of anticipation, and for once, it had nothing to do with politics or patrol announcements. A voice rang out from the main hall, bright, formal, and unmistakably cheerful. "Princess Liliana Voss has arrived." I froze mid-step. Liliana. A wave of warmth rushed through me, pushing aside the tangled thoughts I'd been wrestling since dawn. My elder sister's monthly visits were the only time the castle felt like a home instead of a gilded cage. I hurried down the hall before servants even finished opening the tall doors. And there she was. Liliana swept in with her usual grace, tall, radiant, every step deliberate and smooth. Her gown shimmered like soft wine in the sunlight spilling through the entrance. Her smile lit up the room the instant she spotted me. "Chrissy," she called, rushing forward. I barely had time to open my arms before she embraced me tightly, pulling me into a hug that melted weeks of loneliness. "I missed you," I whispered into her shoulder. "And I missed you more," she replied warmly. She pulled back to study my face, and her expression shifted, curiosity sharpening her eyes. "You look brighter than last time." My stomach twisted. "Here it comes." "Something you want to tell me?" she asked, a playful lilt in her voice. "No," I said too quickly. "Nothing." Liliana lifted one perfectly shaped brow, her smile deepening. "MMHMM. I've known you for 31 years, little sister. You can't hide a glow." My cheeks heated instantly. "There is no glow." "Right," she said, clearly unconvinced. She looped her arm through mine and started walking toward my chamber. Servants bowed as we passed, though Liliana hardly noticed. She always walked like the castle belonged to her, even though she'd lived in another city for years. Inside my room, she shut the door behind us and turned to me with her arms crossed lightly. "Now," she said, "tell me why your eyes look alive today." "They don't," I insisted, avoiding her gaze. Liliana stepped closer, lowering her voice. "Chrissy, is there someone?" My heart lurched so hard I thought it might bruise my ribs. "No." The denial shot out faster than I could control. "Lily, please stop." She blinked, surprised by my panic, but her smile softened with affection. All right, I won't pry." She touched my cheek gently. "But if your heart ever feels too heavy or too full, you know you can tell me." I swallowed hard. "I know." She hugged me again, and for a moment, I allowed myself to lean into her warmth, the only safe warmth I had in the castle. Still, her words lingered long after we parted. Is there someone? What would I even say if I admitted the truth? How could I explain John Huntsman? I couldn't, not without endangering him, not without breaking the fragile thread of safety that kept our worlds from collapsing. And before I could think further, the council bell rang in the distance, a deep, commanding echo. My moment with Liliana ended abruptly. "Duty calls," she sighed. "Yes," I murmured, "it always does." The council chamber was already crowded when I arrived. Nobles lined the long table, their expressions stern and tight. The air smelled of parchment and tension. I sat beside Mother, Queen Seraphina, who squeezed my hand discreetly under the table, a gesture she always used when I appeared anxious. King Alistair entered with General Lucian Bloodbane at his side. The general's expression was severe as always, his eyes cold enough to slice stone. Father wasted no time. "New reports," he said, slamming a document onto the table. "Rogue wolves have been sighted even closer to the walls." My breath faltered. Was he talking about John, or the shadow I saw last night? I kept my face blank, but my pulse hammered painfully. Father continued, voice deep with command. "As of today, any wolf crossing the marked border will face immediate capture." Lucian's smile was small and sharp, or elimination, if necessary. My heart clenched. Something inside me finally snapped. "Father," I said cautiously, "perhaps, Perhaps we should reconsider. Not all rogues behave violently." The room went silent instantly. General Lucian leaned back slightly, amused. Several council members exchanged shocked glances. Even Mother seemed startled. King Alistair slowly turned toward me, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Christina," he said, voice dangerously controlled, "we do not argue on matters of safety." Heat rose to my cheeks. I only meant. "You meant to challenge decisions you do not fully understand," he said, cutting me off. I lowered my eyes, humiliation burning in my chest. Mother slipped her hand over mine again, squeezing gently. Lucian smirked in the corner of my vision. I forced myself to stay silent, swallowing every word that tried to rise. I shouldn't have spoken, but I couldn't sit there and listen to them talk about killing wolves, not after everything I've seen, not after John. When the meeting finally ended, I escaped the chamber as fast as dignity allowed, heart pounding painfully. By the time I reached my room again, my nerves were frayed. I paced back and forth, unable to sit still. The events of the day twisted together in my mind. Father's anger, Lucian's cruelty, the wolves in chains, John's voice, John's smile. I pressed my hand to my chest. Why does thinking of him make everything feel different? Why does the world feel heavier when I'm away from him? Why does it feel lighter when he's near? Books didn't distract me. Embroidery threads tangled in my fingers. The sun sank slowly outside my window, painting the sky a soft orange. I tried to resist. I tried to be rational. I tried to stay in the castle like a good princess. But my heart whispered again. Just one more visit, just one more talk, that's all. When the last sliver of sunlight dipped below the horizon, I stood, unable to deny the pull any longer. Tonight, I wasn't going to the forest for peace. I was going because he was there. By the time I reached the stables, night had already swallowed the courtyard. Lanterns flickered weakly against the breeze, and distant guards chatted lazily at their posts, unaware or uncaring that a princess was slipping past them again. I pulled my hood low, hiding my face and the bandaged arm beneath my cloak. The stable boy noticed me but didn't question it this time. Perhaps he thought royalty had the right to wander restlessly at night, or perhaps he recognized that I needed air more than anyone. "Your horse is ready, princess," he said quietly, almost kindly. I nodded, murmuring, "Thank you," before mounting quickly. As soon as we left the stone walls behind, my breath eased. The forest welcomed me with its dark canopy and earthy scent. The wind threaded through the branches overhead, whispering secrets I wasn't ready to hear. Every hoofbeat carried me deeper into the woods, closer to where my world had begun to shift. If Father finds out, if anyone sees me. I pushed the thoughts away before they could take root. The clearing appeared through the trees like an echo of memory, quiet, familiar, and far too important now. I reined in my horse, my pulse drumming hard. The air held a strange tension, not threatening, but charged, as if the forest itself anticipated what would happen next. I took a careful breath. And then a soft crunch broke the silence. I turned sharply, my heart leaping into my throat, but the moment fear sparked in my chest, it dissolved just as quickly. John Huntsman stepped out from between the trees. Human form, calm, unhurried, shadowed by moonlight, yet unmistakably clear. "You came," he said softly. I looked away too quickly. I just needed space again. His lips curved, a quiet smile that felt like it reached into my chest and closed around something fragile. He didn't tease, didn't question, didn't prod for truth. "Of course," he murmured. We drifted toward a fallen log near the edge of the clearing, neither of us suggesting it, yet both of us moving as though we'd done this many times before. I sat first. He sat after a respectful pause, leaving enough space between us for propriety, but close enough that I could feel the faint warmth radiating from him. My heart reacted before my mind could. He watched me for a moment, his gaze thoughtful. "Rough day?" he asked. My exhale came out shakier than intended. "You could say that." He waited, open and patient, not demanding answers, not forcing conversation. And strangely, that made it easier to speak. "The council met again today," I said, my voice quieter than the forest around us. "More rules, more punishments, more hatred." John's jaw tightened slightly, but he kept his voice even. "They believe wolves deserve it." "They believe wolves are monsters," I corrected softly. He looked at me, not sharply, not accusingly, but with a deep steadiness that made my throat tighten. "Do you believe that?" "No," the answer came instantly. "Not anymore." A breath escaped him, almost like relief. I continued, the words tumbling out before I could stop them. "I saw a rogue wolf family in the courtyard today. Their pup stole bread, he was starving, and the guards, they were ready to beat the parents, as if a child trying to eat is a crime." John lowered his gaze, shoulders tense. "That's normal for them." "It shouldn't be," I whispered. "It's wrong." He nodded slowly. "It is wrong, but it's been that way for years." He spoke of wolves losing homes, families forced apart, packs scattered by fear. His voice didn't crack, but there was heaviness there, grief buried under years of trying not to feel it. "Rogue life wasn't a choice for most of us," he said. "It was survival." The words hit deeper than he realized. I clasped my hands together, fingers trembling slightly. "It's just hard to watch cruelty and pretend it's normal. I feel like I'm suffocating inside the castle sometimes." His eyes softened. "I know the feeling." We both fell silent, sitting in the shadow of unspoken truths. He leaned forward slightly, elbows resting loosely on his knees, studying the forest floor as though trying to gather the right words. "I was young when my pack started falling apart," he said quietly. "Not enough food, not enough territory, too many hunters. I lost more than I wanted to lose. And it didn't stop. It never stops." His tone wasn't seeking pity, only understanding. And it stirred something deeper than sympathy inside me, something almost painful. I lowered my gaze. "I grew up feeling invisible, even as a princess, but that seems small compared to what you've endured." He looked up sharply, as though disagreeing. "Pain doesn't have to be compared to matter." My breath stilled. The quiet between us shifted, warm and delicate. It wrapped itself around us, fragile and comforting at the same time. Then he said it, so softly the wind nearly stole the words. "You're not what I expected from a vampire princess." My heart jolted. I swallowed. "You're not what I expected from a wolf." We shared a small laugh, real and soft and shockingly natural. It felt like something inside me uncoiled just enough to breathe again. Then John reached into his pocket and placed something small on the log between us. A carved wooden wolf. I froze. "I found this," he said, voice gentle. "Thought you might like it." My breath hitched. My fingers trembled as I picked it up. The wood was smooth, warm from being held in his hands. Its shape was simple but made with care, a wolf mid-step, head lifted slightly. No one had ever given me something like this. Nothing delicate, nothing thoughtful, nothing that felt like it was meant only for me. "John," I whispered, unable to hide the emotion in my voice. "Why give this to me?" He hesitated, eyes searching mine with a mixture of honesty and uncertainty. "Because," he said softly, "you see what others don't, and that matters." The words sank straight into my chest, spreading warmth and fear all at once. I looked away, overwhelmed, clutching the carving against my palm as though it might disappear. We sat there quietly, the forest breathing around us, the night thick with unspoken feelings neither of us dared acknowledge yet. I didn't want to leave, not yet, not when the world felt so different beside him. But before either of us could prolong the moment, a distant howl echoed across the tree line. Sharp, short-coded. I stiffened. Another howl answered from further away. John didn't turn around, but his shoulders tensed, too visibly to ignore. "What was that?" I whispered. He didn't answer immediately. The silence stretched. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady. "Wolves communicate sometimes, nothing more." But something was wrong. Very wrong. The howls weren't random. They were signals, coordinated, intentional, like warnings passed through the trees. He had told me he lived alone. But the forest told me otherwise. I watched him carefully, my heart sinking with a confusion I wasn't ready to face. "John," I said softly, "who are you really?" But he was already stepping back into the shadows, his expression unreadable. "Good night, Christina," he murmured. And then he was gone. I remained in the clearing long after John disappeared, staring at the space where his figure had slipped between the trees. The wooden wolf sat warm in my palm, its carved edges brushing against my skin like a tiny heartbeat. The forest felt different now, quieter, somehow heavier. The howls still echoed faintly in my mind, layered with messages I could not understand. He said he was alone. He said he had no pack. But those howls, they weren't random. They were coordinated, spaced just right, like signals passed from one wolf to another. I swallowed, my heart tugging painfully in two different directions. Part of me clung to the warmth of his voice, the gentleness in his eyes, the way he listened without judgment, and another part whispered warnings I couldn't ignore. What if he lied? What if he's not who he claims to be? My horse shifted restlessly, sensing my unease. I mounted quietly, tucking the wooden carving inside my cloak as though protecting it might steady me. The ride back to the castle felt longer than usual. My thoughts tangled and retangled, looping in circles I couldn't escape. Every snap of a branch startled me. Every shadow felt like a pair of eyes watching. Every rustle reminded me of the rogue wolf who had pinned me down, and of the wolf who had saved me. By the time the castle walls rose in the distance, my hands had grown cold against the reins. I shouldn't see him again, I told myself firmly. But another voice, smaller, softer, stubborn, whispered back, "I want to." When the guards at the gate spotted me, they straightened, but none questioned why I returned from the forest yet again. Perhaps they assumed a princess needed her space. Perhaps they were simply afraid to challenge royal blood. I slipped inside unnoticed. My footsteps echoed quietly through the stone corridor as I climbed toward my chamber. Only when the door closed behind me did I finally allow my body to sag with exhaustion. The wooden wolf came out of my cloak almost reverently. I set it in my hands, turning it slowly, studying each carved detail as though it might reveal something more about the man who made it, or found it, or chose to give it to me. It was simple, it was small, yet it felt heavier than any jeweled gift I'd received in my life. I sat on the edge of my bed, brushing my thumb over the wolf's carved muzzle. My heart beat softly, unsteadily, like it wasn't sure whether to warm or sink. Why give this to me? Why care at all? Why look at me like I mattered? I touched my scar unconsciously, expecting the usual pinch of old shame. But tonight, it felt different, almost muted, softened by the memory of a man who hadn't flinched when he saw it. A man who had looked directly into my eyes instead. I lay down slowly, staring at the ceiling while moonlight spilled through the window in thin silver lines. My arm throbbed beneath its bandage. But even the ache felt distant compared to the turmoil in my chest. Something was happening inside me, something new, terrifying, and wonderfully warm. I closed my eyes, the wooden carving held tight against my chest. Images replayed behind my eyelids like gentle echoes. John's quiet smile, his steady hands wrapping my wound, his soft, thoughtful voice as he said, "You see what others don't." The warmth in his gaze, so rare, so unguarded, the moment our laughter blended softly together. And then the howls, sharp, intentional, mysterious, reminders that he carried secrets I could not see yet. But despite the shadows that clung to him, despite the warnings etched into those distant calls, despite my father's hatred for wolves, despite everything, my heart no longer cared. I turned on my side, the wooden wolf tucked safely beneath my fingers, and whispered into the darkness, "I want to see him again." The admission slipped out like a confession to the night itself, quiet, trembling, but undeniably true. The castle felt far away. The forest felt closer than ever, And somewhere between those two worlds, one man had begun changing everything I thought I knew. Sleep drifted over me slowly, not peaceful, not smooth, but filled with the warmth of a presence I shouldn't long for. When my eyes finally closed, one truth lay beneath every breath I took. I was falling, quietly, dangerously, unmistakably, for John Huntsman. Morning should have felt peaceful, but the moment my eyes opened, my heart was already beating too fast. A restless pulse thudded beneath my ribs, a mixture of guilt, anticipation, and something I didn't want to name. The wooden wolf carving lay beside my pillow. The same carving John Huntsman had placed in my palm last night with quiet sincerity. The memory of that moment, his fingers brushing mine, the gentleness in his eyes, sent a flush up my throat. I immediately looked away from the little carving, as if avoiding its gaze could steady me. Internal voice, I shouldn't keep this, but I can't let it go. I reached for it anyway, brushing the smooth lines he had carved, each stroke oddly calming. It felt like holding a confession I wasn't ready to speak aloud, warm, fragile, dangerous. A knock sounded at my door. My hand darted beneath the blanket, hiding the carving instinctively. Myra Talvorn entered with a tray of morning tea, humming softly until she caught sight of my stiff posture. She stopped humming. "Princess, you seem distracted today." Her tone was light, but her eyes narrowed slightly, not with suspicion, just curiosity. Myra was a kind woman, gentle in the way many nobles weren't, but even she wasn't someone I could trust with the truth. I forced a smile, just thinking. "About what?" she asked before quickly adding, "if I may ask." "Nothing important," I lied. She hesitated the way people often did around me, as if wanting to say more but unsure if they should, and then gave a polite nod before moving to tidy the drapes. When she finally left, closing the door quietly behind her, I exhaled long and slow. I retrieved the carving from beneath the blanket, holding it between my palms for a final moment before tucking it deep inside my wardrobe, hidden between layers of folded dresses I rarely wore. My heart stayed uneven. The urge that pressed into me wasn't about romance. It wasn't even about John. Not entirely. I needed answers. Answers about him, answers about wolves, answers about everything I'd been taught my entire life, everything I had watched people repeat without question. Internal voice. Someone has to ask. Someone has to see if the stories are true. By the time I stepped into the hallway, my jaw was set with a resolve I barely understood myself. I moved first to the kitchen. Servants always talked most freely before realizing who they were speaking to. A kitchen maid was peeling vegetables by the long table, humming softly until my footsteps made her jump. She nearly dropped the carrot in her hand. "Oh, Princess Christina, I didn't see you." I offered a small smile, pretending casual curiosity, though my heart pounded at the question forming on my tongue. "May I ask you something?" She nodded rapidly, eyes wide. "Do you think all wolves are dangerous?" I asked. The carrot slipped entirely from her fingers this time, bouncing softly on the floor. "Princess, wolves are monsters. Everyone knows that." "Everyone," I repeated. Her face pinched with worry, as though my question itself was some sort of forbidden offense. "Yes, of course," she whispered. "It's just the truth." But it wasn't the truth. Not the one I had lived last night. I murmured thanks and moved on before she could sense my disappointment. Next, I approached a guard polishing armor near the courtyard doors. His posture straightened immediately. "Princess," he greeted with a stiff bow. "Tell me," I said gently, "have you ever actually spoken to a wolf? A rogue, perhaps?" He blinked in confusion. "Spoken, Princess, they don't speak, they kill." My chest tightened. "But have you ever met one?" "Thank the goddess, no," he answered quickly. I realized that didn't surprise me. Most vampires had opinions about wolves without ever having stood near one, not even peacefully, not even long enough to truly see them. I continued through the castle, stopping at the library next. The elderly librarian, surrounded by scrolls and dust, looked startled that a royal would visit at this hour. Princess Christina. I wanted to ask. I hesitated, forcing a light tone. Have you ever read any neutral texts about wolves, perhaps something not written by the council? The librarian adjusted her spectacles, hesitating before answering. Most say wolves were born to betray, Princess, but my grandmother used to whisper older tales, stories where wolves protected the land. She glanced toward the door, lowering her voice. Those stories faded after the wars. No one repeats them now. She lowered her gaze quickly, suddenly nervous. A soft shiver ran through me. Internal voice, so there were other stories once. The librarian swallowed. Is something troubling you, Princess? I'm fine, I said quietly and stepped away, though my chest felt raw and unsettled. Internal voice, the more I hear, the less it makes sense. My shoes echoed down the corridor as I walked, each step heavier. Everyone believed wolves were monsters. Everyone except me. And I was beginning to feel the weight of that difference. Like a crack spreading through a wall no one else wanted to see. Queen Seraphina noticed things others overlooked. She always had. Even when I thought I'd hidden every flicker of doubt behind a polite smile, her gaze found the tremor beneath it. I had barely stepped out of the corridor when she appeared beside me, her expression soft but edged with concern. Walk with me, she said. Her voice was gentle, but there was no room for refusal. I followed her through the long hallway, stained glass windows scattering colored light over the stone floor. We stepped onto a smaller balcony overlooking the training yard, where soldiers clashed wooden blades and shouted instructions at one another below. The door closed behind us, muting the noise. My mother turned toward me fully, her hands folded at her waist, her expression somber. You've been asking questions about wolves. My heart jolted. Who told you? Several servants, she replied softly. They worry your compassion may be misunderstood. Her choice of words was careful, but the meaning struck like a warning bell. Why is asking considered dangerous? I whispered. Seraphina stepped closer, lowering her voice even further. Because your father will not tolerate dissent, not on this matter, not after what happened decades ago. Her fingers lifted to her throat, gently pressing as if soothing an old ache, a gesture I had only ever seen when fear cut deeper than her composure allowed. The sight unsettled me more than her words. There it was again, that shadow of a past no one ever explained in detail. A story shrouded in fear and anger, always summarized as, wolves betrayed us. But if that story were true, why had John risked his life to save mine? And what exactly happened? I asked quietly. Her expression tightened painfully. That is not something he allows discussed, and not something I'm free to question. I stared at her, unsettled. Even she, Queen Seraphina, who possessed the gentlest heart in the castle, wasn't allowed to speak freely about wolves. Mother, I began, what if the stories we were told are incomplete? What if? She grabbed my hand abruptly, her grip trembling. Child, she whispered, fear abruptly filling her eyes, please, do not question him openly. It is not safe. Her voice cracked on the last word. Safe. A word I had always associated with this castle, with my family. But now it felt like a fragile illusion, fraying at the edges each time I tried to look past the accepted beliefs. I wasn't trying to challenge him, I said softly. I know, she whispered, but even curiosity can be dangerous here. Her thumb stroked the back of my hand, a soothing gesture that only deepened my guilt. My mother was trying to protect me from a truth she herself wasn't allowed to access. She stepped back, smoothing her dress and attempting to compose herself. Please be cautious, Christina, I beg you. I will, I said, though the promise felt like a lie resting uneasily on my tongue. As we walked back inside, her concern settled into me like a heavy stone. The fear in her eyes stayed with me long after we parted. My room felt smaller than usual when I returned, tight, suffocating, as though the walls were pressing inward. I paced the floor, unable to calm the racing thoughts in my head. Each quiet footstep seemed to echo the same accusation. Internal voice. How many lies is this now? 5, 10. Lies to Myra. Lies to my mother. Lies to the guards. Lies to my father. And worst of all, lies I told myself. I sank down onto the edge of my bed, fingers twisting together anxiously. The bandage beneath my sleeve pulsed faintly, a physical reminder of the night everything began unraveling. John wrapping my wound. John fighting off the rogue wolf. John looking at me, not as a princess, not as a scarred girl, but as someone he truly saw. The memory warmed me and terrified me at the same time. Internal voice. Am I becoming someone my father would despise? The thought pierced deeply. King Alistair valued loyalty above all else, blind loyalty, obedience, silence, unquestioning faith in his version of the truth. And here I was, sneaking out at night, hiding forbidden moments with a wolf questioning decades of ingrained prejudice. My actions weren't just reckless, they were treasonous in his eyes. But every time I pictured John, every moment replayed with startling clarity. His kindness, his patience, the softness in his voice. I couldn't convince myself to stop. I rose abruptly from the bed, unable to sit still. I pressed my palm over my bandaged arm, feeling the pressure of my own heartbeat. Heat crept into my cheeks, shame, fear, longing all tangled together. I shouldn't see him again, I whispered to the empty room. But even as the words left my lips, they rang hollow. Because I knew I would. Because the truth was simple and undeniable. I wanted to see him. Not because he was a wolf, not because he saved my life, not because he treated me kindly, but because he made me feel understood. Like my thoughts weren't foolish, like my compassion wasn't weakness, like my scar wasn't my identity. It was a dangerous feeling, one I couldn't explain, much less control. The sun dipped lower behind the mountains, shadows stretching long across my chamber floor. And as dusk began its slow descent, the decision formed inside me with startling clarity. I would go to the forest tonight. No matter what my father decreed, no matter how many lies I had to tell, no matter how dangerous it was becoming. Internal voice, I need to see him. Not to confess anything, not to act on the feelings twisting inside me, but to breathe honestly for one moment, to hear a voice that didn't judge me, to escape the suffocating weight of the castle. I pulled my cloak from the wardrobe, my hands trembling slightly, and draped it around my shoulders. The wooden wolf carving remained hidden deep beneath folded fabric, but I could feel its warmth as though it were pressed against my chest. Tonight I needed answers, and only one person could give them to me. Sneaking out of the castle had become both easier and harder. Easier because I now knew which corridors emptied during patrol transitions, which guards chatted too long near the stairwell, which torches burned low enough to disguise my passing shadow. Harder because every step carried the weight of something unspoken, something increasingly impossible to deny. As dusk fell, I moved swiftly through the side hall near the old armory. My hood was drawn low, my cloak wrapped tight around my arm. The castle breathed with the usual evening rhythm, footsteps, murmured conversations, distant clatter from kitchen servants, but none of it comforted me. My pulse chased itself restlessly as I slipped outside. The stable felt colder tonight. The stable boy looked up when he saw me. "Out again, princess?" he asked, not judging, just curious. "Just clearing my thoughts," I replied, forcing a steady tone. He nodded. He'd learned long ago not to question royal business. I saddled my horse quickly and guided her quietly into the forest path. The wind caught my cloak, making it billow behind me like a shadow trying to follow. The deeper I rode, the more the castle's noise faded, until only the forest remained. The woods greeted me with a hush, cool air brushing my cheeks, pine needles crunching softly beneath hooves. But beneath that quiet was a trembling anticipation I could not hide from myself. Internal voice, if he's not there, you will be disappointed. Internal voice, softer, if he is, what then? I reached the clearing where everything had changed, where a rogue wolf had nearly killed me, and where John Huntsman had saved me with decisive grace. My breath hitched as my eyes swept the shadows. At first, there was nothing, just the soft flutter of leaves, the faint rustle of distant branches. A quiet disappointment loosened my shoulders. Then a soft crunch behind me made me twist instinctively, hand rising in reflex defense. John stepped out from between the trees. Human form, calm, watching me with that steady gaze that always seemed to see more than I intended. "You came," he said quietly. The simple statement made my pulse trip. I looked away quickly. I just needed space again. A faint smile curved his lips, not mocking, not assuming, simply understanding. "Of course." He stepped closer, but kept enough distance that I didn't feel cornered. Somehow, that made me even more aware of him. We settled on a fallen log, a place that had already begun to feel familiar. The forest closed around us, warm and strangely comforting, though the night carried an undertone of tension I couldn't yet place. He studied me for a moment before speaking. "Rough day." I exhaled shakily. "You could say that." He didn't press, didn't offer empty comfort. He simply waited, letting the silence fill with possibility instead of pressure. "I asked people today," I admitted, staring at the ground. "Servants, guards, even the librarian about wolves." His posture shifted almost imperceptibly, alert but still calm. "And what did they say?" I let out a humorless laugh. "That wolves are monsters, that they kill without reason, that betrayal is their nature." His jaw tightened. "And you, what do you believe?" I swallowed, feeling my heartbeat climb higher in my chest. "I don't know anymore, because you." My voice caught, heat rising along my neck. He waited patiently, his eyes steady on mine. "You're not what they describe," I finished quietly. A soft breath left him, not relief, not victory, just sincerity. "I feel peaceful around you," he murmured. The words struck deeply, not because of how he said them, but because they felt true. My heart stuttered, peaceful around me. My voice came out faint. "Why?" He studied me in a way that made me feel seen, not inspected. "Because you don't judge me, because you don't look at me with fear or hatred. You don't repeat the lies your people live by." I swallowed hard. "I feel the same." A warm silence settled between us, fragile yet full. He leaned forward slightly, elbows resting on his knees. "You carry a lot on your shoulders, Christina." Hearing him say my name did something to me, something I couldn't properly describe. "Everyone in the castle expects me to think the same way they do," I whispered. "To hate wolves, to fear them, but my throat tightened. I can't, not after meeting you." His eyes softened. I opened my mouth, wanting to confess something I didn't fully understand yet, but panic rose just as quickly. Internal voice, "If I say it, everything changes." I closed my mouth again, the words dissolving into the cold night air. He didn't push. He didn't even shift his posture. He simply watched me with quiet patience, as if he knew I was balancing on the edge of something I wasn't ready to name. "Well," he said gently, "whatever you were going to say, you can keep it until you're ready." I dropped my gaze to my hands, unexpectedly grateful. My emotions were a storm. He didn't need to stand in the center of it. We sat like that for a few breaths, the closeness between us soft and dangerous. When I finally stood, it was because I feared I would stay if I didn't move. John rose too, stepping beside me but keeping a respectful distance as he walked me toward the forest's edge. He stayed in human form, another silent reassurance. When we reached the place where trees thinned and moonlight spilled across the path, I forced myself to speak. "Good night," I whispered. "Good night, Christina." His voice held something unspoken, things neither of us dared acknowledge aloud. As I mounted my horse, my hands shook slightly. The world felt fuller, brighter, heavier than when I'd left the castle. Internal voice, I almost told him. The confession throbbed through me the whole ride back. I almost told him. I almost said too much. I almost let myself fall. And the terrifying part, I wasn't sure I regretted it. By the time the castle came into view, my pulse still hadn't settled. The night seemed to cling to me even as I passed under the lanterns near the gates. I dismounted quietly, brushing my fingertips over my horse's muzzle before leading her into the stable. My thoughts were too loud, too tangled with guilt, longing, and the echo of John's voice. "You don't judge. I feel peaceful around you." Words I shouldn't hold on to. Words that still warmed me like secret embers. I took a deep breath before stepping back into the castle. The moment I entered the corridor leading to the dining hall, the familiar dread wrapped around me again. I could already hear voices, a clatter of utensils, the murmur of nobles, the stern rumble of my father's tone. I was late, and everyone knew it. When I pushed open the dining hall doors, all heads turned for a heartbeat. The grand table gleamed under crystal chandeliers, the plates already half finished. The air smelled of roasted vegetables, spiced wine, and tension. King Alistair Dracula's eyes narrowed the second he saw me. I lowered my gaze respectfully and hurried to my seat beside Queen Seraphina. My cheeks still held the warmth of the forest air, and my pulse gave me away. Alistair resumed speaking to General Lucian Bloodbane, his voice sharp as broken glass. "If wolves cross our borders again, we will crush them. I want the patrols doubled by morning." Lucian gave a satisfied nod, dark amusement flickering behind his eyes. The cruelty in that small gesture sliced through me. Something inside me snapped. Words rose before I could stop them, before I could think, before reason could smother them. Not all wolves are bad. The hall fell silent. Utterly, terribly silent. Queen Seraphina froze, her fork suspended midair. Liliana's mouth parted slightly, her eyes wide with fear. Lucian hid a smirk behind his goblet, delighted, not by my boldness, but by the conflict it would create. Alistair turned toward me slowly, as though he needed time to process that his quiet, forgotten daughter had dared to speak against him. "What did you say?" His voice was soft, too soft, the kind of softness that made the air feel dangerously thin. My throat tightened, but I refused to take the words back. "I said," I breathed, "not all wolves are monsters, some are just trying to survive." His fist slammed onto the table. The force rattled goblets. A pitcher tipped, spilling wine across the polished wood like spreading ink. My mother flinched. Liliana reached for my hand under the table, but I couldn't move. "Enough," Alistair roared. "I will not tolerate this naive sympathy." His anger scorched the air. I felt every bit of it. The disappointment, the disbelief, the accusation that I had betrayed him simply by thinking differently. Lucian leaned back in his seat, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding storm. "Patrols will be doubled," Alistair continued, voice seething. "Disobedient wolves will be captured on sight." A servant near the far wall flinched, nearly dropping a tray. One guard shifted uneasily, eyes darting toward me with a silent warning, as though he already knew doubled patrols meant blood on the borders. My stomach twisted sharply, internal voice. "John, this will put him in even more danger." My breath hitched. Captured. Because of me. Because I challenged him. A cold weight dropped through my stomach. Every word my father spoke felt like a chain tightening around John's neck, and I had handed him the chain. Then Alistair stood abruptly, eyes blazing. "And you, Christina, are forbidden from entering the forests. Ever." My world cracked open. The forest was the only place I could breathe. The only place I'd found truth, hope, connection. The only place where judgment wasn't suffocating me. The only place where John was. I bowed my head to hide the tremble in my lips. Queen Seraphina's hand slipped under the tablecloth, gripping mine with desperate pressure. Liliana's eyes shone with sympathy, but neither dared speak. I swallowed hard, fighting to stay composed. The room blurred at the edges. The moment dinner concluded, I stood abruptly and left the hall before anyone could stop me. The door closed behind me, muffling the voices inside. My breath escaped in a trembling rush. Internal voice. "He doesn't understand. He will never understand." My feet carried me toward my chamber automatically. but my thoughts raced in every direction at once. Once inside, I slammed the door and leaned against it, breathing shallowly. I grabbed my cloak. I didn't think. I couldn't think. Every emotion inside me surged in a way that felt unstoppable. Anger at my father's cruelty, guilt for endangering John, desperation to see him, one person in this world who didn't treat me like a mistake. Internal voice, I need to see him. I need to tell someone the truth. It wasn't a romantic impulse. It was a human one. I slipped through the dim corridor, timing my steps with the patrol shifts. The stables were quiet, too quiet. My horse lifted her head as I entered, sensing my urgency. Within moments, I was riding beneath the moonlight again, the wind tearing past me, heart pounding in my chest. The forest loomed ahead, dark and familiar. Internal voice, John, please be there. I didn't know what I would say. I didn't know what I would do. All I knew was that I couldn't stay away. Not anymore. The sound of my father's voice still echoed in my head as I rode. Forbidden, ever. The word clung to me like a curse, sharp and heavy, pressing against my thoughts with every strike of the horse's hooves against the forest floor. The night air was cold, biting against my cheeks, but it did nothing to cool the storm churning inside my chest. My cloak snapped violently behind me as I urged my horse faster, branches brushing past my arms, leaves scattering underfoot. I barely noticed the sting when a low branch scraped my sleeve. My grip on the reins was too tight, white-knuckled, desperate. Internal voice, I can't let him control every step I take. If I stopped now, if I turned back, I knew I would suffocate beneath the weight of obedience, beneath the silence my father demanded, beneath a truth that was being buried alive. The forest seemed darker tonight, thicker somehow, as if the trees themselves were aware that I was breaking a rule carved in stone. Shadows stretched long and restless between the trunks. Every rustle made my spine tighten. Every distant sound felt like watching eyes. My wounded arm throbbed beneath my sleeve, a deep, pulsing ache that reminded me of everything that had already gone wrong. I welcomed the pain. It anchored me. It proved this wasn't a dream, that John had been real, that what we shared wasn't something my mind had invented out of loneliness. I swallowed hard and leaned forward, urging my horse onward. The clearing came into view slowly, moonlight spilling across familiar ground. My breath caught as I slowed, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it might break free of my ribs. I dismounted quickly, boots hitting the ground with more force than necessary. My hands shook as I tied the reins, my fingers clumsy with nerves. The forest was silent. Too silent. I took a hesitant step forward, eyes scanning the shadows instinctively, every sense sharpened. My heart ached with anticipation and dread in equal measure. Internal voice, please, please let him be here. I didn't know what I would do if he was. I stood there, alone in the clearing, the cold air curling around me, my breath visible in faint clouds. The weight of my father's anger pressed down on me, but beneath it was something stronger. Hope. Hope was a dangerous thing. I hugged my cloak closer around myself, the fabric whispering softly as I turned in a slow circle, searching the darkness. The memory of John's voice, steady and calm, replayed in my mind uninvited. I feel peaceful around you. The words made my chest tighten painfully. John, I whispered before I could stop myself. The forest held its breath. Then, a soft rustle came from the edge of the clearing. My pulse spiked instantly. I spun toward the sound, instincts flaring, fingers curling slightly as if ready to summon claws if needed. From between the trees, a familiar shape emerged. John Huntsman stepped into the moonlight, already in human form. His expression was alert, concerned, his body tense in the way of someone who had been watching, waiting. Relief crashed into me, so hard my knees nearly gave out. He moved toward me quickly, closing the distance in long strides. What happened? The concern in his voice unraveled something inside me. I took a step forward too fast, my foot catching on uneven ground. My balance faltered, and before I could steady myself, strong hands caught my arms. John's grip was firm but careful, grounding me instantly. For a heartbeat, I just stared at him. At his face, at the faint lines of worry drawn across his brow, at the way his eyes searched mine, as if trying to read everything I wasn't saying. The fear, the defiance, the desperation. All of it spilled out at once. I grabbed him. My arms wrapped around his torso without permission, without thought, pressing my face into his chest as if I could anchor myself there. The warmth of him seeped through my cloak, steady and real. For a single frozen second, he didn't move. Then his arms came around me, slowly, cautiously, one hand settling between my shoulders, the other at my side, careful of my injury. The contact made my breath hitch. "My father," I whispered, my voice trembling against him. "He forbade me from ever coming here." John's breath stuttered, his chest rising sharply beneath my cheek. "I knew he'd react badly," he murmured quietly, "but I didn't think it would scare you this much." I pulled back just enough to look up at him, my hands still gripping his shirt, as if letting go might send him vanishing into the trees. "I can't lose this place," I said, the words breaking free before I could stop them. "I can't lose you." The moment the words left my mouth, I wished I could pull them back. John's eyes darkened with something deep and conflicted. His jaw tightened, and for a second he looked away, as if steadying himself. "Christina," he said softly, "you shouldn't say things like that." Internal voice. Then why does your voice sound like you feel it too? His hand lifted slowly, hesitating just before touching my face. When he finally cupped my cheek, he did so carefully, his thumb resting just shy of my scar, deliberately avoiding it. The gesture struck deeper than if he had touched it. "I feel peaceful with you," he admitted quietly, "more than I ever should." Warmth exploded in my chest, spreading through me like fire and light. I leaned into his touch without thinking, my eyes slipping shut for a brief, dangerous moment. The forest seemed to fade away. There was only us. And that was when the night shattered. A sharp crack echoed through the trees. John stiffened instantly. His entire body went rigid, instincts flaring so suddenly I felt it even before I understood why. His hand tightened slightly on my shoulder as his gaze snapped toward the sound. I followed his line of sight. Faint lights flickered between the trees. Torches. My blood turned cold. "No," I whispered, "Father wouldn't." But even as I spoke, I knew. The lights multiplied, spreading outward, encircling the clearing with terrifying precision. Shadows moved with purpose now, armored shapes advancing, boots crushing leaves and branches underfoot. John's hand found mine instinctively, his grip firm and protective. The torches burst into the clearing all at once. Dozens of vampire soldiers flooded in, spears raised, armor gleaming under the moonlight. The circle closed tight around us, cutting off every escape. I gasped as a familiar figure stepped forward, torchlight illuminating his sharp smile. General Lucien Bloodbane. "Well," he drawled coldly, eyes flicking between us, "found the princess, and her friend." John shifted subtly in front of me, his shoulders squaring, a low warning sound vibrating in his chest. His teeth flashed briefly, not in attack, but in instinctive defense. "Stop," I shouted, stepping forward. "Don't touch him." Lucien's smile widened. And then, the soldiers parted. My father stepped into the clearing. King Alistair Dracula's presence crushed the air from my lungs. His cloak trailed behind him, his expression carved from fury and disbelief. His eyes locked onto me first. Hurt, rage, betrayal. Then his gaze shifted to John. "A wolf," he said slowly, lethally, "with my daughter." I moved without thinking, stepping fully in front of John, spreading my arms as if my body alone could shield him. A collective gasp rippled through the soldiers. "Christina," my father commanded, his voice shaking with restrained violence. "Move now." I shook my head, heart hammering wildly. "No." John's voice came from behind me, urgent and low. "Christina, please don't do this." Internal voice, "If I don't stand here, they will kill him." My father's glare burned into me. "What did he do to you?" Alastair demanded. My voice broke as the truth tore free. "He saved my life." The words rang through the clearing like a strike of lightning. For a moment, no one moved. The soldiers shifted uneasily, spears wavering as murmurs rippled through the ring of armor and torchlight. I felt John tense behind me, his breath steady but his body coiled, ready for violence if it came. My father stared at me as if I had spoken in a foreign tongue. "Saved you," Alastair repeated slowly. "Wolves kill, they do not save." "That's not true," I said, my voice shaking but loud enough to carry. "He saved me from a rogue, a feral one. I would be dead if he hadn't intervened." Lucian laughed softly, a sound that crawled under my skin. "A convenient story." "It's the truth," I snapped, turning on him. "He fought it off, he protected me, he bandaged my arm." I yanked my sleeve up before fear could stop me, exposing the wrap beneath, clean, careful, unmistakably deliberate. A hush fell. My father took a step forward, his gaze fixed on the bandage. He reached out, fingers hovering for a fraction of a second before touching it, testing the knot, the placement. His expression faltered, not into softness, but into something far more dangerous. Doubt. Fear. The realization that his daughter had nearly been taken from him. The soldiers watched closely now, their certainty wavering. This was not the tale they had been taught. This was not the script. John remained still behind me, his presence steady as stone. I could feel the tension in him, the readiness to shift, to fight, but he did not move unless I did. "Enough," my father said at last, lifting his hand sharply. The soldiers froze instantly. "Detain the wolf." "No," I cried, twisting back toward John and clutching his arm with both hands. "Father, no." "He was touching you," Alastair roared. "I will not kill him because of you, but I will not allow him near you again." Lucian's smile vanished, replaced by thinly veiled irritation. My father's voice cut through the clearing iron hard. "He will be contained, under guard, near the castle. Limited access. I will determine whether he poses a threat." "He doesn't," I pleaded. "He never did." "Enough," Alastair snapped, eyes blazing. "If he so much as breathes wrong, he will be executed." John met my father's gaze, without bowing his head. He said nothing. But the silence spoke for him, defiant, unafraid. Royal guards moved in carefully, surrounding him with measured steps, weapons lowered just enough to avoid provoking a shift. I felt hands gently but firmly pull me back. "No," I whispered again, my grip slipping from John's sleeve as they restrained him, not violently but with purpose. He looked at me. Not with fear, not with anger. With calm. A small, reassuring look that shattered me completely. Internal voice. How can he be the one comforting me when he's the prisoner? His lips moved without sound. "It's okay." My breath broke. "Bring him to the lower quarters," Lucian ordered sharply. I surged forward instinctively, but my father stepped into my path. "You are coming with me," Alastair said, his voice low and unyielding. I glared at him, truly glared, for the first time in my life. For a fleeting heartbeat, something cracked in his expression. Fear, not of me, but of losing me. Then it vanished. The guards dragged John away through the trees, torches bobbing as they moved. I watched until his silhouette disappeared completely into the darkness. Internal voice. I brought danger to him, and he still looked back for me. Something inside me hardened. I was shattered, but I was also awake. And I knew nothing would ever be the same again. They did not allow me a moment. The instant John vanished into the trees, torches pulling his shadow apart piece by piece, my father turned sharply and began walking back toward the castle. The soldiers followed at once, formation tightening, the forest bending to their authority as easily as it bent to fear. I stumbled after him, my legs heavy, my chest tight enough to hurt. Every step away from the clearing felt wrong, as if I were abandoning something vital there, something alive. "Father," I said hoarsely, "you can't." "Not another word," Alistair cut in without turning. His voice was cold, clipped, stripped of all warmth. "You have already said too much." Lucian walked a few paces behind him, close enough that I could feel his presence like a blade at my back. I hated the satisfaction in his posture. He had wanted blood tonight. He had not received it, but he had gained something else. Control. The path back to the castle felt endless. The trees thinned slowly, the moonlight growing brighter as stone walls rose ahead of us. My thoughts churned violently, replaying the last look John had given me, calm, steady, forgiving. I didn't deserve that look. The gates opened without question. Word had already spread. I could feel it in the way guards avoided my eyes, in the way servants stiffened as we passed. Whispers slithered along the corridors, curling behind us like smoke. "Princess, wolf betrayal." My father stopped abruptly in the central hall, spinning toward me so suddenly I nearly collided with him. "Do you understand," he said quietly, "what you have done?" I swallowed. I told the truth. "You humiliated me," he hissed. "In front of my soldiers, my general, you defied me openly." "I protected someone who didn't deserve to die." I shot back before I could stop myself. The slap of silence that followed was heavier than any strike. Alistair stared at me, disbelief written across his face. "You think this is about him?" he demanded. "This is about you, about your safety, about the kingdom." "Or about your hatred," I whispered. His eyes flashed. "You know nothing," he snapped. "Nothing of what wolves have taken from us." "Then tell me," I pleaded, stepping closer. "Tell me what really happened, not the stories, not the slogans, the truth." For a moment, just a moment, I thought he might. Instead, his expression hardened. "You will return to your chambers," he said. "You will not leave without escort, and you will not speak of this again." I laughed bitterly, the sound raw and broken. "You think you can cage me like him?" The words were a mistake. His jaw clenched, fury simmering just beneath the surface. "Do not compare yourself to that creature." "He is not a creature," I said firmly. "He is a person, and he saved me." My father turned away, his shoulders rigid. "This conversation is over." Two guards stepped forward, not to seize me, but close enough to make the message clear. I was being watched. Escorted. Contained. I walked to my chambers in silence, the weight of the castle pressing down on me from every side. The door closed behind me with a final, echoing thud that felt far too much like a lock. I stood there for a long moment, staring at the stone wall opposite me, my reflection faint in the polished surface. Internal voice, he's alone, surrounded by enemies, and I left him there. My hands shook as I crossed the room. I sank onto the edge of my bed, the quiet roaring in my ears. The bandage beneath my sleeve throbbed again, as if reminding me that this was real. That John was real. I pulled my cloak free and let it fall to the floor. Then I opened my wardrobe. My fingers found the wooden wolf carving instantly, hidden deep among folded fabric. I pressed it into my palm, gripping it hard enough to hurt. "I'm sorry," I whispered to the empty room. "I didn't mean for this." The carving was warm from my skin, solid and grounding. Internal voice, they think they've ended this. I stood slowly, resolve building beneath the ache. They haven't. Because John was still alive. Because he was close. And because I had no intention of letting him face this alone. Sleep did not come. No matter how long I lay staring at the ceiling, no matter how tightly I closed my eyes, the night refused to loosen its grip on me. The shadows in my chamber felt heavier than usual, stretching and shifting with every flicker of torchlight from the corridor outside. John's face rose behind my closed lids again and again. The calm in his eyes as the guards restrained him, the silent reassurance on his lips when he should have been afraid, the way he stood tall before my father unbowed, unbroken. Internal voice, they took him because of me. I turned onto my side, clutching the wooden wolf carving against my chest. The smooth surface pressed into my palm, grounding me when my thoughts threatened to spiral. Somewhere in the castle, chains were being fastened, doors were being shut, guards were being assigned. And John was behind one of those doors. The realization twisted painfully inside me. I rose from the bed quietly, padding across the chamber to the window. From here, I could see the faint outline of the lower quarters, stone structures tucked against the inner wall of the castle, rarely used except for containment. Torches burned there too. My breath caught. Internal voice, he's close and still out of reach. A soft knock sounded at my door. I stiffened instantly. "Princess," came a hesitant voice, one of the guards assigned to the corridor. "Yes," I answered, forcing my voice to remain steady. "The king has ordered that you rest. You are not to leave your chamber tonight." "I understand," I said quietly. The footsteps retreated, armor clinking faintly as the guard resumed his post. I let out a slow breath. They were watching me, but not closely enough. I returned to the bed and sat, staring down at the carving in my hand. The firelight caught the grooves John had etched so carefully, every line deliberate, patient. Internal voice, you said I deserved better, but you're the one paying the price. Guilt pressed down on me, thick and suffocating, but beneath it something stronger was forming. Resolve. My father believed he had ended this by confining John, by drawing lines in stone and blood. He believed authority alone could erase what had already taken root. He was wrong. I rose once more and moved deliberately through my chamber, committing every sound, every shift of light to memory. The patrol outside passed in predictable intervals. The guards spoke in low voices, careless with their patterns. They always underestimated me. Because I was quiet, because I obeyed, because I had never been a threat. Until now. I pressed my forehead briefly against the cool stone wall, letting the chills steady me. Internal voice, I won't abandon him. Not after he had stood between me and death, not after he had looked at me like I mattered. I slipped back beneath the covers as footsteps approached again, slowing my breathing, closing my eyes just in time for the door to creak open slightly. A guard peeked in, saw me still, and withdrew. The door shut softly. In the darkness, my eyes opened. I stared up at the ceiling, heart pounding with a quiet certainty. John was still alive. And as long as that was true, this story was far from over. The dawn crept in quietly, gray and heavy, as if even the sun hesitated to look upon the castle this morning. I woke before the bells, my heart already aching with a dull, persistent throb that had nothing to do with sleep. For a moment, I lay still, staring at the stone ceiling above my bed, listening to the distant sounds of guards, changing shifts, and servants beginning their routines. John's face rose in my mind immediately. The calm in his eyes, the way he hadn't fought when they took him, the look he gave me, steady, reassuring, when he should have been terrified. Internal voice, I have to see him. I can't let him face this place alone. The thought was not dramatic. It was simple, certain, like knowing the sun would rise even behind clouds. I pushed myself upright, the sheets sliding down around me. My arm ached faintly beneath the sleeve, the wound still healing, still reminding me of the night that had changed everything. I welcomed the pain. It grounded me. A knock sounded at the door. "Come in," I said, steadying my voice. Myra Talvorn entered carrying folded garments and a basin of water. She paused almost immediately, her gaze flicking to my face, then away again. I recognized that look now, the careful one, the one people used when something was being whispered about them. She set the basin down quietly. "The king ordered increased security today," she said, as she began laying out my clothes. "Extra patrols, more guards in the lower courtyards." Her hands hesitated just slightly. Something must have happened last night. My breath caught for a fraction of a second. I kept my expression neutral, schooling my features the way I had been taught since childhood. "Probably routine precaution," I replied calmly. Father tends to be thorough. Myra nodded, though her eyes lingered on me longer than necessary. Suspicion flickered there, not accusation, not yet, but awareness. Yes, she murmured, of course. She helped me dress in silence after that, the quiet stretching between us. I chose a cloak deliberately, a dark one, heavier than usual. It wasn't for warmth. It was armor, something to hide behind. Without it, I felt too exposed, too readable. When Myra finished and excused herself, I stood alone for a moment, adjusting the clasp at my throat. Internal voice. Everyone knows something changed. They just don't know what. I stepped into the corridor, my footsteps echoing softly against the stone. The castle felt different today, taut, watchful, as if every wall had grown ears overnight. As I passed a bend near the eastern stairwell, voices drifted toward me, low, careless. The wolf prisoner, one guard muttered. I slowed without meaning to. Strangest thing, another replied. The king ordered no shackles, only restraints if he shifts. Should have killed him, the first guard scoffed. Mercy makes people weak. My stomach twisted painfully. I didn't stop. I didn't confront them. I kept walking, my spine straight, my pace measured. Internal voice. This is my fault. The guilt pressed heavier with every step. I adjusted my path subtly, angling toward the lower courtyard under the pretense of inspection. No one questioned me. No one ever did. Being overlooked had its advantages. The air grew cooler as I descended, the stone walls damp with morning chill. When I reached the stable-side chambers, I saw the guards first, 2 of them, standing alert but not aggressive. Then I saw him. John stood just outside the small chamber they'd assigned him. The door behind him was open, revealing a modest, clean space inside. No chains, no iron bars. Sunlight spilled across the stone, catching in his dark hair. He looked composed. Not defiant, not broken. Heartbreakingly calm. To anyone else, he was a wolf tolerated only because of the king's command. To me, he was the man who had stood between me and death. He noticed me almost immediately. His posture straightened, his gaze locking onto mine with quiet intensity. "Christina," he said softly, "are you all right?" The question nearly broke me. Internal voice. He should be asking that of himself. I nodded, though the motion felt hollow. I wanted to see you." I stepped closer, careful not to draw the guards' attention more than necessary. They watched us closely now, eyes sharp, hands near their weapons. "Are they treating you well?" I asked in a low voice. John gave a faint shrug, as well as one can treat a wolf trapped in a cage of stone. There was no bitterness in his tone, just truth. "I'm so sorry," I whispered. "This happened because of me." He shook his head immediately. "You stood between me and death. Don't apologize for saving me." His eyes held something warm, something steady, that made my chest ache. A guard cleared his throat pointedly. I stepped back half a pace, forcing my voice into a casual tone. "If you need anything," I said, louder now for their benefit, "food, blankets, clothing, tell me." "I'll be all right," John replied calmly. Then I noticed it. His gaze flicked, not to me, not to the guards, but toward the tower above the courtyard, then to the path the patrol took as they circled the wall. Something in his expression shifted. Focused, measuring. Internal voice. He must be nervous. He's surrounded by enemies. The thought came easily, comfortingly. I didn't yet understand how wrong I was. I forced myself to walk away before the guards could grow suspicious of my lingering presence. Each step felt heavier than the last, as though leaving John behind meant abandoning something fragile and vital. I kept my chin lifted, my expression composed, even as my thoughts churned restlessly beneath the surface. The west corridor was already crowded when I reached it. Clusters of nobles lingered there, their voices lowered but not careful enough. Words carried easily in the stone halls, sharpened by judgment and boredom. I heard my name before I saw their faces. "The princess embraces wolves now. Lady Asara's voice rang out deliberately, her laughter thin and cruel. How progressive. Another noble scoffed. A Dracula touching a beast, disgraceful. I did not slow. I did not look at them. I kept walking as if their words were nothing more than background noise, though each syllable struck like a stone against glass. Internal voice. If I stop, they win. The whispers followed me anyway, clinging like smoke. At the next corner, a familiar figure stepped into my path. Christina. Liliana's voice was low, urgent. I turned to face my sister, relief flickering briefly before worry settled back in its place. She looked pale, her brow furrowed, concern etched deeply into her features. You shouldn't be out here, she said quietly. Not where they can talk like this. Let them talk, I replied, more evenly than I felt. She reached for my arm, her fingers warm through the fabric. I'm worried about you. I managed a small smile for her sake. I'm fine. It was a lie, and she knew it. We both did. Her gaze searched my face, lingering on my eyes. You've changed, she said softly. Something's different. Internal voice. If only you knew how deep I've already walked into danger. I'm just tired, I said, echoing the excuse I had used too many times already. Liliana hesitated, then nodded, though uncertainty lingered. Be careful, she murmured. Please. I watched her walk away, guilt pressing heavily against my chest. If she knew the truth, if she knew where my loyalty was beginning to drift, I wasn't sure whether she would stand beside me or beg me to turn back. The great hall awaited. By the time I entered, several nobles were already gathered around the long table, their voices animated with speculation and fear. If one wolf reached the princess, one of them said sharply, others will follow. We should wipe them out entirely, another agreed. End the threat before it grows. My jaw clenched. Mass punishment never solves anything, I said, stepping forward before I could stop myself. The room fell into a brittle silence. A counselor turned toward me with open disdain. Wolves don't deserve fairness, princess. One of them saved my life, I replied quietly. The air sharpened. Lucian Bloodbane entered then, his presence slicing cleanly through the tension. His eyes flicked to me, then to the nobles, a smile curving his lips that held no warmth. A wolf may serve once, he said smoothly, then bite the hand next. Don't forget that. I met his gaze, but said nothing. I couldn't afford another confrontation, not today. Internal voice. If only they knew the truth behind their own history. As the nobles began to disperse, Lieutenant Rowan Hale approached me with measured steps. He kept his voice low, his posture rigid with discipline. Princess, he said, wolves weren't always our enemies. The words struck like a blade. I froze. What? I whispered. He hesitated, eyes darting briefly around us. Some old records, he said carefully. Older than the king, they told a different story. My heart began to race. But those records are locked, I said. Exactly, Rowan replied. His look was heavy with meaning. Before I could ask anything else, he bowed quickly and moved away, disappearing into the flow of servants and guards. Internal voice. Why is everyone hiding the past? The question echoed relentlessly as I found myself drawn back toward the stable courtyard once more. I told myself it was duty. Inspection, concern, responsibility. But the truth was simpler. I needed to see him again. The guards stiffened when I approached, but allowed me through. This time they stood closer, their scrutiny unmistakable. I hope you're finding everything manageable, I said, forcing formality into my tone. John tilted his head slightly. You sound like a council member. Heat crept into my cheeks. I'm trying to keep you safe. His eyes softened. Your presence alone keeps me going, he said quietly, even in a cage. My throat tightened. I stepped closer under the pretense of checking the stable door latch, lowering my voice. If they mistreat you. They won't, he replied gently. His gaze shifted again, toward the patrol route, toward the tower. Internal voice. He's scared. He needs to feel safe here. I did not see what he truly was doing. Not yet. By late afternoon, the castle felt tighter, its corridors narrower, its stone walls pressing in as if they carried memory and judgment alike. Every glance lingered a fraction too long. Every whisper seemed to coil behind me, waiting to strike. I moved through my assigned duties with practiced calm, listening when required, speaking only when spoken to. Yet my thoughts refused to stay where they were meant to be. They kept returning to John, to the way his eyes tracked movement, not with fear but with intent, to the strange calm he carried, even under watch. Internal voice. He should be angry or desperate. Why isn't he? I dismissed the thought as guilt twisting my perceptions. Anyone in his position would be alert. Anyone surrounded by enemies would study their surroundings. That had to be it. In the great hall, nobles gathered again, restless and sharp-tongued. Discussion had shifted from patrols to permanence, how long the wolf would be allowed to remain alive within the castle walls. He's a symbol now, one noble said. Mercy makes us look weak. Another snorted. Mercy breeds rebellion. I kept my expression neutral, hands folded before me. Internal voice. They speak of him as if he isn't a person. A ripple of movement drew my attention toward the doors. Guards entered, exchanging brief words with one another. One of them glanced toward the stable courtyard, then away. Something stirred uneasily in my chest. When the gathering finally broke apart, I found myself walking without conscious decision, my feet carrying me once more toward the inner courtyard. The air there was cool, shadows stretching long across the stone as the sun dipped lower. 2 guards stood near the center, spears grounded, their attention fixed ahead. John stood between them. He wasn't packing, he wasn't struggling. He was still. His hand rested lightly against the courtyard wall, fingers tracing a faded pattern carved so shallowly into the stone that most would never notice it. I slowed instinctively. Internal voice. Why does he look like he recognizes it? The pattern wasn't decorative. I knew that much. As a child, I had once overheard scholars whisper about old architectural markings, remnants from before the castle's last expansion, diagrams disguised as art, including the outline of an old gate. A gate sealed generations ago. John's fingers followed the carving with quiet familiarity, his body positioned exactly where that gate would be, if it still opened. A chill slid down my spine. I stepped closer. What are you doing? He turned too quickly. The ease vanished from his face, replaced by something carefully neutral. Just admiring the design, he said. Interesting, isn't it? Something in his voice felt off. I studied him, searching for the warmth I had come to expect. It was there, but guarded now, layered beneath restraint. You like patterns? I asked lightly. He forced a faint smile. They're calming. His eyes didn't meet mine. Internal voice. Why does it feel like he's lying? The guards shifted, watching us more closely now. John stepped back from the wall, hands dropping to his sides, the moment slipping away as if it had never existed. I nodded, though unease curled tightly in my stomach. I should go, I said. He inclined his head. Of course. As I walked away, I glanced back once. John was no longer studying the wall. He was watching the guard tower, eyes calculating, focused. Internal voice. Why does it feel like he's studying the castle, not surviving it? My fingers curled around the wooden wolf carving hidden in my pocket, grounding me. I trust him, I told myself silently. But the words felt thinner than before. The uncertainty followed me as the shadows lengthened, refusing to be silenced, settling deep, like the first hairline fracture in something I wasn't ready to let break. The afternoon light had begun to thin by the time I crossed the inner courtyard again, returning from a routine meeting that had required far more composure than I felt capable of maintaining. My steps slowed instinctively as I entered the open space, the familiar stone beneath my shoes grounding me for a moment. Then I saw him. John stood near the far wall, flanked loosely by two guards who had relaxed into careless postures, convinced by hours of his calm behavior that he posed no immediate threat. He wasn't looking at them. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking at the wall. At first, it seemed harmless enough, just another relic of old vampire architecture. Carved stone panels worn smooth by time, etched with decorative patterns meant to glorify ancient victories. I had passed that wall countless times without giving it a second thought. But John wasn't just looking. He was touching it. His fingers traced along a faded geometric marking so lightly it was almost reverent, as though he recognized it. His expression had changed, focused, intent, utterly unlike the guarded gentleness he usually wore around me. I slowed further, unease stirring in my chest. Internal voice, why does he look like he knows it? I took a step closer, my shoes echoing softly against the stone. The sound was enough. John turned too quickly, as if caught doing something he hadn't meant anyone to see. "What are you doing?" I asked, keeping my voice neutral. For a fraction of a second, something flickered across his face, calculation, maybe, or surprise. Then it vanished, replaced by a faint, easy smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Just admiring the design," he said lightly. "Interesting, isn't it?" The words didn't settle right. I followed his gaze back to the wall, my mind racing. That section of stone wasn't just decorative. I knew that now. I'd overheard enough fragments over the years, half-whispered references to old passages sealed after the vampire takeover, diagrams locked away in restricted archives. That pattern wasn't random. It marked the outline of an old gate. A gate long forgotten by most. And John's hand had rested exactly where it would be. My stomach tightened. "You like patterns?" I asked slowly. He nodded once too quickly. "They're calming." His eyes avoided mine. That alone was enough to make my pulse spike. John never avoided my gaze, not when he spoke, not when he listened. Avoidance was new, and it frightened me more than anger ever could. Internal voice, why does it feel like he's lying? One of the guards shifted, clearing his throat pointedly, and I realized how long I had been standing there. I forced myself to step back, schooling my expression into something neutral, something safe. "I should go," I said quietly. John nodded, but his attention had already drifted, past me, toward the guard tower at the corner of the courtyard. His eyes tracked the route with careful precision, noting the timing of the patrol as another pair of soldiers crossed paths. Not fear. Observation. Calculation. Internal voice. Why does it feel like he's studying the castle, not surviving it? I turned away before he could look back at me, my steps measured, my breathing shallow. With each pace, the weight in my chest grew heavier, more complicated. I reached into the pocket of my cloak and closed my fingers around the small wooden wolf carving hidden there. Its familiar warmth grounded me, even as doubt pressed in from all sides. Internal voice. I trust him, don't I? The answer didn't come. And that silence followed me long after I left the courtyard behind. Morning arrived quietly, but there was nothing calm about the way my thoughts clung to me as I walked toward the dining hall. The castle felt different today, tenser, sharper. Even the servants moved with restrained urgency, their footsteps quicker, their voices lowered as if the walls themselves were listening. I could feel it in the air, like pressure before a storm. Last night's unease had followed me into sleep and refused to let go. John's fingers tracing the stone wall, his eyes measuring guard routes. That brief moment when something in him had looked alert, not afraid. I shook my head slightly as I stepped into the dining hall, forcing my expression into neutrality. The long table gleamed beneath chandeliers that caught the early light, reflecting it off polished silver and crystal goblets. Council members were already present, leaning toward one another in hushed conversation. Scrolls lay unfurled near the king's place, ink still fresh. I took my seat carefully. King Alistair Dracula's gaze found me immediately. It wasn't anger, not yet, but it was sharp, assessing. The same look he wore when weighing strategy, not family. I lowered my eyes briefly, a habit learned young, though my shoulders stiffened. Queen Seraphina sat quietly beside him, hands folded, her expression composed but distant. I wondered, not for the first time, how much she sensed beneath the surface, and how much she chose not to voice. Breakfast was served. I barely touched my plate. Counselor Merov cleared his throat. He was a thin man with calculating eyes, the kind that never missed opportunity. He rose slightly from his seat, holding a scroll between two fingers as if it were already decided. "Your Majesty," he began smoothly, "Prince Adrian Voss has expressed renewed interest in strengthening ties with our kingdom." My fork froze midair. Prince Adrian. The name echoed unpleasantly in my mind. He was my brother-in-law's younger brother, second son of a powerful vampire house from my sister Liliana's city. Polite, educated, politically impeccable. And entirely unexpected. Merov continued, his tone deliberately neutral. Given recent tensions, he believes renewed alliance would be beneficial. My pulse thudded harder. Another council member leaned forward. A political marriage between Princess Christina and Prince Adrian would stabilize alliances and reassure the public. Marriage. The word felt foreign in my mouth, heavy, final. My fingers curled slowly against the tablecloth. Internal voice, marriage, now, why now? I felt eyes shift toward me, some curious, some calculating, some openly assessing as if I were already a bargaining chip placed on the table. Especially, another counselor added carefully, after recent wolf incidents, securing the bloodline's purity would be wise. The room felt colder. Those words struck deeper than intended. Purity. As if my compassion were a contamination. As if my thoughts, my doubts, my heart were threats to be managed. Queen Seraphina's brow furrowed, but she did not interrupt. King Alastair leaned back slowly, fingers steepled. He did not look at me when he spoke. "We will discuss this further." The matter, my future, was closed just like that. The table resumed its murmurs, but the sound blurred around me. My chest tightened as if something invisible had wrapped itself around my ribs. Internal voice. A fiancé when my heart is already tangled with someone I can't admit exists. I swallowed hard and forced myself to keep my posture composed. No one noticed my hands trembling. No one asked what I wanted. And I had the sinking realization that this conversation wasn't a suggestion. It was a warning. By the time breakfast ended, I felt like I was walking through water, slow, heavy, suffocating. As I rose to leave, King Alastair's gaze lingered on me again, unreadable. The chains were tightening. And somewhere beyond these stone walls, a wolf was watching the same castle I had just been quietly promised away inside. I left the dining hall with my back straight and my face carefully arranged into something calm. It was a skill I had learned young, how to walk away from a table where decisions about my life were made without my voice ever being required. The corridor beyond the hall felt cooler, quieter. Sunlight filtered through tall arched windows, painting the stone floor in pale gold and dust motes. I had barely taken a dozen steps when I sensed her behind me. Christina. My shoulders tightened before I turned. Queen Seraphina stood a few paces away, her expression soft but searching. She did not raise her voice. She never needed to. "You looked pale, my child," she said gently. "Are you unwell?" I shook my head too quickly. "Just tired." It was a poor lie. We both knew it. She studied my face with the same careful attention she used when reading old manuscripts, slowly, deliberately, looking for meaning beneath the surface. Her eyes lingered on mine, then on the way my hands twisted together without my noticing. "You seem troubled," she said, "as if you are carrying a weight you do not wish to name." I swallowed. The corridor felt suddenly too narrow. "Have you met someone?" she asked quietly. My breath stuttered before I could stop it. "No," I said, "no one." The denial sounded thin even to my own ears. Her expression softened, but there was disappointment there too. Not anger, not accusation, just the sadness of a mother who knew when her child was closing doors she wished she could open. "Be careful whom you give your heart to," she whispered. The words struck harder than any rebuke. I turned my gaze to the window, pretending interest in the courtyard below. Soldiers moved in formation, their armor flashing dully in the morning light. The rhythm of their steps felt relentless, unyielding. Internal voice, if only I could tell her, but it would destroy everything. She stepped closer, lowering her voice further. "This castle is not kind to those who love outside its rules." "I know," I said softly. Her hand hovered, then rested lightly against my arm. For a moment, she said nothing more. The silence between us carried everything she couldn't voice. Fear for me, fear of the king, fear of a past that refused to stay buried. "Promise me you'll be cautious," she said at last. "I will," I replied. The promise tasted hollow. She nodded once, then let her hand fall away. "Come, I have duties to attend to." As she walked off, I stood frozen for a heartbeat longer, watching her retreating figure. The distance between us felt larger than the corridor itself. Internal voice, everyone senses something. Everyone sees the cracks forming. And yet no one knew where those cracks truly led. I told myself I would not go to see John. Not yet. Not today. I needed space to think, to breathe, after the conversation at breakfast. But my feet betrayed me, carrying me down familiar paths with practiced ease. I moved through the castle's lower corridors, past guard stations and stone pillars etched with centuries of history. Whispers followed me like shadows. I felt them before I heard them. As I stepped into the lower courtyard, the air seemed to tighten. I slowed, my instincts sharpening, and that was when I saw him. John stood near a stone pillar close to the stables. He was in human form, posture relaxed but alert, his dark hair falling loosely around his face. Two guards lingered nearby, their presence a reminder of his status: guest, prisoner, tolerated threat. He wasn't alone. A castle servant stood close to him, angled inward so their bodies blocked the view from most angles. The man Tarn, I recognized him distantly, looked nervous. His eyes darted around the courtyard, flicking toward the guards, then back to John. Their voices were low, too low for me to hear from where I stood. My steps faltered. Internal voice, what are they talking about? Supplies, food, blankets, that would have made sense. But Tarn's hands shook as he spoke. He wiped them on his trousers, swallowed visibly. John listened without interrupting, his expression calm but focused, too focused. I tried to move closer. "Princess," a guard said firmly as he stepped into my path. "For your safety, please remain on the stone path." I stopped, forcing a nod. "Of course." The moment passed. When I looked back, Tarn had already stepped away, his pace hurried, his head lowered as if afraid to be seen leaving John's side. John straightened, his attention shifting outward, the intensity in his eyes fading into something carefully neutral. Then he looked at me. Our gazes locked across the courtyard. For a heartbeat, neither of us moved. He didn't smile. He didn't wave. He simply watched me, measured, unreadable. Almost guarded. Then he turned away. A chill slid down my spine. Internal voice. Why does it feel like I just interrupted something important? I waited, hoping he would glance back, say something, anything to ease the tension knotting in my chest. He didn't. I turned away first, my pulse unsteady. I told myself I was imagining things. Fear had a way of twisting harmless moments into threats. I was tired, stressed, cornered by politics and expectations that pressed in from all sides. Still, the unease followed me as I made my way toward the armory corridor, seeking distraction. The sound of metal against stone echoed, faintly ahead. Two soldiers stood inside the armory, polishing spears and murmuring to one another. They hadn't noticed me yet. General Lucian said a rogue wolf was seen near the old river trail, one whispered. The other snorted, probably delivering messages to our guest. My steps halted. What guest? The first asked, though his tone suggested he already knew. The wolf, the second replied. You think he's just sitting quietly because the king asked nicely. My chest tightened. Internal voice, messages, to John, no, it's just gossip. But the words wouldn't let go. Imagine, the first continued, lowering his voice further, wolves plotting under our noses. If the king had sense, the second said, he'd kill the wolf and end the risk. I stepped back before they could see me, my heart pounding hard enough to drown out the sound of my own breath. Internal voice, what if they're not wrong? The thought felt like a betrayal, even as it formed. I forced myself to keep moving, leaving the armory behind, but the damage was done. Questions gnawed at me now, sharp and insistent. Was someone sending John information? Was that why Tarn had looked so nervous? Or was I letting fear poison the one place I felt understood? I pressed a hand to my chest, willing my heartbeat to slow. Internal voice, I love him, I trust him. The words felt fragile now, like glass held too tightly. By the time I reached the far end of the corridor, the castle no longer felt like my home. It felt like a board covered in unseen paw prints, paths crossing, intentions hidden beneath layers of stone and silence. And for the first time since meeting John Huntsman, doubt began to take shape. Not loud, not accusing, just enough to make me watch more carefully than before. By late afternoon, the castle's rhythm shifted again. Training bells rang across the inner grounds, metal striking metal in steady cadence. From the high windows, banners stirred in a restless breeze, their shadows sliding along the stone like watchful eyes. I crossed the inner courtyard slowly, my senses stretched thin, the earlier whispers refusing to quiet. That was when I saw him again. John stood beneath the narrow balcony that overlooked the training area, 2 guards stationed a short distance behind him. Sunlight cut across the courtyard in sharp angles, catching in his dark hair and tracing the line of his shoulders. At first glance, he looked still, almost relaxed. Then he turned. Too sharply. As if he had felt someone approach from behind. I slowed my steps instinctively, watching. There was no one there. No servant, no guard stepping out of place, no sudden sound that would justify the reaction. And yet John's gaze swept the space behind him, then upward, toward the rooftops, the tower edges, the points where stone met shadow. His eyes moved with purpose. Not fear. Not confusion. Calculation. My stomach tightened. Internal voice, he looks expectant, as if he's waiting for someone. I took another step forward, then another, my boots quiet against the stone. The guards shifted slightly but did not stop me. I was still the princess. My presence was tolerated, if not welcomed. John, I called softly. He turned at once, the sharp focus in his expression smoothing into something calm, almost gentle. The transition was so quick it made my chest ache. Christina, he said, walking toward me as if nothing unusual had happened. The guards followed a few paces behind, attentive. You looked startled, I said, keeping my voice neutral. He smiled faintly. Just adjusting, this place is unpredictable. The answer was reasonable. Too reasonable. I searched his face for cracks, anything that might reveal what lay beneath that composed exterior. His eyes met mine easily, but something in them felt guarded now, like a door quietly locked. I hope they're treating you decently, I said. As decently as one might expect, he replied. Stone walls don't bother me, it's the waiting that weighs. I nodded, though my attention drifted again, following the path his gaze had taken moments before. The guard tower stood to our right, its shadow stretching across the ground. A patrol passed at the far end of the yard, their timing precise. John noticed my distraction. Are you all right? He asked. I think so, I said, though I wasn't certain. We stood there for a moment longer, the unspoken stretching between us like taut wire. Then a guard cleared his throat pointedly. "Princess." I inclined my head and stepped back, forcing a polite smile. "Of course." John's eyes followed me as I walked away. I didn't look back. The garden offered a brief illusion of peace. Moonlight filtered through pale blossoms, turning petals silver and casting long shadows across winding paths. The air smelled faintly of night-blooming flowers and damp earth. I moved slowly, letting the quiet seep into me, hoping it might calm the thoughts spiraling in my mind. Internal voice, maybe I'm imagining everything. Maybe he's just overwhelmed. I sat on a stone bench near a low flower bed, pressing my palms flat against the cool surface. The chill grounded me, pulling me back from the edge of suspicion. I closed my eyes for a moment. The wind brushed past, lifting a strand of hair against my cheek. That was when I saw it. A corner of paper, darkened, rough peeking from beneath a loose stone near the edge of the bed. I frowned and leaned forward, fingers brushing dirt aside. The stone shifted easily, as if it had been moved recently. I slid the paper free and unfolded it carefully. My breath caught. It was a rough charcoal drawing. Not art. A map. The castle grounds were sketched from above, imperfect but unmistakable. Walls, paths, guard towers marked with quick strokes. The training yard, the inner courtyard. My eyes moved faster now, heart hammering. At the bottom of the page, faint but deliberate, was the outline of an old gate. The hidden one. The same gate John had been touching yesterday. My hands began to tremble. Internal voice, who drew this? I didn't need to ask the next question. The scent reached me a heartbeat later, subtle, familiar, earth and pine and something uniquely his. John. My fingers tightened around the paper. Internal voice, this cannot mean what I think it means. A shadow passed overhead. I looked up sharply, pulse racing, but the garden lay empty. Only the moon watched from above, pale and distant. The quiet pressed in, heavy and oppressive. I folded the drawing quickly and hid it inside my cloak, my movements sudden and precise. The paper felt too warm against my chest, as if it carried more than ink and charcoal. Someone was planning something. And everything, the servant's nervous glance, the soldier's gossip, John's measured eyes, aligned too perfectly to ignore. I rose from the bench, heart pounding. The garden no longer felt safe. I walked briskly back toward the castle halls, my thoughts colliding and fracturing with every step. Is he studying my home? Is he planning something, or is someone framing him? I slowed near the corridor that led toward John's chamber. For a moment, I considered going to him, holding out the sketch, demanding answers. The urge was strong, desperate. But something stopped me. Fear. Not of him. Of what I might learn. I turned away instead, my hand clenched tight around the hidden paper. Internal voice, I love him, I believe him, but... The doubt burned now, sharp and undeniable. I must watch him, closely. The resolve settled quietly inside me, steady and cold. Until I knew the truth, I would observe every move he made. Even if it shattered, whatever fragile trust still remained. I did not sleep that night. The castle settled into its usual nocturnal quiet, torches dimmed, patrols paced, doors locked, but my mind refused to follow. I lay on my bed staring at the ceiling, listening to the distant echo of boots against stone, every sound magnified by the weight pressing against my chest. The charcoal drawing rested hidden beneath my pillow. I could feel it there, even without touching it, as if the paper carried a pulse of its own. Internal voice, you should destroy it. The thought came sharp and sudden. Burn it, tear it, pretend you never saw it. That would be easier. But I didn't move. Because destroying it would not erase the questions it had awakened. And deep down, I knew I wasn't ready to choose comfort over truth, not anymore. When dawn finally crept through the windows, pale and gray, I rose with dark circles beneath my eyes and a resolve I had never carried before. Today, I would not confront. Today, I would watch. The castle stirred awake around me. Servants moved quickly through corridors, whispering as they worked. Doors opened and closed. Somewhere in the distance, metal clanged as guards changed shifts. Everything appeared normal, and that made it worse. I dressed carefully, choosing muted colors that blended into stone and shadow. I tucked the charcoal drawing into the inner pocket of my cloak, pressing it flat against my ribs as if to remind myself it was real. Myra entered with fresh linens and paused when she saw me standing fully dressed. "You're awake early again," she said gently. "So is everyone else," I replied, my voice steady. She hesitated, then lowered her tone. "The castle feels uneasy today." I met her eyes briefly. It often does. She studied me for a moment longer, then nodded and went about her work. I watched her leave, wondering how many people sensed the tension but never questioned its source. Once alone, I slipped into the corridor and let the flow of the castle carry me. I kept my distance from John that morning. That choice hurt more than I expected. From an upper balcony, I watched the lower courtyard where he stood beneath guard supervision. He moved calmly, speaking little, his posture relaxed but alert. Anyone watching casually would see a prisoner behaving exactly as expected. But I wasn't watching casually anymore. I watched where his eyes lingered. The guard tower, the stairwell exits, the timing of patrols. Each glance was brief, careful, easy to dismiss if you weren't looking for it. Internal voice, he's not afraid. That realization settled heavily in my chest. A frightened captive would watch his guards. John watched the castle. When one of the soldiers shifted position, John adjusted his stance almost imperceptibly, as if noting the change. When another patrol passed, his gaze followed their route for half a second too long. I forced myself to look away before my staring became obvious. This doesn't mean anything, I told myself. Anyone would study their surroundings when trapped. But the words rang hollow. Later, as I passed through the western corridor, voices drifted toward me from an open chamber. Council members. I slowed, staying just beyond the doorway. "The wolf's presence is unsettling the guards," one said. "Unsettling or inspiring," another replied darkly. "He stands too calmly for a creature awaiting judgment." General Lucian's voice cut through them like a blade. "Calm predators are the most dangerous." My fingers curled into my palm. "Still," a counselor added, "the king's leniency has surprised many." Lucian scoffed. "Do not mistake patience for mercy. The king watches closely." So did I. I moved on quietly, my steps measured, my expression composed. No one stopped me. No one suspected that the princess walking calmly through the halls was quietly unraveling a truth she was not yet ready to face. By afternoon, the weight inside me had shifted. It was no longer pure fear. It was vigilance. I crossed the inner courtyard again, my pace unhurried, my eyes observant. John stood near the same balcony as before, guards behind him, sunlight casting long shadows across the stone. This time, I did not call his name. I watched. A servant passed too close, murmuring something I couldn't hear. John inclined his head slightly, acknowledgement, not conversation. When the servant left, John's attention returned immediately to the surrounding architecture. The wall. The angle of the stairwell. The corner where stone met ivy. Internal voice. If someone else were doing this, I would already be suspicious. The thought hurt more than I expected. I turned away before my expression could betray me and walked toward the far end of the courtyard, my steps steady despite the storm building inside. As evening fell, the castle lights flickered to life one by one. I retreated to a quieter corridor and finally allowed myself to stop. I pressed my back against the cold stone wall and closed my eyes, breathing slowly. Internal voice, what if I'm wrong? What if fear was poisoning something real and rare? John had saved my life. He had never lied to me outright, never threatened, never spoken cruelly. He had seen me, truly seen me, when no one else ever had. And yet, internal voice, what if kindness is not the same as innocence? The question terrified me. I reached into my cloak and pulled out the folded charcoal drawing, holding it between trembling fingers. In the low torchlight, the lines looked darker, sharper. Undeniable. Someone had mapped the castle. Someone with access. Someone with motive. I folded it again and tucked it away, my decision finally crystallizing. I would not accuse him. Not yet. I would not run from him either. I would observe. Carefully, quietly, patiently. Just as he was doing. That night, as I stood at my window overlooking the grounds, I saw John below, standing still beneath the moonlight. For a moment, he looked up, directly toward my tower. Our gazes met across the distance. Something unreadable passed through his eyes. Not guilt. Not fear. Something sharper. Something resolute. I drew back from the window, my heart pounding. Internal voice, until I know the truth. I turned away from the light and let the darkness settle around me. I will watch every move he makes. And somewhere deep inside, I knew that whatever truth waited ahead would change everything, no matter which side of it he stood on. Sleep did not welcome me. It dragged me under. My body lay still beneath heavy blankets, but my mind refused rest, twisting through half-formed thoughts and unease that clung to me even as consciousness slipped away. The day's doubts, the looks I couldn't interpret, the silence John had wrapped around his answers, they followed me into the dark like unseen hands. The dream did not begin gently. There was no transition, no soft blur between reality and illusion. One moment there was nothing, and the next I was standing atop the castle walls. Cold stone pressed beneath my bare feet. The air smelled of smoke and iron, sharp and suffocating. The sky above churned unnaturally, clouds racing across the moon as if fleeing something unseen. Below me, the forest was alive. Not calm, not quiet. It moved. Shadows surged between the trees, flowing like a living tide toward the castle. Torches flared along the battlements as guards shouted warnings, their voices sharp with panic. Wolves! The cry echoed again and again, overlapping itself until it became noise rather than language. I leaned over the edge of the wall, heart slamming painfully against my ribs. They were everywhere. Rogue wolves burst from the tree line in numbers I had never imagined, lean bodies moving with desperate speed, fur matted, eyes glowing with hunger and fury. Their snarls blended together, not wild chaos, but something focused, coordinated, intentional. Torches fell from trembling hands as vampire soldiers scrambled to form lines that broke apart almost instantly. Steel clanged uselessly against stone. Orders were shouted, contradicted, abandoned. Fear ruled everything. A scream cut through the chaos, high, terrified, unmistakable. Christina. My father. I spun around, searching wildly. King Alistair stood near the inner gate, his dark cloak torn at the hem, his crown slightly askew. He looked smaller somehow, older. His eyes, those unyielding eyes that had ruled with certainty my entire life, were wide with raw fear. For a heartbeat, I forgot everything else. I ran toward him. Father. The ground cracked beneath my feet with a violent, echoing sound. Stones split open, the wall shuddering as a deep chasm tore through the courtyard between us. I skidded to a halt at the edge, peering down into endless darkness. The distance between us was suddenly impossible. He reached for me. Christina. I stretched out my hand, desperation burning through my veins. I'm here. A powerful blur crossed my vision. Something leapt. A massive wolf soared effortlessly over the chasm, landing on my side of the divide with a force that shook the stone beneath my feet. My breath caught painfully in my throat. John. Even in the chaos, even surrounded by fire and shadow, I knew him instantly. He was larger than the others, darker, his presence commanding without effort. Moonlight caught along the line of his form, outlining strength and control rather than feral rage. Hope flared inside me so violently it hurt. "John," I cried, stepping toward him. He turned. Our eyes met. For a moment, just one, I saw something familiar there. Recognition, awareness. I reached for him, my hand trembling. And then he looked away. He turned his back on me without a word and walked toward the other wolves, stepping into their ranks as if he had always belonged there. The forest answered him. A roar rose from the wolves, louder, stronger, unified. Internal dream voice. He promised safety, but for whom? My chest constricted painfully. "No," I whispered, "that's not true." John did not look back. The wolves surged forward again, smashing against the castle defenses with renewed force. Torches toppled. Screams filled the air. The walls began to crumble. I turned desperately toward my father. He was still reaching for me, but the chasm widened, stone falling away, his form slipping farther and farther from view. "Christina!" he shouted, panic raw in his voice. I screamed his name as the ground beneath me gave way. I fell. I woke with a sharp, choking gasp. My body jolted upright in bed, breath tearing from my lungs as if I had been drowning. My heart slammed violently against my ribs, each beat echoing painfully in my ears. Cold sweat soaked my nightclothes. My hands shook as I clutched the sheets, knuckles white, chest heaving. "It was just a dream," I whispered hoarsely into the darkness. The words sounded weak, unconvincing. I curled forward, wrapping my arms around myself as if that might hold me together. My skin felt chilled despite the warmth of the room. Internal voice, it wasn't real. But the images lingered. Too vivid. Too precise. The wolves hadn't been random monsters. They had moved with purpose, with coordination. And John. I squeezed my eyes shut, fighting the memory of him turning away. Internal voice. He saved me. He wouldn't. A tremor ran through me. Dawn crept slowly through the window, pale and uncertain. The soft gray light should have brought relief. It didn't. The chill remained, settling deep inside my chest where hope and fear tangled together. I pressed a hand over my racing heart, breathing slowly, deliberately, until the pounding eased just enough to think. Internal voice. Why did it feel like a warning? Not a prophecy. Not certainty. But possibility. And that frightened me more than anything else. I was summoned before I had time to recover from the nightmare. The message came just after breakfast, formal, clipped, unmistakably royal. A servant bowed low and spoke with careful neutrality, as if afraid the walls themselves might be listening. "The king requests your presence in the private council chamber, Princess Christina." Requests from my father were never requests. I followed the servant through corridors I had walked 1,000 times, yet today each step felt heavier, slower. The echoes of my boots against stone sounded too loud, as if announcing my fear to the entire castle. My dream clung to me like mist. John's back turning away, the wolves surging forward, the crack opening beneath my feet. Internal voice. It was just a nightmare. But nightmares were rarely meaningless. The private council chamber doors stood open when I arrived. Sunlight streamed through the tall, arched windows, illuminating dust motes floating in the air like suspended time. The room smelled faintly of old parchment and iron, power preserved and sharpened over centuries. King Alistair Dracula stood near the central table, not seated, not relaxed. Waiting. His back was to me as I entered, broad shoulders rigid beneath his dark coat. Even without seeing his face, I could feel the tension radiating from him, controlled, compressed, dangerous. The doors closed behind me with a final, hollow thud. "Sit," he said without turning. I obeyed, lowering myself into the chair opposite the table. My hands folded in my lap automatically, fingers interlaced too tightly. I kept my gaze lowered, focusing on the carved patterns in the stone floor. Silence stretched. He paced once, then again. You have been reckless, Christina. The words landed with precision, not shouted, not softened. Measured, deliberate. I stopped myself before instinct pushed me to defend. Arguing never helped. I understand your concern, Father. He turned sharply then, dark eyes fixing on me. Do you? He asked. Because your actions suggest otherwise. I swallowed. He moved to the table and placed both hands flat against its surface, leaning forward slightly. The posture was familiar, one he used in council when he wanted obedience, not discussion. A princess does not endanger herself, he continued. She does not defy direct orders, and she does not, his jaw tightened, entangle herself with wolves. The words struck like a blade. I kept my face composed, though my chest felt tight. My heart beat faster, but I refused to let it show. I did not intend to cause harm, I said quietly. That, he snapped, is irrelevant. He straightened, drawing in a sharp breath as if steadying himself. You are not a common citizen free to indulge impulse, he said. You are my daughter, a symbol of this kingdom. Your behavior reflects on all of us. Internal voice, on the kingdom, never on me. He resumed packing, boots clicking against stone. You think compassion makes you virtuous, he said, but unchecked compassion weakens rule. Wolves exploit weakness. My hands clenched in my lap. They are not all the same, I said before I could stop myself. He halted. Slowly, he turned to face me again. The silence that followed was sharp enough to cut. I have tolerated your questions, he said evenly. Your softness, but this ends now. My breath caught. You have forced my hand, he continued. Your actions have accelerated matters that were meant to be addressed later. Something cold slid down my spine. He picked up a sealed parchment from the table. Prince Adrian Voss has renewed his proposal. The words didn't register at first. Proposal, I repeated faintly. A political marriage, he said. One that secures alliances, strengthens borders, and removes unnecessary complications. The room tilted. Internal voice, marriage to control me. You're arranging my future, I said slowly, because I disobeyed you. He slammed his hand against the table. This is not punishment, he barked. This is stability. I flinched despite myself. His breathing was heavy now, restrained fury simmering beneath every word. Adrian is honorable, he continued. Intelligent, loyal, he will be a suitable match. Suitable? Like an alliance, like a treaty. And what of what I want? I asked quietly. His eyes hardened. What you want, he said, is irrelevant when it threatens the kingdom. The finality in his tone left no room for argument. He stepped closer to me, his shadow falling across the table. Loyalty must come before feeling, he said. Always, you will stay away from the wolf unless required. You will behave as a Dracula should. I nodded, because refusing would only tighten the chains. Yes, Father. He studied my face for a long moment, as if searching for defiance. Then he turned away. You are dismissed. I rose on unsteady legs and left the chamber without looking back. The corridor outside felt colder. I leaned against the stone wall the moment the doors closed behind me, eyes shutting tightly as my breath came in uneven pulls. Internal voice, why does every path lead back to him? The dream returned uninvited. John turning away, the wolves surging forward, the ground breaking beneath me. I pressed my hand to my chest, trying to slow my heart. Marriage. Control. Distance. I walked the halls mechanically after that, greeting nobles, reviewing documents, nodding where expected. The castle blurred around me, familiar faces becoming indistinct shapes. The charcoal map, hidden in my cloak, felt impossibly heavy. Internal voice, he saved me, another voice answered, but he never promised to save others. My step slowed. I knew where I was going before I admitted it to myself. I needed to see him. Not to accuse, not to condemn, but to understand. Even if the truth shattered me. I did not go to him immediately. I tried, truly tried, to behave as expected after leaving my father's chamber. I forced myself through the familiar rhythms of the castle. Hopping routine might anchor me. I reviewed household ledgers with stewards, nodded through polite greetings from nobles who watched me too closely, and walked corridors lined with portraits of rulers who had never hesitated, who had never questioned the narratives handed down to them. But my mind refused to stay where my body was. Every quiet moment unraveled into questions. Internal voice, why does everything feel like it's closing in? I paused near a tall window overlooking the inner courtyard. Below, guards changed positions with crisp precision. The symmetry was comforting once. Today, it felt like a trap, patterns tightening, roots narrowing. My fingers brushed the inside of my cloak. The charcoal map. I hadn't looked at it again since the garden, but I didn't need to. The image was burned into my mind. The outlines, the markings, the unmistakable shape of my home rendered in rough, deliberate strokes. Internal voice, he wouldn't do that. The thought came instantly, reflexively. John had saved me. He had been gentle when he didn't have to be. He had spoken to me like I mattered, not as a princess, not as a symbol, but as a person. Another thought followed, quieter but heavier. Internal voice, but kindness doesn't erase purpose. I moved on, my steps slower now. Servants bowed as I passed. A pair of noblewomen fell silent mid-conversation, eyes flicking to me and then away. I caught fragments as I went by, reckless, naive, dangerous sympathy. The words slid over me, without cutting as deeply as they once would have. Because something worse had taken hold. Doubt. Not loud, not accusatory. Persistent. I tried to distract myself with tasks, reviewing guard rosters, signing minor approvals, but my attention fractured again and again. Every quiet space filled with memories. John's steady hands, his calm voice, the way he looked at me as if he already knew parts of me I had never spoken aloud. Internal voice, he wouldn't hurt me. That thought felt solid. Then came the crack. Internal voice, darker, but he never said he wouldn't hurt others. My chest tightened painfully. I closed my eyes, pressing my palm against the stone wall beside me. The nightmare from dawn replayed in fragments, wolves charging, my father's voice, John turning away. I had told myself it was fear shaping images, nothing more. But fear came from somewhere. I exhaled slowly and straightened. I could continue spiraling in silence, letting suspicion rot into something poisonous. Or I could speak to him. Not accusing, not confrontational, not cruel. Just honest. I made my decision quietly. The lower courtyard was quieter than usual when I arrived. Guards stood at measured intervals, their posture alert but not aggressive. I kept my expression neutral as I approached, heart thudding harder with every step. John stood near the outer wall of his assigned quarters, arms folded loosely across his chest. He looked composed, too composed for someone living under constant watch. When his eyes found me, something softened. "Christina," he said. Hearing my name from him steadied me more than it should have. "I wanted to check on you," I replied, forcing a small smile. We walked a few paces along the stone path, careful to remain within sight of the guards, but just far enough that our voices carried low. For a moment, neither of us spoke. The silence was not awkward, but it was heavy. I chose my words carefully. "Yesterday," I began, "I saw you in the courtyard by the wall." His expression didn't change, but his eyes sharpened, just a fraction. "You seemed focused," I continued softly, "almost as if you recognized something." He answered without hesitation. "It was just a pattern. Stonework can be distracting." The reply was smooth, too smooth. I nodded as if accepting it. "And sometimes," I added, "you look startled, as if you're expecting someone." He looked away briefly, gaze lowering. "This place isn't exactly welcoming," he said. Wouldn't you be alert too? It was a reasonable answer. It should have reassured me. Instead, it left a hollow space where certainty should have been. I don't want you to feel trapped, I said. If something is troubling you, you can tell me. He met my eyes then, really met them. The warmth there was undeniable. You're the only one here who treats me like more than a monster, he said quietly. My throat tightened. I would never harm you. The words landed carefully, precisely. I waited. Seconds stretched. He didn't add anything. Internal voice, he stopped at me. I forced myself to breathe evenly. Before I could respond, footsteps approached. General Lucian Bloodbane emerged with 2 soldiers, his presence cutting through the moment like a blade. Well, he drawled, eyes flicking between us, this is touching. I stiffened. Princess, he continued, circling slowly, still entertaining the company of a wolf. John's jaw tightened, but he remained silent. John has done nothing wrong, I said firmly. Lucian's smile widened. Not yet. He leaned closer to me, voice low and sharp. Be wary, wolves always show their teeth eventually. He straightened and walked away, clearly satisfied. John watched him go, something dark burning behind his eyes. I stepped back, unsettled. Later that afternoon, as I crossed near the garden, a sound stopped me cold. A howl. Soft, coded. Familiar. Another answered from far away. My heart slammed against my ribs. I turned toward John, who stood under guard nearby. Did you hear that? I asked quietly. He froze. Just for a heartbeat. Yes, he said. Wolves communicate, it's normal. But it sounded like... He stiffened slightly. Signals, I finished. He said nothing. The silence told me more than words ever could. Internal voice, he knows something. I walked away slowly, fear threading itself through my chest. Behind me, I felt his gaze linger, unreadable, heavy. And for the first time since meeting him, trust no longer came easily. I did not return to my chambers immediately. Instead, I wandered the quieter corridors of the castle, my steps slow and uncertain, as though moving too quickly might force me to confront thoughts I was not ready to face. The stone beneath my feet felt colder than usual, the torchlight dimmer, shadows stretching longer along the walls. Every corner felt watched. Every silence felt loaded. My fingers curled tightly around the inside of my cloak, brushing against the folded charcoal map hidden there. I hadn't meant to keep touching it, but it was like my body needed to reassure itself that the evidence still existed, that I hadn't imagined it. Internal voice, he wouldn't betray me. The thought surfaced again, weaker this time. Because the truth was more complicated than betrayal. John had never promised loyalty to my kingdom. He had never sworn fealty to my father. He had only ever been honest about one thing. Me. And that frightened me more than outright lies. I paused near a narrow window overlooking the outer wall. From here, I could see the forest stretching endlessly into the distance, dark and unknowable. Somewhere out there were wolves, packs, families, histories I had never been taught to understand. Somewhere out there were answers. And somewhere between the forest and the stone walls of the castle stood John Huntsman. Caught between worlds. Just like me. Internal voice. What if he is preparing for something, and I am simply standing in the way? The thought made my chest tighten painfully. I turned away from the window and leaned my forehead briefly against the cool stone. My breath came shallow, uneven. The pieces refused to stay separate anymore. The nightmare. The signals. The charcoal map. The way his eyes tracked guard movements. The way he stopped his promises at me, never beyond. Internal voice. He said he wouldn't harm me. Internal voice, quieter, but he didn't say he wouldn't harm anyone else. I pressed my palm against my ribs, steadying myself. I didn't want to doubt him. Doubt felt like betrayal of my own heart. But blind trust felt like walking into darkness without a torch. When I finally returned to my chambers, dusk had fully settled outside the windows. The room greeted me with its familiar stillness, candles unlit, curtains drawn halfway, the air faintly scented with old stone and pressed fabric. I shut the door softly behind me. Only then did I allow myself to sag against it, closing my eyes. "I don't know what to believe anymore," I whispered. The sound of my own voice startled me. I crossed the room slowly and sat on the edge of my bed. The sheets were cool beneath my hands, grounding me in the present moment. With trembling fingers, I reached into my cloak and pulled out the folded charcoal map. I unfolded it carefully, smoothing the creases with reverent slowness. The castle emerged in dark lines and shadows, my home reduced to angles and pathways, guard towers marked with precision, walls measured, routes planned. It was not the work of someone guessing. It was the work of someone learning. Internal voice, did he draw this? I didn't want the answer. But the scent still clung to the paper. I folded it again and tucked it away, heart racing. Tears threatened, but they didn't fall. I wasn't heartbroken yet. I was afraid. Afraid that my feelings had made me careless. Afraid that my compassion had blinded me. Afraid that the person who made me feel seen might be preparing to unravel everything I knew. I lay back slowly, staring up at the ceiling. John's face surfaced in my mind, not the guarded one from today, but the version of him in the forest, the one who wrapped my wound, the one who gave me the wooden wolf without asking for anything in return. Internal voice, which one of you is real? The question echoed unanswered. I turned onto my side and clutched the edge of the pillow, grounding myself in the quiet. Tomorrow, I would not confront him. Not yet. Tomorrow, I would watch. Carefully. Closely. Until the truth revealed itself, no matter how much it hurt. Internal voice, I love him. The admission came softly, painfully. Internal voice, shaking, but love cannot come at the cost of everything. Outside my window, the forest whispered with distant life. Inside the castle, shadows gathered. And somewhere between the two, my heart stood on a fragile edge, waiting for the truth to step out of the dark. The forest was only a dark line from my window, but tonight it felt closer than the stone walls that surrounded me. I stood with my hands resting on the cold sill, staring past the outer towers, past the torchlit paths, toward the distant stretch of trees where the howls had echoed the day before. The sound was gone now, swallowed by the night, yet my chest still felt tight, as if those calls had lodged themselves somewhere deep inside me and refused to fade. The castle behind me was quiet in the way it only ever was after evening patrols had changed. Too quiet, the kind of silence that made every thought louder. I drew my cloak tighter around myself, even though the room was warm. Internal voice, why can't you let this go? I knew the answer, even if I didn't want to admit it. Because nothing felt settled. Because nothing made sense anymore. Because every time I tried to convince myself that John was innocent, another image rose up to challenge that belief. The way his eyes followed guard rotations. The way he touched the courtyard wall as if it meant something. The way his answers always stopped just short of reassurance. Slowly, almost reluctantly, my fingers slipped beneath my pillow. The charcoal map was there. Folded neatly, hidden carefully, heavy despite being nothing more than paper. I pulled it out and smoothed it open on the narrow table by the window, my breath catching as the familiar lines revealed themselves again. Walls, towers, pathways, angles drawn with purpose. This was not curiosity. This was preparation. Internal voice, if he's innocent, why does everything point to something darker? My throat tightened painfully. I wanted, desperately, to believe there was another explanation, that someone else had drawn it, that he had been forced, that the scent clinging to the paper meant nothing. But deep down, I knew I was running out of excuses. I folded the map again with shaking hands and pressed it to my chest for a moment before tucking it back beneath the pillow. as if hiding it could hide the truth with it. I turned away from the window abruptly, my restlessness spiking. I couldn't stay here. The walls felt too close, the air too thick. I needed movement, space, something to quiet the storm inside my head. I grabbed my cloak and slipped it around my shoulders, fastening it tightly at my throat. The familiar weight settled against me, grounding me just enough to breathe. Internal voice, just a walk. Clear your head, that's all. I stepped out into the corridor, closing the door softly behind me. The halls were dimly lit, torches spaced evenly along the stone walls. My footsteps echoed faintly as I moved, the sound bouncing back at me like a reminder that I wasn't alone, even when I wanted to be. Guards stationed along the corridor straightened as I passed, bowing stiffly. Their eyes lingered longer than usual. Watching. Measuring. Internal voice, they're watching everyone now. I nodded politely, keeping my expression calm even though my pulse thudded in my ears. I could feel their attention following me as I turned down the corridor leading toward the outer grounds. With every step, my unease grew. Not fear, something sharper. Anticipation mixed with dread. Internal voice, maybe I'll see him. The thought slipped in uninvited. Internal voice, immediately, maybe you shouldn't. I hesitated at the archway leading into the open courtyard, my hand brushing the cool stone. Beyond it, moonlight spilled across flagstones, casting long shadows from the columns and battlements. The night air drifted in, carrying the faint scent of earth and torch smoke. I took a step forward. Then another. The courtyard was mostly empty at this hour. Patrols moved along the perimeter, their torches tracing predictable paths along the walls. Everything looked normal. Too normal. My gaze drifted instinctively toward the area near the outer wall, the place John had studied so carefully before. My heart stumbled. He was there. John Huntsman stood near the far edge of the courtyard, half shadowed by a tall stone column. He wasn't where prisoners were usually kept. He wasn't near his assigned guards. In fact, he was alone. Internal voice, why is he alone? I froze just inside the archway, instinct screaming at me to hide, even as my eyes refused to look away. He glanced over his shoulder, scanning the open space behind him, his movements quick and precise. Not the nervous shifts of someone afraid, but the deliberate checks of someone ensuring they weren't being watched. My breath caught painfully. Internal voice, where is his escort? Before I could stop myself, I stepped back behind the arch, pressing myself against the cold stone as my heart began to race. I didn't want him to see me. Not yet. I peered out cautiously, my cloak blending into the shadow. John moved again, this time heading toward the perimeter wall. Not the pass. Not the stables. The wall. A place he had no reason to be. Internal voice, don't assume the worst, just watch. I followed at a distance, careful to keep pillars and statues between us. My steps were slow, measured, each one placed with care to avoid the soft scrape of stone. The closer I got, the louder my pulse became. John's movements were confident now, unhurried. He stopped beneath a wide stone arch near the old courtyard corner, the same area I had seen him study before. The place near the sealed gate. My chest tightened so hard it hurt. Internal voice, this isn't nothing. I slipped behind a decorative garden structure, crouching low and barely daring to breathe. From here, I could see him clearly, his back straight, his posture alert. Waiting. Then, a sound. Soft, almost imperceptible. A rustle from the darkness, beyond the arch. My hand flew to my mouth, to stop the gasp that threatened to escape. A shape stepped forward. Not fully wolf, not fully human. A rogue. Fur matted, posture tense, staying half-shifted as if ready to flee or fight at a moment's notice. My blood ran cold. Internal voice, no. John leaned in slightly, his voice barely above a whisper. We don't have long. The rogue answered just as quietly. Then speak fast. The pack is waiting. The words slammed into me like a physical blow. The world seemed to tilt. Internal voice, the pack. I pressed myself harder into the stone, my legs trembling so badly I was afraid they would give out beneath me. This wasn't coincidence. This wasn't misunderstanding. This was real. And I was about to hear the truth, whether I was ready for it or not. I didn't move. I couldn't. My body felt locked in place, as though the stone beneath my feet had crept up my legs and claimed me as part of the courtyard itself. Every sound seemed amplified, the scrape of cloth, the faint brush of fur against stone, the quiet breath I fought to keep from breaking. John stood only a few paces away, half-shadowed beneath the arch. The rogue wolf lingered opposite him, posture tense, eyes reflecting torchlight like dim embers. He did not bow. He did not show fear. He stood like someone who believed he belonged here, even inside enemy walls. My stomach twisted violently. Internal voice, this is real. This is actually happening. John spoke again, his voice low and urgent. We don't have long. Patrols change soon. The rogue nodded once, then speak. I pressed my hand harder over my mouth, my pulse pounding so loudly I was certain they could hear it. John shifted his stance slightly, angling his body so the archway concealed them further from the open courtyard. It was subtle, skilled, intentional. He had done this before. The mapping is almost complete, John said quietly. I know the guard rotations now, which towers are fully staffed, which ones rely on shifts. My vision blurred at the edges. Internal voice, mapping. The rogue's ears twitched, and the gates. John exhaled slowly, as if weighing his words. The main gates are reinforced, too risky, but the old gate. My breath caught sharply. The old gate is still sealed, John continued, but the wall around it is weak, decades of neglect. 5 wolves could break through if they hit it together. I felt like I was falling. Not physically, but something inside me was giving way, collapsing inward with sickening force. Internal voice, the drawing, the wall, the pattern. The rogue let out a low, satisfied sound. Good, the pack will want details. They'll get them, John replied. Once the East Patrol weakens, the timing will be right. I squeezed my eyes shut for a fraction of a second, as if that could undo what I'd just heard. It didn't. The words stayed, carved themselves into me. The rogue shifted his weight, and the princess. The question hit harder than any blade. John didn't answer immediately. My heart hammered so violently it hurt. Internal voice, say no, say you won't involve me, say you, never. John's silence stretched. Then he spoke. She trusts me, he said quietly. That's enough. The world shattered. It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. It was quiet. Cold. Like something precious cracking cleanly in two. I staggered back a step, my heel brushing loose gravel. The sound was small, but to me it thundered. Internal voice. No, he didn't mean it like that. The rogue chuckled softly, a low rasp that crawled under my skin. Good, he said. We'll need her distraction. My knees nearly buckled. I pressed my shoulder against the stone, breathing shallowly, desperately trying not to be sick. Internal voice, he would use me. He would use my trust. John didn't correct him. Didn't argue. Didn't deny it. Once the pack enters, John said, his voice steady, everything changes, no mistakes. No mistakes. As if he were discussing supplies, or routes, or weather. Not lives. Not my home. Not me. My vision swam, tears burning fiercely behind my eyes. I bit down hard on my lip to keep from sobbing aloud. Internal voice, every smile, every gentle word, every look. A lie. Or worse, calculated truth. I backed away slowly, inch by inch, every movement deliberate despite the panic screaming through me. My cloak snagged lightly on a trailing vine, the fabric pulling tight for a terrifying second. I froze. The voices paused. My heart stopped. Then, the rogue spoke again, quieter this time. We should go, too much risk. John nodded. Yes, go, I'll contact you again when the time comes. The rogue melted back into the darkness, his form dissolving into shadow and silence as if he had never been there at all. John lingered beneath the arch, staring at the stone wall for a long moment. I didn't wait to see what he would do next. I turned and fled. I moved soundlessly, my body acting on instinct alone as I slipped between columns and hedges, away from the arch, away from him, away from the truth I had just uncovered. My chest burned. My breath came in sharp, uneven pulls. Internal voice, run, don't look back. I crossed the courtyard in a blur, barely aware of where I was going, only that I needed distance. Space. Somewhere to fall apart without being seen. The castle doors loomed ahead. I didn't slow until they closed behind me. The silence inside was deafening. My footsteps echoed wildly as I ran through corridors, up staircases, past familiar tapestries that now felt like strangers. Everything looked the same, but nothing felt safe anymore. Internal voice, he was using me, all this time. I reached my chamber and slammed the door shut, locking it with shaking hands. The moment the latch clicked, my strength vanished. I slid down the door, my legs folding beneath me as a sob tore free from my chest. I covered my face, shaking so violently my teeth rattled. Internal voice, I trusted him. I pressed my forehead to my knees, tears spilling unchecked. I defended him. I had stood between him and my father. I had argued for him in rooms full of people who would have gladly killed him. I had risked everything, and he would use my heart to destroy my home. The pain was unbearable. Not sharp, not sudden, but deep, spreading, crushing, relentless. I didn't know how long I sat there, curled against the door, crying until my throat burned and my chest ached. Time lost meaning, the night blurred. Eventually, exhaustion dragged me under. But even as my eyes closed, one thought repeated over and over again, merciless and unyielding. Internal voice, he chose his pack. And I had never been part of it. I don't remember moving to the bed. Only that, at some point, the floor was no longer beneath me, and the weight in my chest had not eased. I lay curled on the mattress, staring at nothing, my eyes burning but dry now. The tears had spent themselves, leaving behind a hollow ache that felt worse than the sobbing had. My limbs were heavy, unresponsive, as if grief had soaked into my bones. Internal voice, he would use me. The words returned again and again, relentless. Every memory twisted under the weight of what I now knew. The way John had watched me in the forest, calm, attentive, steady. The way he had wrapped my wound with care. The way his voice softened when he spoke my name. Had it all been strategy? Had every kindness been a step closer to this moment? I pressed my palm against my chest, trying to breathe through the pain that surged without warning. Internal voice, was I ever real to you? The night dragged on. Moonlight crept across the floor, then retreated. Somewhere in the castle, guards changed shifts. Doors opened and closed. Life continued, unaware that my world had cracked open and spilled its contents everywhere. At some point, exhaustion pulled me under, not into rest, but into something numb and empty. When I woke, dawn had arrived quietly. Gray light filtered through the window, thin and cold. My body ached as if I'd been running all night. My eyes felt swollen and stiff. I was still dressed, my cloak tangled around my legs, my hair loose and knotted. I pushed myself upright slowly, the room tilting for a moment before settling again. The first thing I saw was the charcoal drawing. It lay on the bedside table where I must have placed it without remembering. The lines were dark and confident, the angles precise. Guard towers, pathways, walls. The old gate. My breath caught painfully. Internal voice, this is proof. I reached for the paper with trembling fingers. It felt heavier than it should have, like it carried not just ink and charcoal, but the weight of everything I had refused to see. For a long moment, I just stood there, staring at it. Then the truth settled fully into place. If I stayed silent, I wasn't protecting him. I was protecting the plan. Internal voice: if I say nothing, I become part of it. My stomach churned, guilt and resolve knotting together. I thought of my father, stern, unyielding, dangerous in his certainty. I thought of the people within these walls, the soldiers who patrolled at night, the servants who whispered fears in corridors. And I thought of John. Not as he had been to me, but as he had spoken beneath the archway, calmly, clearly, deliberately. I folded the charcoal map carefully, smoothing the creases with unsteady hands. "I'm sorry," I whispered, to who I wasn't sure. To him. To myself. To whatever fragile version of hope I'd been clinging to. I left my chamber without calling for Myra. The corridors were quiet this early. Torches burned low in their brackets. A guard bowed as I passed, surprise flickering across his face at my unannounced movement, but he said nothing. Each step toward the council chamber felt like walking into a storm. Internal voice: this is duty. Another voice whispered back, broken and small: this is betrayal. I reached the heavy doors and stopped. My hand hovered inches from the wood, shaking. For one last moment, doubt surged. Internal voice: what if you misunderstood? What if? I closed my eyes. Saw John's face beneath the archway. Heard his words. She trusts me, that's enough. I knocked. The door opened almost immediately. King Alistair stood there, fully dressed, his expression sharp with surprise at seeing me so early. His eyes narrowed slightly as he took in my disheveled appearance. "Christina," he said, "what is it?" I didn't speak at first. My throat felt tight, raw. I held out the folded charcoal, drawing with both hands. "I found this," I said finally, my voice trembling despite my effort to steady it. "And I overheard enough to know he is planning something." Alistair's expression darkened as he took the paper. His eyes scanned the drawing quickly, his jaw tightening with each passing second. "Gates," I forced out. "Positions, timing." Silence fell, heavy and dangerous. When my father looked up again, the fury in his eyes was unmistakable. He didn't shout. Didn't question me. He turned sharply and signaled with one clipped motion. "Lucian," he called. Footsteps echoed as General Lucian Bloodbane appeared from the adjoining chamber, his gaze flicking between us with immediate interest. "Prepare the guards," Alistair said coldly. "Now." Lucian's smile was thin and satisfied. As they moved past me, urgency crackling through the room, I remained frozen in place. My hands empty, my chest aching, my heart splintered beyond repair. Internal voice: I chose my people. Another voice whispered back, merciless and true. And lost him. The castle erupted into motion. I barely felt myself move as I followed at a distance, my steps light but unsteady, my thoughts muffled as if wrapped in fog. Orders rang through corridors. Armor clinked. Boots struck stone with purpose. They were going to him. By the time I reached the balcony overlooking the lower courtyard, the guards were already there. Dozens of them. They surrounded John in a wide circle, spears angled forward, torches casting harsh light across the stone. The air felt tight, charged with fear and expectation. John stood at the center. Calm. Still. As if he had known this moment would come. My hands curled around the cold stone railing, knuckles whitening as I leaned forward just enough to see him clearly. My heart hammered so hard it hurt. Internal voice: please say something. Lucian stepped forward first, his presence cutting through the tension like a blade. "Traitor," he snarled, voice echoing across the courtyard. "We knew it." The words struck me like a physical blow. John didn't react. He didn't bare his teeth, didn't shift, didn't argue. He simply lifted his hands slowly, palms open, showing no resistance. My breath caught painfully. Internal voice, deny it, please. Tell them they're wrong. His gaze lifted then. Found me. The moment our eyes met, something inside me shattered completely. There was no anger in his expression. No accusation. Only heartbreak. Raw and quiet and devastating. As if I had wounded him more deeply than chains ever could. My chest tightened until breathing felt impossible. Internal voice, say something. Look at me and tell me this isn't true. But John said nothing. The guards moved in, careful but firm metal restraints closing around his wrists. Not brutal, but final. The soft clink of chain echoed louder in my ears than any shout. King Alistair's voice cut through the air, cold and absolute. Take him to the dungeon. He will remain there until further judgment. The sentence felt like a death knell. John didn't resist as they turned him toward the stone passage leading beneath the castle. He walked steadily, shoulders squared, dignity intact. And still, he didn't look away from me. Not once. Even as the shadows swallowed him. Even as the torchlight flickered and faded. Even as the archway closed behind him. My knees weakened. I stumbled back from the railing before anyone could see the tears spill freely. I turned blindly, retreating into the corridor, my vision blurring, my ears ringing. Internal voice, I did what I had to do. Another voice rose immediately, merciless and true. And destroyed the only person who ever saw you. I locked myself inside my chamber and leaned against the door, sliding down until I was sitting on the floor again, just like the night before. But this time, there was no doubt. No confusion. Only grief. I crawled onto the bed and curled inward, clutching the pillow as if it could hold me together. My tears soaked into the fabric, silent but endless. Internal voice, I protected my people. Another whisper answered, sharp as glass. At the cost of your heart. Hours passed. I didn't move. Didn't call for Myra. Didn't answer when someone knocked softly once, and then retreated. Eventually, exhaustion dragged me under, not into peace, but into a shallow, broken sleep filled with nothing but ache. The last thing I felt before sleep claimed me was the cold certainty settling deep in my chest. Whatever happens next, nothing will ever be the same again. I wake slowly, not because I am rested, but because my body refuses to hold sleep any longer. My eyes burn the moment I open them. The ceiling above me is blurred, the stone patterns swimming as if they can't quite stay still. My throat feels raw, tight, like I've been screaming all night even though I know I barely made a sound. For a few seconds, I don't remember why. Then it crashes back into me. Chains. Torches. John's eyes, locked on mine as they dragged him away. My breath stutters sharply, and I roll onto my side, pressing my hand against my chest as if I can physically hold my heart together. It feels bruised, hollowed, like something vital has been torn out and left me breathing around the empty space. I push myself upright slowly, my movements heavy, uncoordinated. Sitting on the edge of the bed, I stare down at the cold stone floor between my feet. My fingers curl into the blanket without realizing it, gripping as if the fabric might anchor me to something solid. Internal voice, he betrayed me, didn't he? The thought is thin, fragile. It doesn't feel real yet, more like a question echoing inside a room that's too large and too quiet. I swallow hard. The charcoal map is gone. I remember folding it carefully, handing it to my father, watching his expression darken as if a storm had been waiting just beneath his skin. I press my lips together, fighting the urge to cry again. I don't think I have anything left inside me that can break, but my chest still aches as if it might. A soft knock sounds at my door. I flinch. Princess, Myra's voice filters through the wood, unusually bright. May I come in? I don't answer right away. I'm not sure what my face looks like, and I'm too tired to pretend. But the door opens anyway, Myra stepping inside with the familiarity of someone who has dressed me since I was a child. She's smiling. That alone feels wrong. "Good morning," she says gently, setting fresh linens aside. "You've slept late." Late, the word feels strange, as if time has moved forward without my permission. I nod faintly, unable to form a proper response. Myra hesitates, studying me more closely now. Her smile falters just a fraction. "Are you unwell, princess? You look." She stops herself. I know what she sees. Swollen eyes, pale skin, a face that looks like it's been hollowed out from the inside. Before I can respond, her expression shifts again, brightening with something that borders on excitement. "Oh, I almost forgot," she says, clapping her hands softly together. "There's been quite the stir this morning." My stomach tightens. "A guest has arrived," she continues, "from Voss City." The words land slowly. Too slowly. Voss City. I lift my gaze to her, my heart beginning to pound for an entirely different reason. "A guest." "Yes," Myra says, nodding eagerly. "Prince Adrian Voss arrived before dawn. The king ordered preparations immediately." Prince Adrian. My mind stumbles over the name, trying to connect it to something solid. I've heard it before, of course I have. Everyone has. Younger brother to Adrian Voss, Liliana's husband's kin. A prince known more for diplomacy than cruelty. A fiancé candidate. The realization hits me like cold water. He's already here. I look down at my hands, suddenly aware of how hollow they feel resting in my lap. "Already?" I whisper before I can stop myself. Myra tilts her head. "Yes, princess. It seems the council wished to move quickly." Of course they did. Control moves fastest when emotions are at their weakest. I force myself to stand, though my legs feel unsteady beneath me. "Help me dress," I say quietly. Myra moves at once, selecting a gown from the wardrobe. Normally she'd choose something elegant, something meant to display my position, my value. Today, she hesitates, then reaches for something simpler. Muted fabric, soft lines, nothing that demands attention. I don't comment, I'm grateful. As she helps me dress, her hands are careful, almost reverent, as if she's afraid I might break beneath her touch. She says nothing more about the guest, but I feel her eyes on me in the mirror, watchful, worried. "You don't have to go down yet," she offers gently. "The hall will be crowded." "I know," I reply, my voice distant, "but I will." Because hiding would only make this worse. Because if I don't face it now, it will swallow me whole. When she finishes, I smooth the fabric down mechanically. The woman staring back at me from the mirror barely looks like a princess. She looks tired, worn, like someone who has lost something she wasn't ready to let go of. Myra clears her throat softly. "Princess, if there is anything." "I'm fine," I say automatically. The lie tastes bitter. She nods, though she doesn't look convinced, and steps aside as I move toward the door. As my hand closes around the handle, one thought rises above the fog in my mind, sharp and undeniable. Internal voice. John is in a dungeon, and the world is already moving on. I straighten my shoulders. Then I open the door and step into a morning that feels far too bright for the devastation it carries. The Great Hall is already full when I arrive. Voices overlap in low, controlled murmurs, nobles, council members, guards stationed at every archway. The chandeliers above burn steadily, their crystal facets catching the morning light and scattering it across polished stone. It should feel grand, familiar. Instead, it feels like a stage prepared for a decision I never agreed to perform. I step inside quietly. A few heads turn, whispers ripple and then settle. I take my place near my parents, folding my hands together so no one can see them tremble. My father stands at the head of the hall, posture rigid, presence absolute. My mother sits beside him, composed, but her eyes flick toward me with a softness that aches. Then the doors open. The sound is deliberate. Heavy wood pulled wide, guards stepping aside in perfect synchronization. Prince Adrian Voss enters without ceremony, but with unmistakable presence. He is tall, composed, dressed in dark formal attire marked with the sigil of Voss City. His movements are measured, respectful, not arrogant, not calculating, just calm. He pauses at the threshold, surveying the room with clear, intelligent eyes before stepping forward. He bows first to my father. "Your Majesty," he says evenly, "thank you for receiving me on such short notice." My father inclines his head, appraising. "Prince Adrian, you honor us." Adrian turns then to my mother, bowing again. "Your Grace." She nods, offering a polite smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. And then, inevitably, he looks at me. Not with curiosity, sharpened into judgment. Not with polite indifference. He meets my gaze directly, as if I am the only person in the room who matters. "Princess Christina," he says, his voice warm but steady, "I've heard much about your strength." The word lands softly. Strength. Not beauty, not alliance value, not obligation. I blink, genuinely startled. For a moment, I forget how to breathe. I incline my head in return, unsure what expression my face is wearing. "You're welcome here, Prince Adrian." He smiles faintly, not the kind meant to impress a court, but something restrained, respectful. "Thank you." Around us, the hall seems to lean in. I can feel the weight of observation pressing against my skin. Nobles watch closely, measuring every word, every glance, every unspoken reaction. Adrian doesn't perform for them. He stands with his hands folded loosely behind his back, posture open, patient, as if he understands the tension and chooses not to sharpen it. Counselor Merov clears his throat and gestures toward the raised dais. "Prince Adrian has traveled far. We will speak of formal matters shortly." Adrian inclines his head. "Of course." As he moves closer to the center of the hall, I catch subtle details. The absence of condescension, the way his gaze never lingers too long, the way he seems acutely aware of the space around him without trying to dominate it. This is not what I expected. Internal voice, why is he kind? The word feels almost dangerous. As the council begins their formalities, my thoughts drift despite myself. I listen to voices but absorb none of it. My attention keeps returning to the man standing a few steps away, this prince who speaks as though I am already worthy of respect. I shouldn't compare him to John. But I do. Not because they are alike, but because both, in entirely different ways, looked at me as if they saw something others never bothered to search for. The contrast makes my chest ache. The meeting stretches on, protocols, travel courtesies, muted political assurances. Adrian answers each question calmly, precisely, never overstating, never deflecting. When he speaks of alliances, it is with restraint. When he speaks of stability, it is without threat. At one point, his gaze drifts back to me, not lingering, not intrusive, just present. And something in his eyes tells me he already knows this is not simple. That this proposal is not a gift. It is a response to chaos. Internal voice, they are trying to anchor me because I am drifting. When the formal greetings finally conclude, the tension in the hall eases just slightly. Servants move again. Whispers resume, sharper now, speculative. Adrian steps back, giving space, as if intentionally refusing to crowd me. I should feel relieved. Instead, I feel overwhelmed. Because kindness, real kindness, after devastation is harder to endure than cruelty. Cruelty makes enemies clear. Kindness makes choices unbearable. As the hall slowly disperses, one thought repeats quietly in my mind, growing heavier with every step. Internal voice, how do I accept gentleness when my heart is still bleeding for someone else? And somewhere deep beneath that thought, another truth waits, unspoken, unresolved, and aching to be faced. John is still in the dungeon. And nothing in this hall can change that. I do not hear her announcement at first. The great hall is still buzzing with subdued conversation, council members dispersing, nobles forming clusters, servants moving with careful precision. My mind remains caught somewhere between the weight of Adrian's presence and the echo of iron doors closing in the dungeon below. Then a familiar voice cuts through the noise. "Christina." It is soft but urgent, and unmistakable. I turn. Liliana is already crossing the marble floor toward me, her skirts whispering as she moves too quickly for court decorum. Her hair is pinned elegantly as always, but her composure fractures the moment she reaches me. She does not bow, she does not wait for permission. She wraps her arms around me tightly. The breath leaves my chest in a quiet rush. For a heartbeat, I stand frozen, too startled to respond. Then my hands lift on their own, clutching the back of her gown as if she is the only solid thing in the room. Her embrace is warm, familiar, real. It almost breaks me. "Gods, Christina," she murmurs, pulling back just enough to look at my face. Her eyes scan me with devastating accuracy, taking in the swelling around my eyes, the tension in my jaw, the way I am holding myself together by sheer will alone. Her voice lowers. "You're hurting." I swallow hard. "I'm fine." The lie barely survives the air between us. Liliana exhales slowly, not frustrated, not disappointed, just sad. She cups my face gently, thumbs brushing beneath my eyes as if she might wipe away pain I cannot show in public. "You don't have to tell me," she whispers. "Not yet." My throat tightens. She leans closer, forehead touching mine briefly, shielding us from curious glances. "But don't think I can't see it. You're grieving someone." The word strikes like a blade. Grieving. I suck in a breath that trembles despite my efforts. My lips part, but no sound comes out. Liliana pulls me back into her arms, this time with deliberate firmness, as if anchoring me. "I won't force you to speak," she says quietly. "Not now, not ever. When you're ready, I'll listen." My fingers curl into her sleeves. Internal voice. She knows. She always knows. Behind us, I sense movement. Adrian steps back, giving us space without being asked, turning slightly as if deliberately not watching. The gesture does not go unnoticed. Liliana glances past my shoulder briefly, then back at me. Her expression shifts, not with suspicion, but with understanding. "The prince seems respectful," she says softly. "That matters." I nod faintly. "He is." "And that frightens you," she adds gently. I let out a shaky breath that might have been a laugh in another life. "Everything frightens me right now." She squeezes my hands. "That doesn't mean you're weak. It means you care." The hall begins to empty more noticeably now. Servants usher nobles toward adjoining chambers. Guards reposition. The moment stretches, but cannot last. Liliana straightens, smoothing her expression back into something court-appropriate, though her eyes never leave mine. "Come," she says. "Let's find you some air before they trap you in another conversation." She links her arm through mine, guiding me toward the side corridor that leads away from the hall. I let her steer me, my legs moving without protest. As we walk, her voice lowers again. Mother was worried. She didn't say why, but I could feel it. "I'm sorry," I murmur. "For what?" Liliana asks quietly. "For pulling everyone into this mess." She stops, turns fully toward me. "Christina," she says firmly, "you are not a mess. You are surrounded by people who would rather silence questions than answer them." Her gaze softens, "And you have always paid the price for their fear." The words settle deep in my chest. We reach the arched doors leading out onto the inner balcony. Cool air greets us, brushing my face like a blessing. I lean against the stone railing, breathing deeply. For a moment, neither of us speaks. Then Liliana says softly, "Whatever you're carrying, don't bury it just because others find it inconvenient." I look at her, startled by the weight beneath her words. "You sound like you already know what I'm hiding." She smiles sadly. "I know you, Christina, that's enough." Footsteps echo behind us. Adrian appears at a respectful distance, stopping short when he sees us together. "I apologize for interrupting," he says politely. "The king asked that you join him shortly, princess." Liliana steps back instinctively, though not without giving me one last reassuring squeeze. Go, she murmurs. I'll be nearby. Adrian inclines his head to her in acknowledgement before turning his attention back to me. His gaze is careful now, aware that something delicate has just passed between sisters. As we walk back toward the inner hall, a strange sensation settles over me. I am not alone. I am not unseen. And yet, internal voice, why does it still feel like I'm standing at the edge of something irreversible? Because kindness has entered my life at the exact moment my heart is fractured. Because my sister sees my pain. Because a prince offers respect without chains. And because the man who once made me feel understood is locked behind stone walls, silent and waiting. The garden gates close behind us with a muted sound, sealing out the noise of the court. Evening light spills across the stone paths, warm and golden, catching on leaves and sculpted hedges. The air smells faintly of night-blooming flowers, sweet, restrained, carefully cultivated. Like everything in this castle, Prince Adrian Voss walks beside me without pressing close. He keeps a respectful distance, his hands folded loosely behind his back, his pace matched to mine as though he has already learned how easily I retreat when crowded. We pass beneath an arch draped in pale vines. For several steps, neither of us speaks. I am the one who breaks the silence, though the words feel brittle. You didn't have to come so quickly. Adrian turns his head slightly, not stopping. I wanted to. Not had to, wanted. The distinction lands softly but firmly. He glances at me, measuring. Not my face, not the scar I've spent my life watching others pretend not to see, but my posture, the tension in my shoulders, the way my hands knot together when I think no one notices. This visit, he says carefully, was framed as politics, I know that. I stiffen, instinctively bracing. Then you understand why I might not be receptive. He stops walking. I halt as well, startled by the sudden stillness. Adrian turns to face me fully. The light catches his expression, open, steady, unguarded in a way that feels almost dangerous in this place. I would never force myself into your life, he says quietly, or your future. My breath catches. He continues. If the council believes a marriage can be negotiated like a treaty, that is their illusion, not mine. I search his face for calculation, for ambition, for even a flicker of entitlement. There is none. You barely know me, I manage. A faint, almost rueful smile touches his mouth, which is precisely why I won't pretend to claim you. The words unravel something tight in my chest. He gestures lightly toward the stone bench near the rose trellis. May we sit? I nod, grateful for the pause. We sit side by side, close enough that I can feel his presence, but far enough that I don't feel cornered. The roses above us sway gently, petals pale as moonlight. Adrian folds his hands again. I've heard many things about you, Princess Christina. None of them were cruel, most were incomplete. I huff a quiet breath. That sounds generous. It's honest, he replies. They spoke of your gentleness as if it were a flaw, of your silence as if it were emptiness. His gaze meets mine, unwavering. I hear restraint, thoughtfulness, pain. My throat tightens. I don't want to cage you, he says softly. Not with marriage, not with duty. If you ever choose to walk away from this proposal, I will not stand in your path. For a moment, the world tilts. Not with fear, but with the unfamiliar weight of being offered a choice. I don't know what I want, I admit. Adrian inclines his head. Then we are aligned. I only ask to know you, not to own you. Footsteps approach from the path behind us. I turn instinctively and see Counselor Merov moving toward us with deliberate casualness. His expression is pleasant, but his eyes are sharp, always searching for fractures in the room. Adrian rises smoothly. I follow a second later. Your Highness, Merov says with a shallow bow, a pleasure to see you again. And you, Counselor, Adrian replies evenly. Merov's gaze flicks to me, then back to Adrian. His voice lowers, conspiratorial. Your family has always been inquisitive about our shared history, particularly where wolves are concerned. My spine goes rigid. This is not a casual remark. This is a blade wrapped in velvet. Adrian does not blink. Truth tends to invite inquiry. Merov's smile tightens. Some truths are destabilizing. Only when they've been buried, Adrian answers calmly. The air between them sharpens. Merov bows again, deeper this time. I trust your stay will be enlightening. He departs without another word. Silence stretches. I release a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. That was dangerous. Adrian exhales slowly. Yes. You didn't deny it. No, he says simply. I won't. I study him, unease and respect tangling together. You question my father's version of history. I question any history that requires silence to survive, he replies. The answer sends a chill through me, not fear, but recognition. We walk back toward the castle in thoughtful quiet. As we near the doors, Adrian slows. Whatever you decide, princess, about this engagement, about anything, I hope you choose yourself. He bows once more, then steps away, leaving me standing in the lengthening shadows of the corridor. I do not move for several heartbeats. Internal voice. Why does kindness feel heavier than cruelty? Because cruelty is predictable, because kindness asks something of me. Later, I find Liliana waiting on the balcony, arms resting on the stone rail, gaze turned toward the horizon. She looks over as I approach. You walked with him. Yes. And? He didn't pressure me, I say quietly. Not once. She nods, unsurprised. I thought so. I lean beside her. The sky burns with sunset, colors bleeding into one another without permission. Adrian seems sincere, Liliana says gently. You deserve someone who sees your worth. I know, I whisper. That's what scares me. She turns fully toward me, lifting a hand to my cheek. Your heart already belongs somewhere else. Tears sting my eyes. Don't bury it out of fear, she murmurs. Whatever you choose, choose honestly. When night falls, I walk alone. The castle corridors stretch endlessly, stone and shadow pressing in from all sides. Adrian's words echo. Liliana's certainty lingers. My father's control tightens like a vice. And beneath it all, John. Internal voice. I need closure. I need to face him. My feet turn toward the stairs descending into the lower levels, my resolve trembling but unbroken. Because kindness has given me space to breathe. And pain has given me no choice but to seek the truth. The stairs into the dungeon descend, in a slow, merciless spiral. Each step pulls me farther from light, farther from the world where kindness had briefly made room for choice. The air cools as I go, thick with damp stone and iron. Torches burn at measured intervals, their flames steady, as if even fire obeys rules down here. My footsteps echo too loudly. Internal voice. You don't have to do this. Another voice answers, quieter but firmer. If you don't, you'll never breathe freely again. 2 guards stand before the iron-barred corridor that leads to the cells. They straighten when they see me, surprise flashing across their faces before discipline settles in. Princess, one says carefully, it's late. I know, I reply. My voice sounds distant, like it belongs to someone else. I need a moment. They hesitate, then step aside, not out of kindness, out of obedience. The corridor smells of cold stone and old silence, the kind of silence that presses against the ears until thoughts grow louder than sound. John's cell is at the far end. I know it without being told. He sits against the wall, shackled but not restrained cruelly. His posture is calm, controlled, as though the chains are an inconvenience rather than a sentence. His head is bowed, dark hair falling forward, shadows pooling around him like ink. For a heartbeat, I just watch. Internal voice. He betrayed you. Another voice, traitorous and aching. Then why does it hurt like this? My breath catches as I step closer. The sound of my footsteps carries. John lifts his head. Hope flickers across his eyes, quick, instinctive, unmistakable. It is the most painful thing I have ever seen. Christina, he breathes. My chest tightens. I force myself not to step closer. If I do, I won't be able to stop. I stop a pace from the bars. My hands curl into fists at my sides. I had practiced these words. I had whispered them to the stone walls of my chamber, tried to strip them of their power. They still shatter me. John, my voice trembles despite my effort. Prince Adrian has arrived. The hope in his eyes dims, replaced by wary attention. I swallow. The council and my father intend for us to be engaged. Silence crashes down between us. John's expression fractures, not loudly, not dramatically, but in a way that feels far worse, as if something inside him splinters all at once. He looks away for a fraction of a second, then back at me. His voice is hoarse when he speaks. Is that what you want? The question nearly destroys me. I can't answer, not truthfully, not safely. My gaze drops to the floor between us. Tears blur my vision, but I refuse to let them fall. Not here, not in front of him. Internal voice. I have to let go. I have to. Christina, he whispers. My name sounds like a plea, like a memory he's afraid of losing. I take a step back. The movement feels like tearing something out of my own chest. I needed you to know, I say quietly, before you heard it from someone else. He nods once, sharply, as if bracing himself. His jaw tightens, muscles flexing beneath skin that still bears the marks of restraint. I understand, he says. The lie in those words is unbearable. I turn away before my resolve collapses. His voice follows me, soft, breaking. Christina. I don't stop. If I stop, I won't leave. I walk faster, heart hammering, tears finally spilling as the corridor blurs. The guards avert their eyes as I pass. The torches seem dimmer now, the flames trembling. I don't look back. I can't. The climb back to my chamber feels endless. By the time I reach my door, my hands are shaking so badly I fumble with the latch. Inside, the room is dark and silent, too quiet, too empty. I close the door and slide down against it, breath coming in broken gasps. The moment I'm alone, the dam breaks. I cross the room blindly and collapse onto the bed, curling into myself as though I can fold away the pain. My shoulders shake as sobs tear free, raw, unrestrained, unstoppable. Internal voice, you did the right thing. Another voice answers, crueler. Then why does it feel like you've lost everything? Minutes stretch into hours, or maybe hours stretch into something worse. The room grows colder as night deepens. My tears soak into the pillow until there's nothing left to cry, only a hollow ache that refuses to ease. Eventually, exhaustion claims me. Not sleep, just numbness. I lie on my back, staring at the ceiling, chest rising and falling shallowly. The stone above me feels impossibly heavy, as though it's pressing down, compressing every thought into one relentless question. Internal voice, he betrayed you. Another voice, quieter now, refuses to fade. But why? Why save me in the forest? Why tend my wound with such care? Why look at me as though my scar didn't define me? Why hesitate when the rogue wolf spoke of using my trust? Why remain silent when accused? The question coils tighter with every breath. I turn my head slightly, staring at the faint outline of my window, moonlight seeping through the curtains. Internal voice, I need to know why he did it. The thought refuses to leave. It presses against every memory, every doubt, every fracture in the story I've been given. If I let it go now, if I accept the betrayal without understanding it, I will become exactly what this castle wants me to be. Silent. Obedient. Blind. I close my eyes, though sleep does not come. The final image before the darkness settles is not Adrian's gentle smile, nor my father's rage. It is John's eyes in the torchlight, hope flickering, then breaking. And the unanswered question that will not let me rest. I do not sleep. The ceiling above me never changes, no matter how long I stare at it. The stone arches remain fixed, cold, unmoving, just like the weight pressing down on my chest. My eyes burn, but they refuse to close. Every time I blink, the same image slams back into me. John. Chained. Silent. Looking at me like I had already left him behind. I draw a shaky breath, then another, but neither one reaches deep enough. My throat still aches from crying, as if the grief lodged itself there and decided to stay. My sheets are twisted around my legs, tangled from hours of restless turning. At some point, I must have clawed at the blanket because my fingers ache too. I need to know why he did it. The thought repeats itself endlessly, looping in my mind like a curse I cannot escape. I need to know why he did it. I need to know why he did it. I need to know why. My eyes sting again. I turn my head slightly and catch my reflection in the dim glass of the window. I barely recognize the girl staring back. My hair is a mess, dark strands clinging to my damp cheeks. My eyes are swollen, rimmed with red, hollow in a way they never were before. This is what betrayal looks like, I think numbly. Or maybe this is what love looks like when it breaks. I squeeze my eyes shut, but that only makes it worse. His silence replays in my mind with brutal clarity. How he didn't deny it, how he didn't defend himself, how he let the chains close around his wrists without a word. If he's innocent, I whisper into the empty room, why didn't he fight it? The question echoes back at me, unanswered. Dawn creeps in slowly, pale and weak, washing the edges of my chamber in gray. The night loosens its grip reluctantly, but it does nothing to ease the storm inside me. My body feels heavy, exhausted beyond words, yet my mind remains sharp and merciless. I push myself upright, my muscles protesting as my feet touch the cold stone floor. The movement makes my head spin briefly, and I steady myself against the bedpost, breathing through the dizziness. I cannot do this. I cannot lie here pretending that marriage, duty, or silence will erase what I heard. I cannot marry Adrian, I whisper hoarsely, my voice barely recognizable, until I understand John's truth. The words feel dangerous, just saying them aloud. I reach for my cloak with trembling hands and wrap it tightly around my shoulders, as if fabric alone can hold me together. The castle is still quiet at this hour, the corridors barely awake. That is a blessing. I don't think I could bear anyone looking at me right now. I open the door and step into the hallway. Cool air brushes my face, sharp enough to sting. Torches along the walls flicker weakly, casting long, distorted shadows that stretch across the stone floor like grasping fingers. Each step I take echoes softly, the sound unnaturally loud in the stillness. My heart pounds harder with every turn. Down the staircase, past the sleeping wing, toward the place I swore I would never go again. The dungeon. The air changes as I descend. It grows colder, heavier, damp with the scent of stone and old iron. My fingers curl into the edge of my cloak, nails biting into my palm. I don't know what I expect to feel when I see him again. Anger, fear, hate. None of those quite fit. What I feel instead is something raw and aching, stretched so thin it hurts to exist. 2 guards stand outside his cell. They straighten when they see me, surprise flickering across their faces. One of them exchanges a quick glance with the other, clearly confused by my presence so soon after last night. Princess Christina, one of them says carefully. I need to speak with him, I say, my voice steadier than I feel. Alone. They hesitate only a moment before stepping back. Whether out of respect, pity, or fear of disobeying me, I don't know, and right now I don't care. I approach the bars slowly. He is sitting in the back corner of the cell, knees drawn up, head bowed slightly. Heavy chains loop around his wrists, anchoring him to the wall, not cruelly tight, but unmistakably binding. His shoulders look tense, exhausted, as if the weight of the stone itself presses down on him. Seeing him like this sends a sharp pain straight through my chest. No matter what he has done, I tell myself silently, I need to hear his truth. My breath catches. John, I whisper. He lifts his head slowly. His eyes meet mine, and in them I see exhaustion, pain, and something far deeper, something that feels like a question he never expected me to ask. For a moment, neither of us speaks. The silence stretches between us, fragile and heavy, filled with everything we haven't said and everything that might shatter once we do. And I know, without doubt, that whatever happens next will change everything. The sound of his voice breaks the silence before I can. Christina. It is hoarse, rough, as if he hasn't spoken much since they brought him here, or as if every word cost him something. I didn't expect you to come back. The words land, heavier than any accusation could have. I step closer to the bars, my fingers curling around the cold iron before I can stop myself. The chill seeps into my skin, grounding me, anchoring me to the moment. If I let go, I'm not sure my legs will hold me upright. You didn't expect me, I echo softly. He studies my face like he's trying to memorize it, like he's afraid this might be the last time he sees me. There is no anger in his eyes, no bitterness, only a quiet, aching weariness that makes my chest tighten painfully. I thought, he swallows, I thought you'd hate me. The admission slices straight through what little composure I have left. I press my lips together, breathing through the sudden burn behind my eyes. Hate would be easier. Hate would be clean. What I feel instead is tangled, sharp, unbearable. I don't know what I feel, I say honestly. That's why I'm here. I draw in a breath and force the words out before I lose my nerve. You owe me the truth, all of it. No more shadows, no more half-answers. His gaze drops to his shackled wrists. The chains glint dully in the torchlight, unmoving, unforgiving. He flexes his fingers once, not testing them, just acknowledging they're there. For a moment, I think he won't answer. For a terrifying heartbeat, I imagine him retreating behind silence again, leaving me with nothing but questions and regret. Then he nods. Slowly, deliberately. If you want honesty, he says quietly, I'll give you everything. The weight of those words settles heavily between us. My breath shakes despite my efforts to steady it. I hadn't realized how tightly I'd been holding myself together until that moment, how desperately I'd been bracing for denial, deflection, another gentle lie wrapped in careful words. Everything, I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. Yes. He lifts his eyes back to mine, and there is no evasion there now. No softness meant to soothe, just truth, raw, unguarded. And frightening in its intensity. Even if it costs me you. The words steal the air from my lungs. I tighten my grip on the bars, my knuckles paling. Part of me wants to step back to shield myself from what's coming. Another part, stronger, more desperate, knows I won't survive not knowing. Whatever you say, I tell him, forcing the words past the knot in my throat, will change everything. He exhales slowly, a sound that feels like a release he's been holding back for far too long. I know. Silence stretches again, but this time it's different. It isn't fragile, it's loaded. Heavy with history, with truths buried so deep they've shaped generations without ever being spoken aloud. I watch his face as he gathers himself, the way his jaw tightens, the way his shoulders square slightly, as if he's bracing for impact, not from me, but from the past itself. My heart hammers against my ribs. Internal voice, whatever he says, it will change everything. I think of my father, of the castle walls, of the stories I was raised on like scripture. And suddenly, I am afraid, not of him, but of what believing him might mean. Say it, I whisper, my voice trembling despite my resolve. Say it, John, I'm listening. He shifts closer to the bars, chains rattling softly as he moves. The sound echoes faintly through the dungeon, a reminder of where we are and of what it has already cost him to get this far. This isn't easy to hear, he warns quietly, and once you know it, you can't unknow it. I swallow hard. I already can't go back, I say, not after everything. His eyes soften, not with relief, but with something that looks dangerously like sorrow. Then listen, he says. He draws a breath, deep and steady, as though pulling strength from somewhere older than this cell, older than the castle itself. And I know, before he even speaks, that the truth he's about to tell me isn't just about him. It's about everything. For a moment after his last words, John doesn't speak. The silence presses in around us, thick and suffocating. Torchlight flickers against stone, casting shifting shadows across his face, making him look older somehow, weighed down by centuries he never lived but somehow carries. Then the chains at his wrists clink softly as he shifts closer to the bars. "This kingdom," he says at last, voice low and steady, "your kingdom was once ours." The words strike like a physical blow. I flinch before I can stop myself, my fingers tightening around the iron until my palms ache. "That's not possible," I whisper. "Vampires founded this city, that's what the records say." John's gaze never leaves mine. "That's what you were taught," he corrects gently, "not what happened." My heart begins to pound painfully, each beat loud in my ears. "Before vampires ever ruled these lands," he continues, "wolves did. We weren't rogues then. We weren't scattered. We were alphas, recognized leaders, protectors of the territory, bound by law and balance." I shake my head slowly, disbelief rising like panic. "No," I breathe, "you're saying." "Your castle," he interrupts quietly, "was built by my ancestors." The dungeon seems to tilt. I stagger back a half step, my shoulder brushing cold stone. My breath comes shallow, uneven. That's a lie," I whisper, though my voice lacks conviction. "This castle is ancient. It belongs to my bloodline." "It belonged to mine first," John says. There is no anger in his tone, no accusation, only fact. "The foundation stones, the old wards beneath the keep, the layout of the inner courtyard, those weren't designed by vampires." I press my hand to my chest, as if I can steady my racing heart. Internal voice, everything I know is unraveling. He watches me carefully, as though afraid I might break if he pushes too hard. But he doesn't stop. "Vampires were not our enemies at first," he says. "They were council allies, advisors, strategists. They lived within the kingdom under our protection." I swallow hard. "Then why," my voice cracks, "why is everything like this now?" John exhales slowly. "Because while wolves defended the outer borders, while we fought human invaders, beasts, storms, vampires were recruiting." My grip on the bars tightens. "Recruiting whom?" "Other vampires, mercenaries, those drawn by promises of power and immortality." His jaw tightens. "They built an army in the shadows, hidden caverns, sealed tunnels beneath the mountains." My stomach churns. "They trained in secret," he continues, "for years." I stare at him, horror blooming slowly, sickeningly. "And when wolves were spread thin," he says quietly, "they struck." The torchlight catches in his eyes, and for the first time since I met him, I see something raw there. Old, wounded. "They attacked the capital," he says. "They killed the Alpha. They slaughtered his guard. They seized the castle before the outer packs even realized what was happening." My knees weaken. I lean fully against the bars now, my strength draining away. Internal voice, my father's throne stolen. "No," I whisper. "My father, my people, they wouldn't." "Your father didn't do this," John says immediately. "Neither did his father or his father before him." I look up sharply. "This began generations ago," he continues. "The lie became tradition, tradition became law, and law became truth." My mind reels, desperately trying to reconcile his words with everything I've ever known. "And the humans," I ask hoarsely, "why do they fear wolves so much?" John's expression darkens. "Because vampires needed them too," he answers. My breath catches. "Humans feared the unknown," he says. "Vampires used that fear. They hunted humans themselves, then left wolf tracks behind, spread stories, shaped memory." My vision blurs. "They made wolves the villains," he says quietly. "So no one would question why we were driven out, why we were hunted, why our children were born into exile." I shake my head, overwhelmed. Internal voice, my people lied to everyone. Tears sting my eyes, but I force them back, clinging to the last fragile question forming in my chest. "And you," I ask, Why you? John lifts his gaze fully now. Because I am descended from the slain Alpha, he says, one of the last surviving bloodlines. The words echo through me. My family hid for generations, he continues. We watched kingdoms rise and fall. We waited for the truth to surface again. I swallow hard. Then why didn't you tell me sooner? I ask, my voice breaking. Why let me fall into this without knowing? His expression softens painfully. Because you deserve to know me first, he says, not the war I inherited. My chest tightens, emotion crashing through me in a violent wave. Confusion, betrayal, sympathy, grief. And because, he adds quietly, once you know this, there is no safe side to stand on. Tears finally spill over. I press my forehead against the cold iron bars, trembling. Internal voice, nothing is simple anymore. John watches me in silence, giving me space to break if I need to. And in that moment, I realize the most terrifying truth of all. Even if he is telling the truth, it doesn't mean I know what to do with it. John leans forward as much as the chains allow, his voice lowering, not with secrecy but with gravity. There is proof, he says, something your father keeps hidden. My breath catches instantly. Proof, I echo, of all of this. Yes. I straighten despite the tremor in my legs, dread and hope tangling painfully in my chest. What proof? His eyes search my face, as though measuring how much more I can bear. A sword, he says at last, the blade of the last true Alpha. The words hit harder than I expect. The relic in the Eastern Vault, I ask automatically. Father says it's an ancient vampire king's blade. John shakes his head once. No vampire can lift it, he says. Not one. A chill slides down my spine. Because it doesn't belong to them, he continues. It answers only to wolf blood, alpha blood. My thoughts scatter violently. That's impossible, I whisper. If that were true, why keep it? Why not destroy it? His jaw tightens. Because of the prophecy. My pulse quickens. There is a covenant bound to that blade, he says. If it is destroyed, the moon goddess will rise. The dungeon seems to constrict around me. Rise, I repeat faintly. She will strip vampires of the power they stole, John says. The immortality, the dominance, everything taken through betrayal. I stumble back a step, my hand flying to my forehead. No, I breathe, this. So they protect the sword, he finishes quietly. They display it, rename it, pretend it is theirs. My stomach churns. Internal voice, the sword, everything connects to that sword. The council chamber debates, the nervousness around the vault, my father's refusal to even touch the relic. Pieces I never questioned, now slammed together, with sickening clarity. I shake my head violently. No, I say again, louder this time. My father wouldn't lie about something like this. John's voice softens. He didn't create the lie, he says. He inherited it. I back away from the bars, my legs trembling. That doesn't make it better, I whisper. It makes it worse. Everything inside me fractures. My entire life, I say shakily, has been built on this history, on this truth. John nods once. I know. And now you're telling me it's all wrong. I'm telling you it was rewritten. I press my palms to my eyes, fighting the pressure building behind them. This can't all be true, I say hoarsely. It can't. Truth doesn't depend on our belief, John replies gently. Tears spill freely now. I don't know what to believe anymore, I whisper. His expression breaks something in me, pain and tenderness woven together so tightly I can't tell them apart. Whatever happens, he says quietly, I needed you to know this. You deserved truth. I lower my hands slowly. And what if you're wrong? I ask. What if this destroys everything? He meets my gaze steadily. Then at least it will be destroyed honestly. Silence stretches between us, long, aching, unbearable. Believe your heart, Christina, he adds softly. It has never lied to you. That does it. I turn away sharply, unable to face him any longer. Internal voice. My heart is tearing itself apart. I don't trust my voice to answer. I don't trust my legs not to give out. I move toward the dungeon steps slowly, each step heavier than the last. "Christina," John calls softly behind me. "Thank you for listening." I pause for half a heartbeat. But I do not turn back. The torchlight fades as I climb the stairs, shadows stretching long and distorted along the walls. Each step feels like I'm leaving a piece of myself behind, one truth for another, neither solid enough to stand on. By the time I reach the upper hall, my hands are shaking. Internal voice. If he is right, everything I've ever known is false. I stop in the empty corridor, pressing a hand to my chest as my breath comes shallow and uneven. I don't know who to trust anymore. I whisper into the silence. No answer comes. And I stand there alone, between two worlds, two truths, and a future that no longer has a clear shape. I wake before dawn. Not because I am rested. My body feels hollow and sore, as if I never truly slept, but because my mind refuses to let me drift any longer in half-darkness. The ceiling above my bed stares back at me, pale and cracked, its familiar lines suddenly foreign. I blink slowly, once, twice, as if waking might rearrange the thoughts burning behind my eyes. It doesn't. John's voice still echoes in my head. "This kingdom was once ours. Your castle was built by my ancestors. There is proof." My chest tightens, breath catching halfway in before I force it out again. The air feels thick, unmoving, as though the room itself is holding its breath with me. I turn my head slightly, staring at the faint line of gray light slipping through the edge of the curtains. Dawn is close. Too close. I haven't slept. Not truly. Every time my eyes closed, the dungeon returned, cold stone, flickering torchlight, the weight of chains, John's eyes steady even as my world fractured apart. Each memory presses against my ribs now, relentless. One thought repeats louder than the rest, circling like a blade against bone. I need to see it. My fingers curl into the blanket, gripping it as if it might steady me. I must see it with my own eyes. Only truth can save me now. Slowly, I push myself upright. The movement makes my head spin for a moment, exhaustion tugging at my limbs, but I stay still until the dizziness fades. My hair falls loose around my shoulders, tangled from a night of restless turning. When I swing my feet to the floor, the cold stone bites into my skin, sharp and grounding. I welcome it. Internal voice. I cannot marry Adrian until I understand John's truth. The thought lands with unexpected clarity. Not fear, not doubt, resolve. I rise quietly, careful not to let the bed creak. The castle is still half asleep. This is the only time it ever feels honest, when corridors are empty, when whispers have not yet begun their daily crawl through stone walls. I cross the room and pull a cloak from the back of the chair. My hands tremble slightly as I fasten it around my shoulders, the fabric heavier than usual, as though it knows where I am going. I pause only once, glancing at the door that leads deeper into the royal wing. If I'm caught. I don't finish the thought. I step out into the corridor. The air here is cooler, tinged faintly with old stone and burned oil from the torches lining the walls. Each flame flickers weakly, casting long, warped shadows that stretch and retreat as I move. My footsteps are soft, but they still sound too loud to my ears. I keep close to the wall, instinctively choosing the quieter paths, the ones servants use when they wish not to be seen. My heart beats harder with every turn. The east wing lies beyond the main galleries, past rooms no one visits anymore, past doors sealed not by locks but by disinterest, forbidden not by decree but by neglect. I shouldn't be going there. The knowledge doesn't stop me. As I walk, memories surface unbidden, snippets from childhood lessons, half-finished stories tutors never completed. Old halls, relics from a different age, nothing of importance now. Lies wrapped in comfort. I slow as I near the first restricted junction. 2 soldiers stand ahead, posted lazily near an archway, armor dulled by years of repetition. One yawns, stretching his neck. The other shifts his weight, glancing down the corridor in practiced boredom. I stop just short of the corner, pressing my back to the wall. My breath comes shallow, careful. I wait. Seconds stretch. My pulse thrums in my ears. Then, as if on cue, one soldier nudges the other, murmuring something I can't hear. They turn together, beginning their short patrol loop down the adjacent hall. Now, I move. My steps are quick but controlled, cloak brushing stone as I slip behind a thick column. I pause there, heart racing, counting silently until their voices fade. When I step out again, the junction is empty. Internal voice. This used to be wolf territory, long before my family. The thought settles over me like a weight I didn't know I was carrying. The deeper I go, the quieter the castle becomes. The walls here are older, the stone darker, rougher beneath my fingertips when I brush against it for balance. Dust coats the floor in a thin, undisturbed layer, softening my footsteps further. The air smells different too, less polished, more ancient. As I pass beneath a cracked arch, something catches my eye. I stop. Just beneath a faded vampire sigil, one of my family's emblems carved long after the stone was laid, there is another marking. Worn, nearly erased, but unmistakable. A wolf's crown. My breath hitches. I reach out without thinking, brushing my fingers over the carving. The stone is cold, the lines shallow but deliberate, as though someone tried to bury it rather than destroy it. "How long has this been here?" I whisper. The sound of my voice feels intrusive, almost disrespectful in this forgotten place. I pull my hand back, heart pounding harder now, not with fear, but with something closer to awe. John was right. The castle hides wolf history everywhere. I move on, more slowly now, following the corridor as it slopes downward. Rusted torch brackets line the walls, their metal dark with age. I light one carefully, the flame catching with a soft hiss. The glow reveals what darkness has tried to keep hidden. Murals. Faded, cracked, but still visible. Wolves stand tall across the stone, their forms proud, their posture regal. At the center of one mural, a crowned figure holds a sword aloft, not in conquest, but in guardianship. The blade is unmistakable even in decay. My chest tightens painfully. Internal voice, this isn't decoration. This is memory. At the end of the corridor stands an iron door. I know, without knowing how, that this is it. My palm presses against the cold metal. It hums faintly beneath my touch, not with magic, but with history, layer upon layer of silence. I grip the wheel handle and turn. It resists at first, groaning as if unused to being disturbed. I brace myself and pull harder. The door opens just enough. Enough for me to slip inside. The moment I cross the threshold, the air changes. Dim moonlight filters down through narrow cracks high above, illuminating a wide vault filled with relics sleeping in dust. Armor lines the walls. Scrolls sit stacked and sealed. Old weapons rest in careful rows, untouched. My eyes scan desperately. Then I see it. A raised stone pedestal at the center of the room. Draped in scarlet cloth. Surrounded by symbols that do not belong. My breath turns shallow as I step closer, every instinct screaming that once I lift that cloth, there will be no going back. And yet, my hands rise anyway. The cloth trembles beneath my fingers. For a breathless moment, I hesitate, aware, with a clarity that almost hurts, that this single motion will divide my life into before and after. The vault is silent around me. So quiet I can hear the faint rasp of my own breathing. Dust floats lazily in the thin shafts of moonlight, suspended like it is waiting too. I draw the cloth back. The sword rests where it has always rested, patient and unmoved by the centuries stacked above it. Its blade catches the dim light and returns it softly, not with a sharp gleam but with a muted glow, as though it remembers brighter days. The metal is silver-toned, unmarred by ornament for ornament's sake. Strength over spectacle. The guard is shaped like a wolf, Head bowed slightly, jaws parted just enough to reveal etched lines of teeth. Not threatening, watchful. My chest tightens. This is not a vampire weapon. Every vampire blade I have ever seen favored elegance. Curves, jeweled hilts, ceremonial flourishes meant to display dominance. This sword has none of that. It feels purposeful, restrained, ancient in a way that does not beg to be admired. At the base of the pedestal, a small placard has been affixed. I kneel slowly, knees brushing the cold stone floor, and wipe away a layer of dust with the sleeve of my cloak. The words beneath are clean, precise, too clean. Blade of the first vampire king. The lie hits me harder than I expect. A sharp, breath-stealing wave of anger surges through my chest, hot and sudden. My fingers curl into fists at my sides as I stare at the inscription, my vision blurring slightly. A lie, I whisper. The word sounds too small for what I feel. This is all a lie. My thoughts scatter, racing back through every lesson, every speech, every story told at court with unwavering certainty. The pride, the certainty, the righteousness. Internal voice, they didn't just take the throne, they took the truth. I rise unsteadily and step closer to the pedestal. The sword seems larger now, heavier, not physically, but with meaning, with accusation. My pulse beats erratically as another thought surfaces, quiet but insistent. If only an alpha wolf can lift it. My throat tightens. I know I shouldn't. I know this test was never meant for me. And yet, if I don't try, if I leave without knowing, this doubt will rot inside me until nothing remains untouched. I reach for the hilt. The metal is cold beneath my palm, colder than the stone floor, colder than the dungeon bars that still haunt my memory. The grip fits my hand surprisingly well, smooth from generations of use. I draw in a breath and pull. Nothing happens. The sword does not shift. It does not tremble. It might as well be part of the pedestal itself. My jaw tightens. I plant my feet more firmly, both hands now wrapped around the hilt. My shoulders tense as I pull again, harder this time, arms straining, breath coming fast. Still nothing. The sword remains utterly unmoved. My muscles begin to shake with effort, a dull ache spreading down my arms. Frustration flares, sharp and humiliating. I grip my teeth and give one final pull, pouring everything I have into it. The sword does not budge. I release it suddenly, stumbling back a step as my strength gives out. My heart pounds painfully against my ribs, breath ragged, arms trembling from the strain. Internal voice, it's true. The realization settles slowly, heavily. I can't lift it. Which means John was telling the truth. I stare at the sword, my chest rising and falling too fast, as though I've just run a great distance. Fear curls tight in my stomach, not fear of the blade, but of what this confirmation demands of me. My gaze drifts back to the placard, to the carefully chosen lie carved beneath it. Internal voice, if this is false, what else is? A chill runs down my spine, deeper than the cold of the vault. My thoughts spiral outward, colliding with memories of my father standing before the court, unwavering, of council members nodding in agreement, of the stories drilled into me since childhood. The sword stands silent between us, offering no comfort, no answers beyond the one it has already given. I step back slowly, my heel brushing against something on the floor. I glance down and see fragments of old wax seals scattered near the wall, their insignias worn away. Discarded, forgotten, proofs that once mattered, now reduced to debris. The vault feels smaller suddenly, the air pressing in. Internal voice, I cannot leave this here. But I cannot take it either. The weight of that limitation settles over me with a quiet finality. This sword is not mine to move. Not yet, perhaps never. A sound, faint, distant, filters down the corridor beyond the iron door. Voices, boots against stone. My breath catches. I pull the cloth back over the sword quickly, smoothing it into place with shaking hands, as though that might protect it from discovery or protect me. I glance once more at the pedestal, memorizing every detail, every lie layered over truth. Then I turn and slip back toward the door. The corridor beyond feels longer than before, the shadows deeper, the silence less forgiving. I extinguish the torch as I move, plunging the murals back into darkness. The wolves vanish from sight, but not from my mind. By the time I reach the upper hall, my legs feel unsteady beneath me. Each step echoes too loudly now, my nerves stretched raw. Internal voice, I know enough. Enough to confront him. Enough to risk everything. The thought steadies me, even as fear coils tighter around my heart. I don't return to my chamber. I turn instead toward the throne room. The throne room doors loom ahead of me, tall and unforgiving. I slow only for a moment, my palm hovering inches from the carved wood. My reflection glimmers faintly in the polished surface, dust on my cloak, hair loosened from sleep, eyes too bright with something that feels like fire and fracture combined. Internal voice, if I step inside, there is no turning back. I push the doors open. The sound carries. Conversation dies mid-breath. Heads turn, counselors straighten. Guards shift their weight, hands hovering near hilts out of instinct rather than intent. The great chamber smells faintly of incense and old stone, the high windows allowing pale daylight to spill across the floor in rigid lines. My father rises from the throne at once. "Christina," King Alastair says, his voice cutting cleanly through the hush. Concern flickers first, then calculation. What is the meaning of this? I step forward, the echo of my boots loud in the silence. Every eye follows me. I am acutely aware of how I must look, pale, shaken, yet burning with a resolve that has nowhere left to hide. "Father," I say, and my voice trembles despite my effort to steady it. "I need the truth." A murmur ripples through the council. Alastair's jaw tightens. Now is not the time. "It is the only time," I interrupt, surprising even myself. Gasps whisper along the walls. I stop several paces from the throne, my heart hammering so hard it feels like it might break free of my ribs. My hands curl into fists at my sides, nails pressing into my palms. "The sword," I say. "The one sealed in the East Wing vault." The room stiffens. Counselor Merov's eyes flick sharply toward the guards. General Lucian's expression darkens, his gaze sharpening as if measuring a threat. My father does not sit. "The blade of the first vampire king," Alastair replies, his tone controlled, careful. "It is not a matter for discussion." "Then lift it," I say. The words fall into the chamber like a dropped blade. Silence crashes down. I hear someone inhale sharply behind me. Liliana's soft gasp carries across the room, unmistakable. I do not turn to look at her. If I do, I will lose my nerve. Alastair stares at me, disbelief flashing across his features before it hardens into anger. "Christina," he says quietly, "you are overstepping." "Lift it," I repeat, louder now, my voice cracking under the weight of everything pressing against my chest. "If it is truly a vampire relic, then lift it." A ripple of unease moves through the council. Nobles exchange glances. No one speaks. My father's hands curl into fists. "I do not need to prove anything to my own daughter," he says. The words strike something inside me, old obedience, old fear, but they crumble under the truth I carry. "You refuse," I say, stepping forward despite the guards shifting uneasily, "because you know you cannot." Shock ripples openly now. Counselor Merov drops the scroll he has been clutching. It unfurls across the floor, forgotten. Noblewomen whisper behind gloved hands. Lucian's eyes narrow, his mouth pulling tight with suspicion and fury. Alastair's face drains of color. "You have been listening to wolves," he snaps. "They have poisoned you." "Truth is not poison," I reply, my voice shaking but unbroken. "Lies are." The words echo, too loud, too bold. I feel my heart pounding in my ears as everything I have learned, everything I have seen, surges forward at once. There is no careful path left, only the cliff. "That sword," I say, my voice rising despite myself, "belongs to an alpha werewolf, not a vampire." The hall erupts. Gasps burst from every corner. Someone cries out in disbelief. Liliana's hand flies to her mouth, her eyes wide and shining with fear. Adrian, standing near the council benches, takes an unconscious step forward, his expression torn between alarm and instinctive protection. Lucian's hand moves to the hilt at his side. Alistair's fury ignites fully now, blazing across his features. "Enough!" he roars, slamming his hand against the throne arm. The sound reverberates through the chamber, silencing every whisper. "Who," he demands, his voice trembling with rage, "filled your mind with this treason?" I meet his gaze, my legs shaking but my spine straight. "No one filled it," I say. "I saw it. I tried to lift the sword, I could not." A beat of stunned silence follows. "You taught me," I continue, my voice quieter now, more dangerous for its calm. "That truth stands even when tested. I tested it." My father's eyes burn into mine. For a heartbeat, just one, I see something beneath the fury. Fear, not of me. Of exposure. Guards begin to edge closer, uncertain. The council sits frozen, caught between tradition and the crack forming down its center. Alistair straightens slowly, every movement rigid. "You will stop this," he says. "Now." I shake my head, tears burning at the backs of my eyes. "I can't." The word leaves me like a confession. I won't. The distance between us feels wider than the hall itself, wider than blood, wider than everything I was raised to believe. And I know, before he speaks, before he orders anything, that the truth has already cost me my freedom. For a moment, no one moves. The throne room feels suspended, breath held, time stretched thin enough to tear. I can hear my own pulse, loud and unsteady, beating against the silence I have created. Then my father speaks. "Seize her." The command cracks through the chamber like thunder. I flinch instinctively, my body reacting before my mind can. Around me, movement explodes. Guards stiffen, armor shifts, boots scrape stone. Liliana's voice rises sharply. "Father, no." She rushes forward without thinking, her skirts brushing the floor as she reaches for me. I feel her fingers catch my sleeve for a heartbeat, warm, desperate, before soldiers step between us, not rough but unyielding. Adrian moves at the same instant. He steps forward, hand lifting as if to shield me, disbelief written across his face. "Your Majesty, this is unnecessary," he says, his voice controlled but urgent. "She asked for truth. That is not treason." General Lucian's arm snaps out, barring Adrian's path. "Stand back, Prince," he orders coldly. "This is a family matter." "A family matter," Adrian snaps, eyes flashing. "You are surrounding her with armed men." "Enough," my father roars. The sound drives straight through me. I step backward, my heels scraping against the stone floor, my chest tight as if something is pressing inward from all sides. "You are corrupted," Alistair says, his voice shaking with fury and something more dangerous, certainty. "Wolves have twisted your mind. Until you regain clarity, you will be confined." Confined. The word lands heavier than chains. I stare at him, disbelief flooding through me so fast it leaves me dizzy. "You're imprisoning your own daughter," I whisper. My voice barely carries, but the hall is so silent it doesn't need to. "For asking the truth." "I am protecting the kingdom," he snaps back. His jaw tightens, and for a brief, terrible moment, I see not a king, but a man afraid of losing control. "And I will not allow you to tear it apart with lies." Guards hesitate. I can see it in their faces, the uncertainty, the discomfort. No one wants to be the first to touch the princess. Their eyes flick from me to the king, waiting for confirmation that this is truly happening. I inhale slowly. Then I take a step forward. "I'll walk," I say quietly. The words surprise even me. A ripple passes through the soldiers. One of them lowers his hand from my arm. Lucian's gaze sharpens, but he does not object. I straighten my shoulders, forcing my trembling legs to move. Each step feels unreal, as though I am drifting rather than walking. The hall seems longer now, the distance stretching with every breath. As I pass Liliana, her eyes fill with tears. She mouths my name soundlessly, her hand pressed to her chest. I want to stop. I want to hold her. I want to tell her I'm sorry. I don't. I keep walking. Adrian's gaze meets mine next. There is no anger there, only shock and helpless concern. He inclines his head slightly, a silent promise I don't yet understand, but it steadies me all the same. The doors close behind me with a final, echoing thud. The corridor beyond is colder, narrower. The torches along the walls hiss softly, their light flickering across stone that suddenly feels unfamiliar, hostile. 2 guards flank me now, their steps measured, respectful. No one speaks. Internal voice, so this is the cost of truth. We turn down a side passage I have only seen once before, used for guests who misbehaved, for nobles awaiting judgment, not for princesses. My hands curl into my cloak, fingers numb. My thoughts spin wildly, fragments colliding, John's voice in the dungeon, the sword refusing my strength, my father's eyes burning with denial. At the end of the corridor, a door waits. It is not a dungeon cell, not iron bars or chains, but it is not freedom either. The door opens. The room inside is small, stone-walled, sparsely furnished. A narrow bed, a single chair, a high window that lets in light but no view of escape. A gilded cage. This is temporary, one guard says quietly, avoiding my eyes. I nod, though my throat is too tight to answer. The door closes. The lock turns. The sound echoes inside me long after it fades. I stand there for several breaths, unmoving, my back straight only because I refuse to let it bend. When my knees finally give, I sink onto the edge of the bed, pressing my hands together to stop their shaking. Internal voice, I am a prisoner of my own kingdom. The truth I sought burns brighter now, undeniable, and more dangerous than I ever imagined. And somewhere beneath the castle, in chains far heavier than mine, is the man who started all of this. The thought pierces me so sharply I gasp. Internal voice, what happens now, when truth has no place left to hide? I stare at the stone wall opposite me, heart pounding, fear and resolve tangling into something new. Something unbreakable. The corridor felt longer than it ever had. I walked between 2 guards, their boots striking the stone floor in uneven rhythm, echoing too loudly in the narrow passage. Neither of them spoke. Neither of them looked at me. Their silence was heavier than chains. The torches along the wall burned low, their flames wavering as if unsure whether they were allowed to exist here. Shadows stretched and collapsed with every step I took, swallowing the familiar lines of the castle I had known my entire life. This place had never felt like this before. Internal voice, so this is what it feels like, to be escorted like a threat. One guard walked ahead of me, the other behind. Their formation was careful, respectful even, but distant. Not once did a hand reach for my arm. Not once did they rush me. That somehow hurt more. They didn't see me as dangerous. They saw me as broken. We turned down a lower wing I hadn't visited since childhood. The air here was colder, damp with the scent of old stone and neglect. I remembered running through these halls once, my laughter echoing as servants scolded me gently for wandering where I shouldn't. Now, no one scolded me. Now, they imprisoned me. The guard in front stopped before a narrow wooden door reinforced with iron bands. It looked nothing like a royal chamber. No carvings, no banners, no sigils of the crown. Just a door. He reached for the handle and paused, his fingers hovering for a heartbeat too long. I noticed the hesitation, the tension in his shoulders. He didn't want to do this. That realization sent a sharp ache through my chest. The door opened with a low creak. "Princess," the guard murmured quietly, not meeting my eyes. Inside was a small chamber that barely deserved the name. A narrow bed pressed against the wall, its mattress thin and plainly dressed. A single wooden chair sat near a small table scarred with age. An iron-barred window allowed a sliver of pale light to slip through, barely enough to illuminate the dust floating in the air. Cold, bare, forgotten. I stepped inside slowly, my boots sounding far too loud in the silence. Each step felt deliberate, as though my body understood something my mind was still refusing to accept. This was not temporary. This was not symbolic. This was confinement. The door closed behind me. The sound was sharp, final. Then came the lock. Metal slid into place with a solid, unmistakable click that echoed through the chamber and straight into my bones. Internal voice, he truly believes I am corrupted. I stood there for several seconds, staring at the door as if it might reopen on its own. As if this were all some elaborate test I could pass by simply standing still. Nothing happened. My legs finally gave way, not collapsing, not dramatically, just bending enough to guide me toward the edge of the bed. I sat down slowly, my hands resting in my lap, fingers numb. The mattress dipped beneath my weight, unfamiliar and unyielding. This bed had never known dreams. I looked around again, forcing myself to take in every detail. The cracks in the stone wall, the faint draft seeping through the window bars, the smell of old linen and cold air. This was where my father had sent me. King Alistair Dracula. My father. The man who once lifted me onto his shoulders so I could see the fireworks over the eastern towers. The man who used to brush my hair aside when nightmares woke me, promising nothing could ever harm me within these walls. Internal voice, Father, how could you? The thought didn't come with anger at first. It came with grief. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. Time here had no shape, no sound beyond the faint shuffle of distant guards and the occasional crackle of torchlight outside my window. The cold crept in slowly, settling into my fingers, my shoulders, my spine. I pulled my cloak tighter around myself, though it did little to help. Internal voice, is this what John feels like now? Alone, watched, judged. The thought of him tightened something deep inside my chest. The dungeon, the chains, his quiet voice telling me the truth even when it shattered me. I pressed my palms together, breathing slowly. I would not cry again. Not here. Not for him. Not for my father. If truth had led me to this room, then I would endure it with my eyes open. I straightened my back, lifting my chin even though no one was watching, even though the stone walls did not care. Internal voice, if seeking truth makes me dangerous, then I will be dangerous. The silence answered me with nothing at all. And somewhere beyond these walls, the castle continued to breathe, unaware that one of its own had just been locked away like a secret it no longer wanted to acknowledge. The cloth trembles beneath my fingers. For a breathless moment, I hesitate, aware, with a clarity that almost hurts, that this single motion will divide my life into before and after. The vault is silent around me, so quiet I can hear the faint rasp of my own breathing. Dust floats lazily in the thin shafts of moonlight, suspended like it is waiting too. I draw the cloth back. The sword rests where it has always rested, patient and unmoved by the centuries stacked above it. Its blade catches the dim light and returns it softly, not with a sharp gleam but with a muted glow, as though it remembers brighter days. The metal is silver-toned, unmarred by ornament for ornament's sake. Strength over spectacle. The guard is shaped like a wolf, head bowed slightly, jaws parted just enough to reveal etched lines of teeth. Not threatening, watchful. My chest tightens. This is not a vampire weapon. Every vampire blade I have ever seen favored elegance, curves, jeweled hilts, ceremonial flourishes meant to display dominance. This sword has none of that. It feels purposeful, restrained, ancient in a way that does not beg to be admired. At the base of the pedestal, a small placard has been affixed. I kneel slowly, knees brushing the cold stone floor, and wipe away a layer of dust with the sleeve of my cloak. The words beneath are clean, precise, too clean. Blade of the first vampire king. The lie hits me harder than I expect. A sharp, breath-stealing wave of anger surges through my chest, hot and sudden. My fingers curl into fists at my sides as I stare at the inscription, my vision blurring slightly. A lie, I whisper, The word sounds too small for what I feel. This is all a lie. My thoughts scatter, racing back through every lesson, every speech, every story told at court with unwavering certainty. The pride, the certainty, the righteousness. Internal voice, they didn't just take the throne, they took the truth. I rise unsteadily and step closer to the pedestal. The sword seems larger now, heavier, not physically but with meaning, with accusation. My pulse beats erratically as another thought surfaces, quiet but insistent. If only an alpha wolf can lift it. My throat tightens. I know I shouldn't. I know this test was never meant for me. And yet, if I don't try, if I leave without knowing, this doubt will rot inside me until nothing remains untouched. I reach for the hilt. The metal is cold beneath my palm, colder than the stone floor, colder than the dungeon bars that still haunt my memory. The grip fits my hand surprisingly well, smooth from generations of use. I draw in a breath and pull. Nothing happens. The sword does not shift. It does not tremble. It might as well be part of the pedestal itself. My jaw tightens. I plant my feet more firmly, both hands now wrapped around the hilt. My shoulders tense as I pull again, harder this time, arms straining, breath coming fast. Still nothing. The sword remains utterly unmoved. My muscles begin to shake with effort, a dull ache spreading down my arms. Frustration flares, sharp and humiliating. I grit my teeth and give one final pull, pouring everything I have into it. The sword does not budge. I release it suddenly, stumbling back a step as my strength gives out. My heart pounds painfully against my ribs, breath ragged, arms trembling from the strain. Internal voice, it's true. The realization settles slowly, heavily. I can't lift it. Which means John was telling the truth. I stare at the sword, my chest rising and falling too fast, as though I've just run a great distance. Fear curls tight in my stomach, not fear of the blade, but of what this confirmation demands of me. My gaze drifts back to the placard, to the carefully chosen lie carved beneath it. Internal voice, if this is false, what else is? A chill runs down my spine, deeper than the cold of the vault. My thoughts spiral outward, colliding with memories of my father standing before the court, unwavering, of council members nodding in agreement, of the stories drilled into me since childhood. The sword stands silent between us, offering no comfort, no answers beyond the one it has already given. I step back slowly, my heel brushing against something on the floor. I glance down and see fragments of old wax seals scattered near the wall, their insignias worn away. Discarded, forgotten, proofs that once mattered, now reduced to debris. The vault feels smaller suddenly, the air pressing in. Internal voice, I cannot leave this here. But I cannot take it either. The weight of that limitation settles over me with a quiet finality. This sword is not mine to move. Not yet, perhaps never. A sound, faint, distant, filters down the corridor beyond the iron door. Voices, boots against stone. My breath catches. I pull the cloth back over the sword quickly, smoothing it into place with shaking hands, as though that might protect it from discovery or protect me. I glance once more at the pedestal, memorizing every detail, every lie layered over truth. Then I turn and slip back toward the door. The corridor beyond feels longer than before, the shadows deeper, the silence less forgiving. I extinguish the torch as I move, plunging the murals back into darkness. The wolves vanish from sight, but not from my mind. By the time I reach the upper hall, my legs feel unsteady beneath me. Each step echoes too loudly now, my nerves stretched raw. Internal voice, I know enough. Enough to confront him. Enough to risk everything. The thought steadies me, even as fear coils tighter around my heart. I don't return to my chamber. I turn instead toward the throne room. The throne room doors loom ahead of me, tall and unforgiving. I slow only for a moment, my palm hovering inches from the carved wood. My reflection glimmers faintly in the polished surface, dust on my cloak, hair loosened from sleep, eyes too bright with something that feels like fire and fracture combined. Internal voice. If I step inside, there is no turning back. I push the doors open. The sound carries. Conversation dies mid-breath. Heads turn, counselors straighten. Guards shift their weight, hands hovering near hilts out of instinct rather than intent. The great chamber smells faintly of incense and old stone, the high windows allowing pale daylight to spill across the floor in rigid lines. My father rises from the throne at once. "Christina," King Alastair says, his voice cutting cleanly through the hush. Concern flickers first, then calculation. "What is the meaning of this?" I step forward, the echo of my boots loud in the silence. Every eye follows me. I am acutely aware of how I must look, pale, shaken, yet burning with a resolve that has nowhere left to hide. "Father," I say, and my voice trembles despite my effort to steady it. "I need the truth." A murmur ripples through the council. Alastair's jaw tightens. Now is not the time. "It is the only time," I interrupt, surprising even myself. Gasps whisper along the walls. I stop several paces from the throne, my heart hammering so hard it feels like it might break free of my ribs. My hands curl into fists at my sides, nails pressing into my palms. "The sword," I say, "the one sealed in the East Wing vault." The room stiffens. Counselor Merov's eyes flick sharply toward the guards. General Lucian's expression darkens, his gaze sharpening as if measuring a threat. My father does not sit. "The blade of the first vampire king," Alastair replies, his tone controlled, careful. "It is not a matter for discussion." "Then lift it," I say. The words fall into the chamber like a dropped blade. Silence crashes down. I hear someone inhale sharply behind me. Liliana's soft gasp carries across the room, unmistakable. I do not turn to look at her. If I do, I will lose my nerve. Alastair stares at me, disbelief flashing across his features before it hardens into anger. "Christina," he says quietly, "you are overstepping." "Lift it," I repeat, louder now, my voice cracking under the weight of everything pressing against my chest. "If it is truly a vampire relic, then lift it." A ripple of unease moves through the council. Nobles exchange glances. No one speaks. My father's hands curl into fists. "I do not need to prove anything to my own daughter," he says. The words strike something inside me, old obedience, old fear, but they crumble under the truth I carry. "You refuse," I say, stepping forward despite the guards shifting uneasily, "because you know you cannot." Shock ripples openly now. Counselor Merov drops the scroll he has been clutching. It unfurls across the floor, forgotten. Noblewomen whisper behind gloved hands. Lucian's eyes narrow, his mouth pulling tight with suspicion and fury. Alastair's face drains of color. "You have been listening to wolves," he snaps. "They have poisoned you." "Truth is not poison," I reply, my voice shaking but unbroken. "Lies are." The words echo, too loud, too bold. I feel my heart pounding in my ears as everything I have learned, everything I have seen, surges forward at once. There is no careful path left, only the cliff. "That sword," I say, my voice rising despite myself, "belongs to an alpha werewolf, not a vampire." The hall erupts. Gasps burst from every corner. Someone cries out in disbelief. Liliana's hand flies to her mouth, her eyes wide and shining with fear. Adrian, standing near the council benches, takes an unconscious step forward, his expression torn between alarm and instinctive protection. Lucian's hand moves to the hilt at his side. Alastair's fury ignites fully now, blazing across his features. "Enough!" he roars, slamming his hand against the throne arm. The sound reverberates through the chamber, silencing every whisper. "Who," he demands, his voice trembling with rage, "filled your mind with this treason?" I meet his gaze, my legs shaking but my spine straight. "No one filled it," I say. "I saw it. I tried to lift the sword, I could not." A beat of stunned silence follows. "You taught me," I continue, my voice quieter now, more dangerous for its calm, That truth stands even when tested. I tested it. My father's eyes burn into mine. For a heartbeat, just one, I see something beneath the fury. Fear, not of me. Of exposure. Guards begin to edge closer, uncertain. The council sits frozen, caught between tradition and the crack forming down its center. Alistair straightens slowly, every movement rigid. "You will stop this," he says. "Now." I shake my head, tears burning at the backs of my eyes. I can't. The word leaves me like a confession. I won't. The distance between us feels wider than the hall itself, wider than blood, wider than everything I was raised to believe. And I know, before he speaks, before he orders anything, that the truth has already cost me my freedom. For a moment, no one moves. The throne room feels suspended, breath held, time stretched thin enough to tear. I can hear my own pulse, loud and unsteady, beating against the silence I have created. Then my father speaks. "Seize her." The command cracks through the chamber like thunder. I flinch instinctively, my body reacting before my mind can. Around me, movement explodes. Guards stiffen, armor shifts, boots scrape stone. Liliana's voice rises sharply. "Father, no." She rushes forward without thinking, her skirts brushing the floor as she reaches for me. I feel her fingers catch my sleeve for a heartbeat, warm, desperate, before soldiers step between us, not rough but unyielding. Adrian moves at the same instant. He steps forward, hand lifting as if to shield me, disbelief written across his face. "Your Majesty, this is unnecessary," he says, his voice controlled but urgent. "She asked for truth. That is not treason." General Lucian's arm snaps out, barring Adrian's path. "Stand back, Prince," he orders coldly. "This is a family matter." "A family matter," Adrian snaps, eyes flashing. "You are surrounding her with armed men." "Enough," my father roars. The sound drives straight through me. I step backward, my heels scraping against the stone floor, my chest tight as if something is pressing inward from all sides. "You are corrupted," Alistair says, his voice shaking with fury and something more dangerous, certainty. "Wolves have twisted your mind. Until you regain clarity, you will be confined." Confined. The word lands heavier than chains. I stare at him, disbelief flooding through me so fast it leaves me dizzy. "You're imprisoning your own daughter," I whisper. My voice barely carries, but the hall is so silent it doesn't need to. "For asking the truth." "I am protecting the kingdom," he snaps back. His jaw tightens, and for a brief, terrible moment, I see not a king, but a man afraid of losing control. "And I will not allow you to tear it apart with lies." Guards hesitate. I can see it in their faces, the uncertainty, the discomfort. No one wants to be the first to touch the princess. Their eyes flick from me to the king, waiting for confirmation that this is truly happening. I inhale slowly. Then I take a step forward. "I'll walk," I say quietly. The words surprise even me. A ripple passes through the soldiers. One of them lowers his hand from my arm. Lucian's gaze sharpens, but he does not object. I straighten my shoulders, forcing my trembling legs to move. Each step feels unreal, as though I am drifting rather than walking. The hall seems longer now, the distance stretching with every breath. As I pass Liliana, her eyes fill with tears. She mouths my name soundlessly, her hand pressed to her chest. I want to stop. I want to hold her. I want to tell her I'm sorry. I don't. I keep walking. Adrian's gaze meets mine next. There is no anger there, only shock and helpless concern. He inclines his head slightly, a silent promise I don't yet understand, but it steadies me all the same. The doors close behind me with a final, echoing thud. The corridor beyond is colder, narrower. The torches along the walls hiss softly, their light flickering across stone that suddenly feels unfamiliar, hostile. 2 guards flank me now, their steps measured, respectful. No one speaks. Internal voice, so this is the cost of truth. We turn down a side passage I have only seen once before, used for guests who misbehaved, for nobles awaiting judgment. Not for princesses. My hands curl into my cloak, fingers numb. My thoughts spin wildly, fragments colliding, John's voice in the dungeon, the sword refusing my strength, my father's eyes burning with denial. At the end of the corridor, a door waits. It is not a dungeon cell, not iron bars or chains, but it is not freedom either. The door opens. The room inside is small, stone-walled, sparsely furnished. A narrow bed, a single chair, a high window that lets in light but no view of escape. A gilded cage. "This is temporary," one guard says quietly, avoiding my eyes. I nod, though my throat is too tight to answer. The door closes. The lock turns. The sound echoes inside me long after it fades. I stand there for several breaths, unmoving, my back straight only because I refuse to let it bend. When my knees finally give, I sink onto the edge of the bed, pressing my hands together to stop their shaking. Internal voice, I am a prisoner of my own kingdom. The truth I sought burns brighter now, undeniable, and more dangerous than I ever imagined. And somewhere beneath the castle, in chains far heavier than mine, is the man who started all of this. The thought pierces me so sharply I gasp. Internal voice, what happens now, when truth has no place left to hide? I stare at the stone wall opposite me, heart pounding, fear and resolve tangling into something new. Something unbreakable. The forest tore at me as I ran. Branches clawed at my cloak, snagging the fabric as if trying to drag me back, but I didn't slow. Moonlight spilled through the canopy in broken shards, silver and cold, flashing across damp leaves and roots I leapt over without thinking. My breath burned in my chest, sharp and uneven, but fear drove my legs forward faster than exhaustion could stop them. I glanced back once. The castle towers rose above the tree line in the distance, dark, jagged silhouettes against the night sky. No warmth, no welcome, just stone and shadow. That place was no longer my home. Internal voice, John is still caged. I must reach him. The thought beat in rhythm with my heart. Every step away from the castle felt like treason, yet every step toward him felt like survival. I knew these woods. I had memorized them long before I ever needed to escape through them. Paths the patrols favored, routes they avoided, places where moonlight betrayed movement and places where shadows swallowed it whole. I stayed off the main trails. I moved where the ground dipped, where fallen logs masked sound, where thick brush hid motion. My arm ached faintly beneath my sleeve as I vaulted a low ridge, but I welcomed the pain. It reminded me I was still moving, still alive. The air smelled of damp earth and pine sap. Somewhere in the distance, an owl cried out, sharp and lonely. Then I saw it. The hidden gate. It was set low into the stone wall that marked the outer boundary of the castle grounds, nearly invisible unless you knew where to look. Ivy crawled across the old iron frame, leaves trembling in the night breeze. The stones around it were older than the rest of the wall, worn smoother, darker, as if history itself had tried to erase its existence. A figure stood before it. I slowed, heart slamming hard enough to make my vision blur. A soldier. He stood stiffly, armor catching faint moonlight, hands clenched at his sides. Not patrolling, waiting. I stepped closer, breath shallow. "Princess," he said quietly when he saw me. His voice shook just enough to betray him. "You're risking everything." I searched his face, reading the conflict there. The fear, the loyalty, the knowledge that if this failed, there would be no mercy for either of us. "I don't have a choice," I said. My voice came out steadier than I felt. For a moment, he didn't move. Then he exhaled sharply, as if surrendering to something heavier than fear. He stepped aside and pulled a key from beneath his cloak. The lock gave a soft click as he turned it. The gate opened, just wide enough for me to slip through. "Go," he murmured, before I changed my mind. I didn't thank him with words. I couldn't afford to. I just met his eyes once, long enough to let him see what this cost me. Then I was gone. The passage beyond the gate sloped downward, narrow and cold. My boots echoed faintly against stone as I hurried forward, the sound of my own movement unnerving in the tight space. The air grew cooler with every step, thick with the scent of old dampness and iron. The dungeon stairwell emerged ahead. My heart pounded harder. Internal voice, please be alive. I paused at the entrance, pressing my palm briefly against the stone wall, grounding myself. Then I slipped inside. The dungeon corridor was dim, torches spaced far apart, their flames weak and wavering. Shadows stretched long across the floor, pooling in corners and alcoves. Somewhere deeper inside, metal clinked softly, chains shifting with slow movement. Voices. I flattened myself into a recessed niche, just as two guards rounded the corner ahead, boots heavy against the stone. Never seen security this tight, one muttered. King's orders, the other replied. After what happened, he's not taking chances. Their footsteps passed within arm's reach. I held my breath until my chest ached, counting each step as they moved away. Only when their voices faded did I dare move again. I ran. The corridor stretched endlessly, every turn tightening the knot in my chest. I knew which cell. I had memorized its location the night I walked away from him, heartbreaking, words unfinished. The shadows parted. His cell came into view. John sat on the floor, back against the wall, wrists chained loosely but unmistakably restrained. His head was lowered, dark hair falling into his eyes, shoulders drawn inward as if the stone itself pressed down on him. For one terrifying moment, he didn't move. John, I whispered. His head lifted slowly. Shock flashed across his face, raw and unguarded, followed by something deeper that made my throat tighten painfully. Christina, his voice was hoarse. Why, how? I'm here to get you out, I said, stepping closer to the bars. My hands trembled, but I didn't stop them. He pushed himself to his feet unsteadily, disbelief etched into every line of his face. You came back, after everything. I don't hate you, I said quickly, the words tumbling out before fear could silence them. I need the truth, and I can't let them kill you. Something broke across his expression. Not relief, not gratitude, something heavier. Before either of us could speak again, soft footsteps approached. The soldier appeared from the shadows, keys already in hand. He avoided John's eyes as he unlocked the cell, the sound of metal echoing far too loudly in the narrow corridor. The door creaked open. Chains rattled as John stepped forward, rubbing his wrists slowly, still staring at me as if I might vanish. You risked your life for me, he said quietly. I would do it again, I answered without hesitation. For a moment, he had no words. And neither did I. The moment the cell door opened, the dungeon felt too small. Not because of the walls, but because of what we were about to do. John stepped out slowly, as if testing whether the world would allow it. The chains slid from his wrists and fell against the stone with a dull sound that echoed far longer than it should have. I flinched at the noise, my pulse leaping into my throat. We don't have much time, the soldier murmured, glancing down the corridor. His hood was pulled low, hiding most of his face, but I could hear the strain in his voice. Patrol changes in minutes. Another figure emerged from the shadows behind him. Elias. He moved with practiced quiet, cloak blending into the dim corridor, eyes alert and scanning. When he saw John free, something like relief crossed his face, but it vanished just as quickly, replaced by urgency. This way, he said softly. No questions, no delays. I reached for John's arm without thinking, my fingers curling into his sleeve as if anchoring myself. He looked down at me briefly, surprise flickering across his features, but he didn't pull away. We moved. The dungeon corridor stretched ahead, narrow and winding, every step echoing despite our care. The air was cold enough to sting my lungs, heavy with old stone and rusted iron. Torches flickered along the walls, their light unsteady. Shadows bending and twisting with our movement. John's gaze darted everywhere. Not in panic, but in recognition. I felt it in the way his shoulders tightened, the way his eyes lingered on certain markings etched faintly into the stone. Old ones. Symbols worn thin by time and deliberate erasure. "You found help, inside the castle," he whispered as we turned sharply into a narrower passage. "Not everyone is blind to the truth," I answered, keeping my voice low. My heart hammered so loudly I was certain the walls could hear it. Elias stopped at a sealed archway half hidden behind hanging chains. He pressed his palm to the stone in a specific pattern, fingers moving with quiet certainty. The wall shifted. A seam appeared, thin at first, then widening just enough to reveal darkness beyond. A tunnel. Cool air rushed out, carrying the scent of earth and old moisture. Torchlight from the corridor barely touched the inside, swallowed almost immediately by the narrow stone passage. John froze. His breath caught, not in fear but disbelief. "These markings," he said quietly, stepping closer. His fingers brushed the wall near the entrance, tracing shapes barely visible beneath layers of grime. "They're wolf-made." I swallowed. They were hidden long before I was born. Elias didn't give us time to linger. "Inside, now." We slipped into the tunnel one by one. Elias went first, lighting a torch just enough to guide us without betraying our presence above. John followed, then me. The passage was tight, the ceiling low enough that John had to duck slightly as we moved. Stone pressed in from all sides. The walls were rough beneath my fingertips, cold and damp. Water dripped somewhere deeper inside, each drop echoing like a ticking clock. The torch flame wavered, casting long shadows that jumped with every step. My breath came shallow and fast. Internal voice, "If we're caught now." I didn't finish the thought. We moved quickly but carefully, feet sliding over uneven stone. The tunnel sloped upward, winding like a buried vein beneath the castle grounds. Every so often, faint carvings emerged, wolves crowned with symbols I didn't recognize, lines intersecting in deliberate patterns. John noticed everything. "You've walked this before," I whispered. "No," he replied softly, "but my ancestors did." The weight of that settled between us, heavy, unspoken. Light appeared ahead. Faint at first, then growing stronger as the tunnel narrowed. Cool night air brushed my face, carrying the familiar scents of pine and damp leaves. My chest tightened painfully with both relief and fear. The forest was close. Elias reached the end and pushed upward. A hidden hatch opened with a muted scrape, revealing the underbrush beyond. Moonlight spilled into the tunnel, pale and steady. "We're clear," he said, "for now." John climbed out first, movements cautious but fluid. He paused just beyond the opening, scanning the trees instinctively, shoulders squaring as if something ancient had awakened inside him. I followed, my boots sinking into soft earth as I emerged into the forest. The air felt different here, alive, moving, free. My lungs filled greedily, as if they had been starved inside the castle walls. Elias climbed out last. "This is where I leave you," he said quietly, already stepping back toward the hatch. I grabbed his hand before he could disappear. "Thank you." He hesitated, then bowed his head slightly. "Find the truth, princess." Before I could say more, he lowered himself back into the tunnel and pulled the hatch closed from beneath. Leaves and soil shifted as the entrance vanished once more, leaving no sign it had ever existed. Just the forest. Just us. For a moment, neither John nor I spoke. The night wrapped around us, thick with sound, the whisper of leaves, distant insects, the soft breath of wind through branches. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, silvering the ground at our feet. John turned to me slowly. "You shouldn't have done this," he said. "I know," I replied. "You've made yourself a fugitive." "I know," I said again, steadier this time. His gaze searched my face, conflicted, intense, unreadable. "They will hunt you." "I was already trapped," I answered quietly. "At least now I chose my path." Something shifted in his expression then. Not relief, not gratitude. Responsibility. "We need to move," he said after a moment. "My people will be nearby. They need to see us together." A knot formed in my stomach. What if they don't trust me? "They won't," he said honestly. I appreciated that more than reassurance. He turned and began leading us deeper into the forest, moving with confidence now, avoiding fallen branches, choosing paths I wouldn't have noticed, listening to sounds beyond my hearing. I followed close behind, my cloak brushing against bark and leaves, heart racing with every step. Somewhere in the distance, a howl rose. Low, measured. John stopped instantly, lifting a hand for me to stay back. His posture changed, not aggressive but alert, protective. Another howl answered, closer this time. My pulse spiked. Internal voice, this is it. We stepped into a clearing, bathed in moonlight. And they were waiting. The forest thickened the farther we went. Branches closed in around us, bending low as if the land itself was watching our passage. The moonlight struggled to reach the ground, fractured by leaves and shadow, turning the path into a patchwork of silver and black. John moved ahead of me with quiet certainty, his steps sure even where the terrain grew uneven. I stayed close, my cloak brushing against his arm whenever the path narrowed. Where are we going? I asked softly, breaking the heavy silence. John slowed just enough to glance back at me. My people will be nearby. They need to see us together. The way he said it, measured, deliberate, sent a faint ripple of unease through my chest. To see us together, I repeated. He nodded once. If they don't, they won't listen. Not to me, not to you. I didn't argue. I didn't know enough to question him, but my grip tightened on the edge of my cloak as we moved deeper into unfamiliar ground. The air changed. It wasn't just colder, it felt charged, as if something old and watchful lingered between the trees. The forest smelled different here. Sharper, wilder, earth and pine mixed with something I couldn't name, something instinctive that made my skin prickle. A distant howl rose through the trees. Low, measured, not a cry of pain, but a signal. John stopped instantly. He lifted a hand, palm open, and I froze without thinking. Stay behind me, he murmured. My heart began to pound. I nodded, stepping back just enough for his body to shield mine. The undergrowth ahead rustled. Figures emerged from the shadows. They weren't fully wolf, not fully human either. Some stood upright, broad shoulders tense, eyes reflecting the moonlight with an unnatural gleam. Others lingered closer to the tree line, their forms less defined. Their movements wary and sharp, their gazes locked onto us the moment we stepped into the clearing. Hostility flooded the air. A growl rippled through the group. A vampire princess, one of them snarled openly. Another voice followed, quieter but edged with contempt. He brings her here. My breath caught, but I didn't step back. John moved in front of me completely now, his stance firm, unmistakably protective. She freed me, he said, voice steady but carrying weight. She is under my protection. Murmurs spread through the wolves, low, distrustful, cutting. I could feel their eyes on me, measuring, judging, seeing only my bloodline, not my actions. A tall wolf stepped forward from the group. He was broader than the others, his posture relaxed in a way that felt deliberate rather than calm. His hair fell loose around sharp features, and his eyes, dark, assessing, flicked over me without warmth. Rylan, someone murmured. His gaze shifted to John, and a faint, mocking smile tugged at his mouth. We are supposed to trust the daughter of a usurper, he asked coolly. My spine stiffened. John didn't hesitate. She is not our enemy. Rylan's eyes narrowed, sharpening like drawn blades. He didn't respond immediately. Instead, he looked around at the others, gauging their reactions, letting the silence stretch. Wolves whispered among themselves. She walks freely here. She smells like the castle. Why now? Rylan lifted a hand, silencing them. Let her rest near the trees, he said finally. We'll talk strategy. The word strategy landed like a stone in my chest. John turned slightly toward me. Stay close, don't wander. I won't, I said quickly. I moved toward the trees as instructed, choosing a spot where thick trunks clustered together. I didn't go far. I couldn't. Something in my chest told me not to. I settled behind the cover of bark and shadow, close enough that voices still carried on the night air. Internal voice, just a little closer, I need to know what they think. I pressed my back against a tree, slowing my breathing. From where I stood, I could see John clearly. Rylan stepped beside him, lowering his voice, but not enough. "You're blinded by her," Rylan said. "She will betray you." John's shoulders stiffened. "She saved my life." Rylan let out a quiet, humorless snort. "And now you're saving hers." My chest tightened. Another wolf spoke up, voice rough with resentment. "Vampires don't change. They only use others." I leaned forward slightly, every muscle tense. Rylan tilted his head, studying John. "When the time comes, will you hesitate to destroy the enemy?" The words struck me like a blade. My heart slammed violently against my ribs. I froze, barely daring to breathe. John didn't answer immediately. The silence stretched, long enough to feel dangerous. Finally, he spoke. His voice was controlled, measured, diplomatic. "I will do what must be done after we take the castle." The wolves nodded. Approval rippled through them, low and satisfied. Rylan's mouth curved into a smirk. "Good." My vision blurred. Internal voice, "He means me." My legs trembled. I pressed a hand to my mouth to keep from making a sound as a cold wave spread through my chest. Rylan's voice continued, calm and cruel. "Once the castle is ours, loose ends must be removed." John gave a slow nod. I couldn't see his restraint. I couldn't hear what he didn't say. All I heard was confirmation. My breath broke silently. Internal voice, "He plans to destroy me after using my help." The realization hollowed me out. I backed away carefully, every step deliberate, every sound muted by the forest floor. Tears stung my eyes, blurring the shapes ahead. I moved deeper into the trees, putting distance between myself and the clearing. Behind me, I heard Rylan laugh softly. It followed me like an echo. The wolves continued discussing routes and timing, unaware of my presence, unaware of the damage already done. I leaned against an old pine, wrapping my cloak tightly around myself. My body shook, not from the cold but from heartbreak. Internal voice, I meant nothing to him, not truly. The forest stretched endlessly before me, dark and unfamiliar. Internal voice, when the castle falls, he will destroy me. I closed my eyes, a whisper slipping past my lips. So this is my fate. And in that moment, surrounded by the land that once belonged to wolves, I realized with crushing clarity. I was no longer a princess. I was the future enemy in John's plan. I backed away slowly, one careful step at a time, my heels sinking into damp earth before I even realized I was moving. My lungs burned. Not because I had run, but because I couldn't seem to draw a full breath anymore. The words I had overheard kept repeating in my mind, each one sharper than the last, slicing deeper every time they echoed. After we take the castle, loose ends must be removed. My fingers curled into the fabric of my cloak, gripping it so tightly my knuckles ached. I pressed my free hand over my mouth, forcing myself to stay silent as I retreated deeper into the trees. I could still hear them. Low voices, measured, confident. Rylan's tone carried clearly through the clearing, smooth and satisfied. "So we're agreed," he said. "Once the gates fall, there can be no hesitation." My heart slammed against my ribs. I crouched slightly behind the thick trunk of a pine, its bark rough beneath my palm. Sap clung faintly to my fingers, sticky and sharp-smelling, grounding me in the forest even as my thoughts spiraled. I waited. I didn't want to hear the answer. But I couldn't stop myself. John's voice followed, steady, controlled, too controlled. "I will do what must be done after we take the castle." The wolves murmured their approval. A low sound rolled through them. Agreement, satisfaction, resolve. Something inside my chest fractured. Not loudly. Not all at once. But in a quiet, devastating way that left me hollowed out and shaking. He means me. The thought came unbidden, sharp and absolute. My vision blurred as heat rushed behind my eyes. I blinked hard, fighting the sting, but it was useless. Tears gathered anyway, slipping down my cheeks in silence. I pressed my forehead against the tree, breathing shallowly, desperately trying to make sense of what I had heard. He had to say that. He was surrounded. He couldn't contradict them. I tried to cling to those thoughts, but they crumbled the moment Ryland spoke again. "Good," Ryland said, amusement threading his voice. "I was worried you," groaned Soft. There was a pause, then a sound that made my stomach twist violently. A short, quiet laugh. Not loud, not cruel, but pleased. The forest seemed to tilt. I drew back farther, my boots barely making a sound against the forest floor. Every instinct screamed at me to run, but I couldn't yet. I needed distance. Space. Air. The wolves continued speaking, their voices blending together now. Strategy, timing, routes, patrols. Words that had once felt distant and abstract now pressed in on me from every direction. They were planning the fall of my home. And I was standing in the middle of it. I wiped at my face with my sleeve, but the tears kept coming, blurring the world into shadows and silver light. My body shook, not from cold, but from the weight of realization settling deep into my bones. He used me. The thought hurt more than anything else. Not the danger, not the betrayal of my kingdom, but the way my heart had opened so easily, so foolishly. Every gentle word, every careful touch, every look that made me feel seen. Had it all been a lie? I pressed my hand flat against my chest, as if I could still the pain there. My breath hitched, then broke completely as another sob threatened to escape. I bit down hard, tasting iron, forcing myself to stay quiet. Don't let them hear you. Don't let him see you. Because if he did, I wasn't sure I would survive it. I stepped farther back into the forest, letting the shadows swallow me. Branches brushed my cloak, tugging softly as if trying to hold me in place. I shook them off, moving blindly until the voices behind me faded into indistinct murmurs. Only then did I stop. I leaned heavily against another tree, my legs trembling beneath me. The forest loomed around me, dark, ancient, indifferent. For the first time since leaving the castle, I felt truly alone. I slid down the trunk until I was sitting on the ground, knees drawn to my chest. The cold seeped through the fabric of my dress, but I barely noticed. My thoughts raced, colliding painfully. He freed me, he saved me, he lied to me. All of it existed at once, tangled and impossible to separate. I wrapped my arms around myself, holding tight as silent tears soaked into my sleeves. I meant nothing to him. The realization hollowed me out. Not a partner, not a person. Just a tool. A distraction. A liability to be removed once she was no longer useful. The forest shifted with quiet sounds. Leaves rustling, distant movement, the low murmur of wolves continuing their discussion somewhere beyond the trees. I stared into the darkness ahead, my vision unfocused, my chest aching with a pain I didn't know how to carry. When the castle falls, the thought came slowly, settling with terrifying clarity. He will destroy me. Because what was I now, if not the daughter of the enemy king? The usurper's blood. The loose end. My hands trembled as I pulled my cloak tighter around myself, as if fabric alone could shield me from the truth. I had fled my home believing I was saving someone I loved. And now I understood. I wasn't the rescuer. I was the enemy. I lowered my head, pressing my forehead to my knees as another wave of grief washed through me. My shoulders shook, but no sound escaped. The forest kept my secret, just as it had kept so many others. So this is my fate, I whispered, the words barely more than breath. No answer came. Only the quiet planning of war behind me. And the cold certainty settling into my heart that when everything burned, I would stand alone, caught between two worlds, belonging to neither. I closed my eyes, letting the darkness take me, as the truth I believed wrapped itself around my chest like iron. And somewhere behind me, the wolves continued to prepare for the fall of my kingdom, unaware that the princess they thought they understood had just become their future enemy. I woke before dawn, my body stiff from the cold ground and my mind heavier than my limbs. The sky above the forest was still dark, but the night had begun to thin, a pale gray stretching between the branches. I lay still beneath the wide pine where I had collapsed hours earlier, listening to my own breathing, slow and uneven, as if I had spent the night running instead of sleeping. My eyes burned when I opened them. I lifted a hand to my face and felt the roughness beneath my fingers, tight skin, swollen lids. I did not need a mirror to know what I looked like. Tears had found me again and again through the night, quiet and relentless, soaking into the earth beneath my cheek until exhaustion finally dragged me under. I pushed myself upright slowly. My muscles protested, not with sharp pain, but with the dull ache of someone who had not rested properly in days. The forest floor was cold through my clothes, the damp seeping into my knees as I sat there, pulling my cloak closer around my shoulders. Around me, the wolf camp was already stirring. Low voices drifted through the trees, measured, serious. No laughter, no ease, just planning. Stones scraping against wood, footsteps circling a central point. The sound of people who knew what was coming and were preparing to meet it head-on. I drew in a breath and let it out carefully. Then I heard him. John's voice carried through the clearing, deeper than the others, steady and firm. He wasn't raising it, wasn't trying to dominate the space, but everyone listened anyway. There was a certainty in the way he spoke, an authority that did not need force to exist. My chest tightened so sharply that I had to press my fingers against it. I turned my head slightly, just enough to catch a glimpse of him through the trees. He stood near the center of the camp, shoulders straight, posture composed despite the long night he must have endured as well. He looked like he belonged there in a way I never could, like the forest itself had shaped him for this moment. For a heartbeat, I let myself forget everything else. Then the thought returned, as heavy and cruel as it had been all night. He plans to kill me, after all this is over. The words settled inside me with chilling calm. Not a scream, not a surge of panic, just a quiet certainty that pressed down on my ribs until my breath shortened. I had heard the conversation. I had seen the approval in the wolves' faces. I had watched Ryland's smile sharpen when John spoke of what must be done. Even now, with the morning light creeping in and the camp alive with purpose, nothing had changed. I swallowed and closed my eyes for a moment, forcing my breathing to slow. In through my nose, out through my mouth, over and over again until the tremor in my hands eased. This does not change what is right, I told myself. Another thought followed, steadier than the first. But I will still help him reclaim what was stolen. Not because he loved me, not because I expected mercy, but because truth mattered more than my fear. I opened my eyes again and rose to my feet. The ground wobbled beneath me briefly, and I waited until the dizziness passed before adjusting my cloak, tugging it into place with hands that still felt unsteady. When I stepped away from the tree, I felt it immediately. Eyes on me. The wolves nearest the edge of the camp had noticed my movement. Some watched openly, their expressions guarded and wary. Others pretended not to look, though I could feel the attention all the same. Distrust lingered in the air like mist that had not yet burned away. I did not blame them. To them, I was still the daughter of a usurper, a vampire princess whose bloodline had taken everything from theirs. No amount of whispered defenses from John could erase generations of hatred overnight. I kept my head level and my hands visible as I walked forward, my boots quiet against the forest floor. Every step felt deliberate, as if the ground itself were testing whether I deserved to stand on it. A wolf near the fire pit shifted, arms crossed tightly over his chest. Another leaned closer to a companion, murmuring something I could not hear. I did not look at either of them for too long. Instead, my gaze drifted back, against my better judgment, to John. He had not looked at me yet. He was focused on the wolves gathered near him, gesturing toward a rough table made of scavenged planks and stone. His voice was calm, controlled, his movements economical. He looked like someone carrying the weight of many lives and refusing to let it bend him. The ache in my chest deepened. You look at them like you can save them, I thought bitterly, but not me. I stopped a short distance from the edge of the group, unsure whether to approach or remain where I was. My presence already felt like a disruption, a tension that coiled tighter the closer I moved. A wolf near the table glanced up and noticed me. His eyes narrowed slightly, not hostile but alert. He did not speak. Neither did I. For a moment, silence stretched between us, thin and uncomfortable. Then John finally turned. Our eyes met across the space, and something flickered there, too quick to name. Surprise, perhaps, or something like concern. His expression smoothed almost immediately, returning to its careful neutrality, but the moment lingered inside me like a bruise pressed too hard. He did not smile. He did not look away. He simply inclined his head slightly, acknowledging me without inviting me closer. It was enough to steady me. I drew in another breath and took a step forward. The murmuring resumed, quieter now, more cautious. I felt like I was walking through shallow water, each movement watched for signs of danger. This is it, I told myself. This is where I decide who I am. Not the princess, locked behind stone walls. Not the traitor they believed me to be. Just a woman standing in the aftermath of truth, choosing to act anyway. I reached the edge of the clearing as the morning light finally broke through the canopy above us. Pale gold filtered down through the branches, catching on fur and fabric alike, illuminating the marks of exhaustion on every face, including my own. The wolves were preparing for war, and I was going to help them, even if it cost me everything. The camp gathered itself into purpose as the morning light strengthened. What had been scattered shapes and murmurs slowly tightened into order, drawing inward toward a rough wooden table set near the center of the clearing. It wasn't a proper table, just wide planks laid across stacked stones, but it carried the gravity of command all the same. I stood a few paces back at first, watching. John moved to the head of the table without ceremony. No announcement, no claim. The wolves shifted instinctively to make space for him, forming a loose circle. That alone told me more than any title could have. Whatever doubts lingered, whatever resentment simmered, they followed him. Charcoal lines covered the surface of the wood, an incomplete map sketched quickly. I recognized its flaws immediately. The outer walls were drawn too straight, the angles simplified. Patrol paths were guessed, not measured. Important inner routes were missing entirely. It would not be enough. Ryland stood close to John's right side, arms folded, posture sharp and watchful. His gaze slid to me almost at once, narrow and assessing, as if measuring how much danger I represented just by standing there. He did not hide it. I took a step forward. The sound of my boots against the forest floor seemed louder than it should have been. Several wolves turned fully toward me now. The murmurs faded. Silence settled. I raised my hands slightly, not in surrender, but in acknowledgement. A visible promise that I had not come to deceive or provoke. My voice caught briefly, unused to being heard in this space. I cleared my throat and continued. I know the castle layout better than any map you have. Ryland's mouth curved into a thin, humorless smile. Of course you do, he said. It's your home. The words landed with weight, not an accusation, a reminder. I did not look at him. Instead, I focused on the table. John glanced at me then. His expression was unreadable, carefully controlled as it had been since the night before. No encouragement, no rejection, just attention. It was enough. I stepped closer to the table, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure others could hear it. If this is the last thing I ever do, I thought, steadying myself, let it matter. I lowered myself to one knee beside the table. The wood was rough beneath my palm as I reached for the charcoal left near the edge. My fingers trembled, not from fear of them, but from the weight of what I was about to offer. I began to draw. Slowly, precisely. I started with the outer walls, not as straight lines, but as they truly were. Uneven. Reinforced at some points, weaker at others. I marked the watchtowers, spacing them correctly this time, then added the patrol posts between them. A wolf leaned closer, brow furrowing. Another crouched to see better. "The North Patrol shifts every 2 hours," I said quietly, my voice steadier now that my hands were moving. "But the east wall changes later. Midnight. That's when the overlap thins." I marked it clearly. I added the side entrances next. Small doors meant for servants and supply routes, many long forgotten or assumed sealed. I drew the hidden tunnel I had used before, its entrance disguised beneath stonework most never thought to inspect. A murmur rippled through the group. "She knows everything," someone said under their breath. I did not look up. I continued, adding the inner courtyard. I circled a specific section of wall, the charcoal darkening as I pressed harder. "This area," I said, tapping the mark once, "has the fewest guards during the midnight shift. They rely on sight from the towers instead of ground patrols. It's a mistake." The wolves exchanged glances. Understanding sharpened their expressions. I felt John's gaze on me then, heavy, intent. I did not meet it. Ryland's voice cut in, cool and edged. "Why help us?" he asked. "You know what happens after victory." The charcoal paused in my fingers. I did not lift my head. "Because the truth deserves to win," I said, my voice low, "even if I don't." The clearing seemed to still at that. I added the last detail, a narrow route through the inner structures that would allow movement without crossing open ground. It changed everything. I could feel it in the shift around me, in the way bodies leaned in closer, in the silence that followed. John said nothing. His jaw tightened slightly, a small movement I might not have noticed if I weren't watching for it. He did not interrupt. He did not defend me. He did not stop me. I finished the sketch and leaned back on my heels, suddenly exhausted. The weight of what I had given pressed down on me, heavier than fear. The wolves studied the map with new eyes now. This was no longer a rough plan. It was a real strategy. A young wolf approached me hesitantly, holding a water flask. Her movements were careful, unsure. "For you," she said. "You've been working a long time." I accepted it with a nod, my fingers brushing the cool surface. "Thank you." Another wolf offered dried fruit. A third muttered, not quite softly enough, "She's risking everything for us." I lowered my gaze, uncomfortable with the attention. If only they knew. If only they knew that I believed none of this would save me in the end. I took a small sip of water, then handed the flask back. My throat tightened, not from thirst, but from the strange ache of kindness offered when I no longer expected to survive it. John watched from a short distance away, his expression thoughtful now, guarded. Our eyes met briefly. There was something there, conflict perhaps, but I could not read it fully. I did not try. I looked away first. Because if I let myself hope, even for a moment, it would destroy the resolve I had built. I rose slowly to my feet, brushing dirt from my cloak. Around us, the camp resumed its quiet movement, plans forming, voices low but purposeful. I stepped back from the table, returning to the edge of the clearing. Inside, my thoughts were already turning inward, toward the thing I had not yet done. The thing I needed to prepare. If I am going to die after this, I thought, then I will leave something behind. The forest seemed to breathe around me, unaware of the decision settling quietly into my bones. I waited until the voices softened. Not vanished, never vanished, but lowered, pulled inward as the wolves settled into smaller groups, returning to their own thoughts, their own preparations. The camp did not sleep the way the castle did. There was no bell, no order, no certainty of rest, just a slow ebb and flow of movement, breath, and vigilance. I stepped away quietly. No one stopped me. That felt heavier than being watched. Behind a fallen tree thick with moss and age, I found a small pocket of stillness. The bark was rough beneath my fingers when I leaned against it, grounding myself. The forest smelled of damp earth and pine sap, sharp and clean, nothing like stone corridors or candle smoke. I slid down until I was seated on the roots, cloak pulled around me. My hands shook. I pressed them together until they stilled enough to function. Internal voice, this is it. This is the quiet before everything breaks. From inside my cloak, I pulled out a small scrap of parchment. It wasn't meant for letters. Just a remnant, creased, imperfect, the edges uneven. I had taken it without thinking earlier when the idea first lodged in my chest like a splinter. Along with it, a short charcoal stick. I stared at the blank surface for a long moment. My throat tightened. Then I began to write. Dear Liliana. The charcoal scratched softly, the sound far too loud in the quiet. I paused after her name, my vision blurring. My sister's face rose in my mind, her smile, the way she always tilted her head when she was worried but trying not to show it. I swallowed hard and continued. If you are reading this, I won't be coming home. The words looked cruel on the page. Too final. My hand hovered, trembling. Internal voice, don't soften it. She deserves honesty. I wrote slowly, carefully, as if each line carried weight I could barely hold. I need you to know that none of this is your fault, not my choices, not the path I walked. I chose it because I could not live with silence anymore. I stopped again, breath shallow. The night I had first slipped into the forest flickered through me. Fear, curiosity, the ache of being unseen. John's face followed. I forced myself onward. Do you remember when we were children, and you said the castle felt too big? You were right. It was never a home the way we pretended it was. You were the only warmth I ever trusted without question. A tear fell onto the parchment, smudging the charcoal slightly. I wiped it away quickly, leaving a faint blur. I'm sorry I didn't protect you better. I'm sorry I didn't explain myself sooner. I didn't know how. I still don't. My chest hurt with every breath now. Please take care of Mother. She loves deeply, even when fear keeps her silent. Don't let her blame herself. I hesitated before the next line. This one mattered most. There was someone who saw me, not as a crown, not as a burden, not as a mistake. I won't write his name. I don't know if I'm allowed to, but knowing him changed me. I hope one day you understand why I couldn't turn away. My fingers curled around the charcoal until it nearly snapped. Internal voice, if I write more I won't stop. So I finished. Please forgive me for choosing truth over safety. I love you, always. I stared at the letter until the words blurred together. Then I folded it carefully, pressing the creases flat with deliberate care, as if that could keep it from unraveling, like me. I slid it into the inner pocket of my cloak. Internal voice, I can never send this. It would destroy her. And still, writing it made the truth undeniable. I leaned my head back against the tree, closing my eyes. The forest shifted. A faint flutter broke through the stillness. I opened my eyes. Something small circled once above me before settling on the trunk at eye level, a messenger bird, feathers dark against the bark. Its chest rose and fell quickly, bright eyes fixed on me. My breath caught. A thin red thread was tied around its leg. No. My hands moved before my thoughts could stop them. I reached out slowly, murmuring soft nonsense the way Myra once taught me, and untied the scroll with careful fingers. The bird fluttered once, then stilled. The parchment was smooth. Familiar. I recognized the handwriting instantly. Adrian. My chest tightened so sharply, I had to brace my hand against the tree to stay upright. I unrolled it. Christina. Whatever path you choose, I pray it brings you peace. My vision blurred immediately. I have left the castle. I will not be used to chain you into a life you do not want. A breath broke free from my chest. I hope you find happiness, even if it is not with me. My fingers curled around the paper, crushing it slightly before I forced myself to loosen my grip. Adrian, I whispered, the name barely sound. The kindness in those lines hurt more than anger ever could. He had been offered power, alliance, stability, and he had walked away. For me. Internal voice. People keep caring for me, and I keep disappointing them. Tears spilled despite my effort to stop them, warm against my cheeks. I pressed the parchment to my chest, the pressure almost painful. I sank back against the tree, shoulders shaking silently. The forest did not judge. It only listened. After a long moment, I wiped my face with the back of my hand and folded Adrian's message carefully, just as I had with Liliana's letter. I placed it beside the first, both hidden close to my heart. Internal voice, I will carry this with me, whatever happens. Voices rose again in the camp. Low. Focused. The War Council was reforming. I drew a steadying breath, pushing myself to my feet. My legs felt weak, but they held. I adjusted my cloak, squared my shoulders. The pain did not vanish, but it settled, contained, sharpened into something usable. Internal voice, this is my fate. I will help them win, then accept whatever comes. I stepped out from behind the fallen tree. Toward the wolves. Toward the plan. Toward the end I believed awaited me. And for the first time since the forest swallowed my old life whole, I did not feel afraid. Only resolved. The wind moved through the trees in long, restless breaths, carrying the low murmur of voices from the camp. Wolves were gathering again, footsteps shifting over leaves, quiet exchanges of strategy, the scrape of wood against stone as preparations resumed. I stayed where I was for a moment longer. Adrian's message was still pressed against my chest, the parchment creased now from how tightly my fingers held it. My breathing felt uneven, shallow, as if my body hadn't yet decided whether it was allowed to keep going. People keep caring for me, and I keep disappointing them. The thought settled heavily, not sharp, not sudden, just unbearably present. I wiped my cheeks with the back of my hand, the motion rougher than I intended. The tears didn't stop immediately, but I refused to let them slow me again. I could not afford that, not now, not when everything was already moving toward something final. I folded Adrian's letter carefully, slowly, deliberately, as if the care I took with the paper could somehow soften the truth written on it. He had left the castle. Not in anger, not in pride, but because he refused to be another chain around my life. My throat tightened at that. I'm sorry, I whispered into the empty air, unsure whether the apology was meant for him, for Liliana, or for the version of myself that still wished things could have been simpler. The forest did not answer, but the wind shifted, brushing through the branches overhead, scattering a few loose leaves at my feet. I took it as permission to breathe again. I slipped the folded parchment into the inner pocket of my cloak, pressing it flat against my chest. Not to hide it, but to carry it. A reminder that kindness still existed in this world, even when everything else felt like it was unraveling. Nearby, voices rose slightly as wolves regrouped around the planning table. I heard wood scrape again, stones shifting, a few firm, practical words exchanged. And beneath it all, John's voice. Steady, clear, commanding. It still struck something deep in my chest every time I heard it. My body reacted before my mind could stop it. A faint tightening, a reflex I no longer trusted. Internal voice. He plans to destroy me after all this is over. The thought no longer came with panic. Only acceptance. I inhaled slowly through my nose, letting the forest air fill my lungs. Pine, earth, smoke from a distant fire, real things, solid things. This was the choice I had made. I would help them reclaim what was stolen. Not because I believed I would be spared, not because I trusted what waited at the end, but because truth deserved to survive, even if I did not. My shoulders straightened as I exhaled. I adjusted my cloak, smoothing the fabric where my hands had wrinkled it, forcing my body into stillness even as my heart continued to ache. I stepped out from behind the fallen tree. A few wolves noticed immediately. Conversations softened. Eyes turned toward me, some guarded, some thoughtful, some no longer openly hostile. No one spoke. I walked toward them anyway. Each step felt deliberate, grounded, final. Internal voice, this is my fate. I reached the edge of the clearing just as the council reformed. Charcoal maps were spread again. Stones marked positions. Strategy resumed as if it had never paused. As if my presence no longer disrupted it. I stopped beside the table, hands resting loosely at my sides. My pulse was steady now, not calm but controlled. The pain was still there. So was the fear. But beneath both, something firmer had taken root. Resolve. Internal voice, I will help them win, then accept whatever comes. The wolves did not look away. Neither did I. The wind rustled through the canopy above us, carrying the sound of distant howls, low, purposeful, answering one another across the forest. I closed my eyes for just a second. Not to pray. Not to beg. Only to steady myself. When I opened them again, I stepped fully into the circle. Determined, calm, ready. And under my breath, so quietly that only I could hear it, I whispered the words that felt truest of all. Let tomorrow come. I am not afraid anymore. Dawn crept slowly through the forest, pale and uncertain. Silvery light filtered down between tall pines, catching on mist that still clung to the ground. The air was cool enough to raise goosebumps along my arms, even beneath my cloak. I stirred beneath the tree where I had slept, my body stiff from the hard earth and my mind already aching before I fully opened my eyes. I hadn't slept deeply. Every time I drifted, my thoughts circled back to the same truth I had accepted the night before. John would reclaim his kingdom. And when he did, there would be no place for me in it. A sharp voice cut through the quiet morning. Not loud, but edged. Controlled. I sat up slowly, heart tightening. Another voice followed, lower, more tense. Then another, wolves. I pushed myself to my feet, careful not to disturb the thin blanket beneath me, and moved toward the sound. I didn't step fully into the clearing. Instead, I stopped behind a cluster of trees, their rough bark cold beneath my fingertips as I leaned slightly to see. They were already gathered. Not the whole pack, but enough. A loose half-circle of wolves stood facing the center of the clearing, shoulders squared, expressions guarded. Some were in human form, others still half-shifted, eyes gleaming faintly in the morning light. At the center stood Rylan. His posture was relaxed, but deliberate. Balanced on both feet, hands loosely at his sides, chin lifted just enough to command attention. He didn't need to raise his voice. They were listening. Our victory is near, Rylan said evenly. The castle prepares without knowing how thin its walls truly are. A ripple of quiet approval passed through the group. Subtle nods, murmurs of agreement. But, he continued, packing slowly, victory is not secured by strength alone. It is secured by removing unnecessary risks. My stomach tightened. I knew, before anyone spoke, that he wasn't talking about walls or weapons. A wolf near the edge shifted uncomfortably. Another glanced sideways, uneasy. No one said my name. They didn't need to. A risk, Rylan went on calmly, can undo years of planning. A single misplaced loyalty, a single weakness. One voice muttered, not quite under his breath, a vampire in our camp. My chest constricted. I pressed my palm flat against the tree, grounding myself as the words sank in. The bark scraped lightly against my skin, sharp enough to remind me to breathe. Rylan stopped packing. He didn't look toward me, didn't scan the trees, but his mouth curved faintly, as if he knew I was close enough to hear. John stepped forward. The shift in the clearing was immediate. He didn't raise his voice either. He didn't need to. Enough. One word, calm, firm. Every movement he made was controlled. His shoulders squared, his stance steady, his gaze level as it swept across the gathered wolves. Christina is here under my authority, he said. The plan stands, nothing changes. My heart stuttered at the sound of my name on his tongue, even spoken so formally. Rylan inclined his head slightly. Not in submission. In acknowledgement. "Of course, Alpha," he replied smoothly. "I only want our success." The word Alpha hung in the air, heavy with meaning. Some wolves shifted again, uncertain. Others watched John closely, measuring him. John's jaw tightened. I saw it from where I stood, the small movement, controlled but unmistakable. He recognized the challenge beneath Ryland's courtesy. They all did. The moment stretched. Then, slowly, the pack began to break apart. Not cleanly. Not comfortably. Wolves turned away in small groups, murmuring quietly among themselves. Some cast glances toward the trees, toward where I hid, before looking away again. Others avoided the area entirely. The clearing felt colder as the tension dispersed without resolving. I stayed still until the last of them moved off. Only when the space was nearly empty did I step back, deeper into the shadows, my pulse loud in my ears. Internal voice, they see me as a danger. The truth settled heavy in my chest. And John couldn't openly defend me, not without risking his authority, not without feeding the doubt already spreading through the pack. I understood that. It didn't make it hurt less. I retreated quietly, careful not to snap a twig or disturb the undergrowth. My breath felt shallow, as though the forest itself pressed against my ribs. Internal voice, this is what it means to stand between worlds. By the time I reached the edge of the clearing again, my hands were trembling. I drew my cloak tighter around myself, not from cold, but from the sudden certainty tightening around my heart. They would tolerate me. For now. But tolerance was not protection. And when the moment came to choose, I already knew which side John would stand on. I turned away before anyone could see me. The clearing transformed as the morning climbed higher. What had been tense voices and scattered arguments earlier became something sharper, focused. Wolves moved with purpose now, shedding rest and hesitation as if the forest itself had called them to order. I stayed at the edge of the clearing, arms folded tightly against my chest, my cloak pulled close even though the air was warming. I did not belong here. Every step they took, every formation they formed, reminded me of that truth. John stood at the center of the training ring. Not as the man who had once wrapped a bandage around my arm in the forest. Not as the prisoner who had looked at me through iron bars with quiet pain. Here, he was something else entirely. His posture was straight, grounded. His voice carried without shouting, calm, decisive, impossible to ignore. "Again," he said, gesturing with one hand. "Closer this time, you move as one or you fall alone." The wolves shifted into position at his command. Their movements were fast but controlled, bodies blurring between human and wolf as they practiced silent approach tactics. How to advance without snapping branches, how to use shadows instead of speed, how to break formation only when necessary. I watched, unable to look away. This was the side of him the castle had never seen. This was the Alpha John spoke of in whispers. My chest tightened. Internal voice, he was born for this, and I am standing in the way of it. They practiced again and again. John corrected stances with brief gestures, stepping in when someone hesitated, moving back just as quickly. He never raised his voice. He didn't need to. They listened because they trusted him. Because he belonged to them. I pressed my arms tighter across my body, nails biting lightly into my sleeves. Internal voice, when he becomes king, there won't be space for me. A sudden misstep broke the rhythm. A young wolf, barely older than a girl, stumbled as she turned too fast. Her footing slipped on loose dirt, and she went down hard, breath leaving her in a sharp gasp. The training halted instantly. She pushed herself up, wincing, one hand clutching her arm. A thin scrape marked her skin where she'd hit the ground, not serious, but painful enough to make her hesitate. "No," she muttered, shaking her head. "I'm fine." John took a step toward her, concern flickering briefly across his face before he masked it. "Hold," he ordered the others. Then more gently, "Don't force it." I hesitated at the edge of the clearing. Every instinct in me screamed to stay where I was, to not draw attention, to not remind them that a vampire princess stood among them. But I saw the way the young wolf's fingers trembled as she tried to ignore the sting. I moved before I could stop myself. The moment I stepped forward, several heads snapped in my direction. Muscles tensed. I felt the weight of their gazes like a wall pressing inward. The girl recoiled instinctively when she saw me approach, eyes wide, body pulling back. My voice caught. I forced it steady. "It's all right, I just want to help." She hesitated, breathing shallow, eyes flicking between me and John. For a heartbeat, I thought she would pull away completely. Then slowly, uncertainly, she extended her arm. Relief rushed through me so suddenly, my knees nearly weakened. I knelt carefully in front of her, movements slow and deliberate, as if approaching a frightened animal. I tore a thin strip from the edge of my cloak, the fabric whispering softly as it gave way. "I'm sorry," I murmured. "This is all I have." She watched closely as I wrapped the cloth around her arm, not too tight, careful not to brush the scrape more than necessary. Her breath eased as I finished. "There," I said quietly. "It should keep dirt out." For a moment, she just stared at me. Then she whispered, almost to herself, "You didn't have to." I swallowed. Anyone would have done the same. A soft murmur rippled through the nearby wolves. "That's not true," someone said under their breath. I stood quickly, heat rising to my face, suddenly acutely aware of every eye on me. John watched from the center of the clearing, his expression unreadable. Something flickered in his gaze too quick for me to name. And then, beyond him, I felt it. Rylan. He leaned against a tree at the edge of the clearing, arms crossed, eyes fixed on me. His expression was neutral, but there was nothing relaxed about him. Calculation sat behind his gaze. Internal voice, he doesn't like this. He doesn't like that they're seeing me as anything else. The training resumed, though the rhythm had shifted. Wolves glanced at me now, some with curiosity, some with lingering suspicion, but no longer only with hostility. The young wolf I'd helped, Kira, I later heard someone call her, caught my eye once and gave a small, uncertain nod. It made my chest ache. Internal voice, small moments won't save me, not in the end. I stepped back toward the edge of the clearing, returning to my place among the trees. My hands trembled slightly, and I curled them into fists to hide it. John gave another command, and the wolves moved again, faster now, more precise. He didn't look at me again. And somehow, that hurt more than if he had. I stood there, watching him lead, knowing this was the world he was meant to claim. And knowing, with a quiet certainty that settled deep in my bones, I would not be part of it when the crown finally rested on his head. The training eventually slowed, wolves drifting away from the clearing in small clusters as the sun climbed higher. The sharp intensity of movement gave way to murmured conversations, the scrape of boots against dirt, the rustle of leaves as some shifted forms to rest. I remained where I was, near the edge of the clearing, unsure whether staying or leaving would draw less attention. My arms were folded tightly across my chest, not from cold, but from the constant need to hold myself together. A few glances still came my way, some curious, some wary, none openly hostile anymore, but that didn't mean acceptance. I lowered myself onto a fallen log, careful and quiet. The bark scraped faintly against my palms, grounding me in the present moment. For a while, I simply watched the forest breathe. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in pale ribbons. Somewhere nearby, a bird called once, then fell silent. Soft footsteps approached. I tensed instinctively, shoulders tightening, then forced myself to relax when I recognized the cautious pace. Kira stopped a few steps away. She didn't speak at first. She stood with her hands clasped loosely in front of her, eyes flicking between my face and the ground as though unsure which was safer to look at. Up close, she looked younger than I'd realized, Barely more than a girl, really. Dirt smudged one cheek. Her arm, now wrapped in the strip of my cloak, hung carefully at her side. "Thank you," she said at last, voice quiet but sincere. I looked up at her, surprised. "You don't need to thank me." She shook her head slightly. "Most wouldn't have helped, not without being asked." "I didn't see a reason not to," I replied. Her brows knit together, as if that answer unsettled her more than it comforted her. She hesitated, then sat on the opposite end of the log, leaving a careful distance between us. Another wolf approached, male, broader-shouldered, his expression openly curious rather than guarded. He glanced at Kira, then at me. "She didn't even flinch," he said, as though speaking to himself. "Didn't act afraid." "I was afraid," I admitted quietly. "I just didn't want that to stop me." The wolf let out a short breath, something close to a laugh, though not unkind. He lowered himself to the ground nearby, resting his forearms on his knees. "She's not acting like an enemy," he muttered, loud enough for the others drifting closer to hear. More wolves gathered then, slowly, carefully, not crowding, just near enough to listen. I felt their attention settle on me like weight, not crushing but undeniable. My pulse quickened. Internal voice, "This isn't what I planned. I didn't come here to be seen." Kira glanced at the dirt between us. "You really know the castle?" she asked. I hesitated, then nodded. "I grew up there. I know which corridors echo, which guards listen more than they watch, which doors look locked but aren't." A murmur rippled through the small group. "If that's true," another wolf said, "you could have already run back and warned them." "I could have," I agreed. They waited. "I didn't," I said softly. Silence followed, heavy, thoughtful. I reached down and picked up a small stick, turning it between my fingers. My hands trembled slightly, not from fear this time, but from the strange pressure of being trusted, even tentatively. "I can show you," I offered before I could overthink it. "If you want, not everything, just enough to keep you alive." The words landed heavier than I intended. The male wolf exchanged a glance with Kira, then nodded once. "Show us." I leaned forward and drew into the dirt with the stick, simple lines at first. Shapes, paths. "This is the outer wall," I explained quietly. "The stone here looks solid, but it was rebuilt after a fire decades ago. It's weaker than the rest." I marked a narrow gap. "Guard rotations thin here during the late-night watch. Most assume the forest side is secure." They leaned closer. "These alcoves," I continued, sketching small notches, "were built for torchbearers. They're unused now, but they break sightlines. If you move between them, you won't be seen from the towers." The wolves listened intently. No interruptions, no scoffs. Internal voice, "If only they knew. This knowledge will outlive me." One of them swallowed. "She's risking everything for us." I froze, the stick hovering midair. "I'm not," I said quickly, shaking my head. "I'm just doing what's right." But even as I spoke, my chest tightened. Internal voice, "They think I'm brave. They don't know I've already accepted my end." I finished the rough sketch and pulled back, brushing dirt from my hands. The wolves stared at the markings as though they were something precious. "Thank you," Kira said again, firmer this time. I nodded, unable to meet her eyes. When I finally looked up, I felt it. John's gaze. He stood across the clearing, a short distance away, partially shadowed by a tall pine. His posture was rigid, arms crossed, shoulders tight, as though holding himself in place through sheer discipline. I couldn't read his expression fully from here, but something flickered across his face when our eyes met. Concern, or calculation. Or both. My breath caught before I could stop it. Internal voice, "He's watching me help them plan, knowing what comes after." I looked away first. A figure moved toward him, tall, deliberate. Rylan. He stopped beside John, close enough that their shoulders nearly brushed. They didn't look at each other at first. They didn't need to. I couldn't hear everything from where I sat, but their body language spoke clearly enough. "You're gaining sympathy for her," Ryland said, his voice low but carrying just enough. Wolves notice. John didn't turn his head. My concern is victory, nothing else. Ryland's lips curved slightly. Not a smile, something sharper. Good, because after we win, hard choices await. John's jaw tightened. Ryland leaned closer, his tone almost conversational. A vampire by your side after victory, they'll revolt. I felt the words like a blade, sliding between my ribs. Internal voice, he won't fight for me, not when the throne is on the line. John said nothing. The silence stretched, long enough to mean something. Ryland straightened, satisfaction evident in the set of his shoulders. He murmured something else I couldn't hear, then stepped away, leaving John standing alone beneath the tree. John remained still for a moment longer. Then he turned and walked in the opposite direction, away from me, away from the clearing, deeper into the forest. I watched until the trees swallowed him. Internal voice, he's already choosing. The wolves around me slowly dispersed, returning to their own conversations, their own preparations. I stayed seated, staring down at the disturbed dirt where the castle lines still lingered faintly. They would be erased soon. Wind or footsteps would see to that. Just like me. I pressed my hands into my lap, fingers curling tightly into the fabric of my cloak. Internal voice, small moments won't save me, not in the end. And for the first time since I'd entered the wolf camp, I didn't feel like an outsider. I felt like a ghost, already half gone, lingering only to finish what I'd started. I waited until the camp softened into night. The fires burned lower, turning from bright tongues to steady embers. Wolves gathered in loose circles, voices quieter now, laughter rare but present. Somewhere nearby, a blade scraped against stone as someone sharpened it with slow patience. The forest breathed around us, wind through needles, the distant call of an owl, the soft thud of paws moving across earth. I sat apart near the edge of the clearing, my back against the rough bark of a pine. I hugged my knees to my chest, cloak wrapped tight around me as if it could hold me together. The ground was cool beneath me, the smell of sap and ash clinging to the air. Across the clearing, John stood with the elders. Firelight caught the line of his shoulders and the curve of his jaw. He listened more than he spoke, nodding, asking short questions, pointing once toward the east with a measured motion of his hand. Responsibility weighed on him visibly. It changed the way he stood, more still, more contained. He belonged there. The thought cut deeper than I expected. Internal voice, he belongs to them, not to me. I turned my face slightly away, blinking hard. I had told myself I was prepared for this feeling, that I had accepted it, but acceptance did not make it painless. Every glance in his direction felt like pressing on a bruise. When the elders drifted off and the fires dimmed further, I rose quietly and walked toward the darker edge of the clearing. Each step away from the light felt intentional, like I was stepping into a truth I could no longer avoid. The forest closed in around me, familiar and yet suddenly immense. I stopped near a patch of trees where the undergrowth thickened, where shadows layered over one another. I rested my palm against a trunk, breathing in slowly, counting each breath until the tightness in my chest eased just enough to stand. Soft footsteps approached behind me. I did not turn right away. I knew who it would be before the sound fully registered. The way the steps were placed, careful, deliberate, meant to be heard. Princess. Ryland's voice was smooth, almost warm. I turned slowly to face him. He stood a few paces away, hands clasped behind his back, posture relaxed. Firelight from the clearing touched one side of his face, leaving the other in shadow. His expression was polite, the kind worn in court halls and council chambers. "You seem troubled," he said. "May I keep you company?" I forced my shoulders to ease, my face to remain calm. Internal voice, "I know what you truly want." "You may," I replied evenly. He stepped closer, stopping at a respectful distance. "Your help today was appreciated," he said, "more than you realize." I nodded once, heart beating too fast. I did what I could. "Yes," his eyes studied me with unsettling focus. John values your contribution. He is fond of you." The word landed heavily between us. I kept my gaze steady, though my fingers curled into my cloak. "He cares about his people." "Of course." Rylan tilted his head slightly, as if considering something kind. "But when wars end, roles change, allies shift." His voice softened further. "Some fade away." My breath caught despite my effort to keep it even. Internal voice. He knows. He knows I won't survive the victory." Rylan's eyes glimmered, not with anger, not even cruelty, but calculation. The kind that weighed outcomes and chose the most efficient path. "I believe you understand this better than most," he added. I swallowed hard and inclined my head in agreement, pretending composure. "I understand." A small, satisfied curve touched his mouth. He bowed slightly, a gesture so refined it might have belonged in my father's court. "Rest well, princess. Tomorrow is important." He stepped back and disappeared into the trees, his presence dissolving into the forest as if he had never been there at all. I stood frozen for several breaths after he left. Then my knees weakened, and I leaned back against the tree, eyes closing. A shiver ran through me, not from cold but from certainty. Internal voice. He's pretending, but the truth is already written. When I returned to my bedroll, the camp was nearly silent. The fires were low, their glow barely reaching the edges of the clearing. I knelt and pulled my cloak closer, hands trembling as I reached into its inner fold. The small piece of parchment felt heavier than it should have. Internal voice. Adrian deserves the truth. I smoothed the paper against my knee and took out the charcoal stick. My fingers shook as I began to write, the words forming slowly, carefully, each one a step further from the life I had known. I wrote of helping the wolves reclaim what was stolen, of danger, of the belief that once the war was won, I would not survive it. I did not write John's name when I spoke of that belief. I did not need to. Then, finally, I wrote the request that made my chest ache. "If I survive, help me escape." I signed it simply. Christina. When I finished, my hands dropped into my lap. I pressed my lips together, holding back a sound that wanted to escape me. A small forest bird fluttered closer, landing on a low branch nearby. Its dark eyes watched me with patient stillness. "Please," I whispered as I tied the note gently to its leg. "Find him." The bird launched into the night, wings beating softly before vanishing between the trees. I lay back against the ground, staring up through the canopy where stars peeked through broken leaves. My body felt hollow, emptied by decisions I could not undo. Sleep came in fragments. Sometime later, a soft flutter brushed the edge of my awareness. I opened my eyes to see the same bird settling beside me, the faintest outline of a message tied to its leg. My hands shook as I untied it. Adrian's handwriting was steady, familiar, warm. His words did not accuse. They did not plead. They simply understood. "If you survive the war, I will help you escape. Meet me at the Eastern River after victory, if you can. And if you cannot, I will still hope for your peace." My vision blurred. I pressed the parchment to my chest, breathing shallowly as tears slipped free despite my resolve. "Adrian," I whispered. His kindness did not ease the pain. It sharpened it, because it reminded me that there were still people who cared whether I lived or died. When my tears slowed, I folded the letter carefully and hid it deep within my cloak. I sat up and looked toward the clearing. John stood under a tree near the firelight, speaking quietly with one of the elders. His face was tired, resolute, carved by responsibility. He did not look my way. Internal voice. He will choose his people, and I will accept whatever comes. I rose and moved closer to the fire, sitting where its warmth reached my hands. The flames danced, reflected in my eyes, steady and unafraid. "Tomorrow," I whispered to myself, voice barely audible over the crackle of embers. "I fight for the truth, even if I vanish after." The forest did not answer. But for the first time since leaving the castle, I did not feel afraid of what waited beyond dawn. The forest was too quiet. Not peaceful, never peaceful, but holding its breath in a way that made my skin prickle. Even the wind seemed hesitant, brushing the leaves without sound, as if the trees themselves understood what was about to happen. I stood beside a thick pine, fingers curled tightly around the edge of my cloak, watching the wolves gather in silence. No one spoke loudly, no one laughed. This was not the restless camp of the night before. This was something sharper, focused, final. Dawn had not yet broken, but a thin band of pale silver pressed against the horizon, bleeding slowly into the sky. The air smelled of damp earth and pine resin, cold enough to sting my lungs when I inhaled. This was it. Internal voice. This is the day, the end of everything. John moved through the pack with quiet authority. He didn't shout commands. He didn't need to. Wolves straightened as he passed, attention snapping toward him instinctively. His voice carried low and controlled as he gave final instructions, formations, timing, signals. I stayed where I was, half hidden by shadow, watching him the way I had watched him so many times before. Except now, there was no illusion left. This was not a rogue wolf pretending to survive. This was a leader preparing to reclaim a kingdom. My chest tightened painfully. Wolves began forming lines, their movements precise, disciplined. Some shifted partially, claws brushing soil for balance. Others stayed human, weapons strapped close. They were different from the monsters I'd been taught to fear. A few turned their heads toward me. One nodded. Another inclined his head slightly, respectful. Trust. Real trust. I returned each gesture with a quiet nod of my own, even as my heart twisted. If they knew what I believed awaited me at the end of this, if they knew I thought I would not survive their victory. I swallowed hard and forced my shoulders back. John approached me then. Not dramatically, not as a king, just as a man stepping into my space. "Stay close," he said quietly, "until we reach the walls." I nodded. Controlled, careful. I did not meet his eyes. I was afraid that if I did, I would see something that would undo me, pity, resolve, distance, or worse, confirmation. The silence stretched for a heartbeat. Then he turned away. The signal passed through the pack without words. Movement. The wolves advanced into the trees, flowing forward in coordinated silence. Branches shifted. Shadows moved. The forest swallowed us as we began to run. I moved with them, feet steady despite the tremor in my chest. I knew these paths. I had memorized patrol routes in childhood, paths meant for supply transport, not war. The castle loomed ahead as the trees thinned. Massive stone walls rose from the earth, pale in the early light, familiar and foreign all at once. Towers cut into the sky like sentinels that no longer recognized me. Internal voice, this was once my home. Now it was a battlefield. I pushed that thought aside and focused. John took position beside me as we slowed near the ridgeline. Rylan moved on my other side, sharp-eyed, silent. I lifted my hand and pointed toward the brush-covered slope ahead. "That ridge," I whispered. "It curves behind the south wall. Guards changed there just before sunrise. We used it to move supply carts when the main gate was under repair." John nodded once, immediate, no hesitation. The wolves followed, bodies lowering instinctively as we slipped along the concealed path. The stone wall rose closer, its surface rough beneath my fingertips when I brushed past it. My heart pounded, not from fear alone, but from memory. I knew every crack in this wall. I had traced them as a child, waiting for lessons to end. John raised a fist. The pack halted. He gestured, fan out. Wolves moved smoothly into the positions we had planned together, shadows melting into stone and ivy. The tension thickened until it pressed against my ribs. I pointed again, toward a patch of overgrown ivy clinging unnaturally thick to the base of the wall. "There," I whispered. "Maintenance gate, it's old, hidden, still functional." John glanced at me once, quick, searching. Then he nodded. The first wolves moved forward, and the invasion of the castle began. The maintenance gate lay exactly where I remembered it, half swallowed by ivy, its iron hinges dulled by years of neglect and lies. I lifted my hand before anyone else could move, fingers brushing the leaves aside. The vines were cold and damp, clinging stubbornly as if they had been trained to hide the truth. "This one," I whispered. John did not question me. He raised his fist once, sharp and controlled, and the wolves closest to the wall shifted with practiced precision. No sound, no rush, only intent. 2 wolves slid their fingers into the narrow seam of the gate. Metal groaned softly, the sound so small it made my heart jump anyway. I held my breath, counting the beats between movements, listening for any sign of alarm. None came. The forest itself seemed to be holding still for us. The gate opened just wide enough. One by one, wolves slipped through the opening, shadows melting into the stone passage beyond. When it was my turn, the smell hit me first. Old oil, damp stone, the faint trace of smoke from lamps that had burned here for decades. The scent of home twisted painfully in my chest. John followed close behind me. I could feel his presence without looking, steady and grounding, and terrifying all at once. Inside, the corridor narrowed. Stone pressed in from both sides, the ceiling low enough that taller wolves had to duck. A lamp flickered ahead, its flame unstable, casting long, wavering shadows that stretched and recoiled as if alive. Footsteps. I froze. John's hand lifted, palm flat. The wolves stilled instantly. 2 vampire guards rounded the corner, voices low, casual, complaining about early duty, about orders that made no sense anymore. I recognized one of them. He used to nod politely when I passed the kitchens. The familiarity made my throat tight. The wolves moved before the guards fully registered what they were seeing. It was fast, clean, no blades, no blood. One guard was turned, his weapon eased from his grip. The other was guided gently but firmly to the wall, breath knocked from him in surprise rather than pain. They were restrained, stunned, alive. I let out the breath I had been holding, my hands trembling slightly at my sides. John met my eyes for a fraction of a second, checking, not asking. I nodded once. We moved. The deeper we went, the more the castle felt wrong. Corridors I had walked since childhood were filled with unfamiliar tension, echoes bouncing differently, doors standing ajar where they should have been closed. I whispered directions constantly, my voice barely more than air. Left here, the stairwell ahead leads to the inner passage. There's a blind corner, 2 guards usually, but they change at dawn. Wolves split, flowed, reformed. They listened. They trusted. That realization settled heavily in my chest. A shout echoed from somewhere above, cut off abruptly. Then another. The sound of movement carried through the stone, not screams, not clashes, but the unmistakable chaos of a system breaking under its own weight. We reached the inner corridor, just as the noise intensified. The courtyard lay beyond a set of wide doors. Through the crack between them, I saw figures running, vampires, wolves, some retreating, some pressing forward. Smoke curled upward where a torch had fallen and not been relit. I stepped through first. The courtyard was no longer recognizable as the place where I had once danced during festivals, where lanterns had glowed warm and harmless. Now it was filled with motion, wolves darting between pillars, vampire soldiers hesitating, shouting orders that no longer carried authority. A familiar voice cut through the confusion. "Princess." I turned sharply. 2 vampire soldiers stood near the edge of the courtyard, weapons lowered but not dropped. I knew them. Both had served in the lower halls, quiet men who had always avoided looking too closely at politics. One of them swallowed hard. "Is it true," he asked, "about the wolves?" My heart hammered, but my voice did not shake. "Yes." That single word seemed to land harder than any blade. "The king lied," the other asked, his grip loosening on his spear. I nodded again, slower this time, deliberate. They looked at each other, years of loyalty cracking under the weight of truth. Then, without another word, they stepped aside. "We won't fight you," the first said quietly. "We won't fight them." Something inside me fractured and reformed all at once. More soldiers hesitated as the whispers spread. I saw it happen in real time, uncertainty blooming, courage surfacing where fear had ruled. Some lowered their weapons. Some fled outright, retreating into corridors that led anywhere but here. Not all, though. A sharp clash of movement echoed from the western corridor. Wolves surged to meet resistance there, blocking the path, holding ground. I caught glimpses of familiar banners being torn down, trampled not in hatred but in urgency. Christina. I turned toward the voice, relief crashing through me so suddenly my knees nearly gave out. Elias broke through a side passage, sword raised defensively as he pushed back two aggressive guards. He moved with determination, not rage, his strikes controlled, aimed to disable rather than destroy. When he saw me, his expression shifted, relief, disbelief, and something like pride tangled together. "Princess," he said, breathless. "The king issued orders. Anyone questioning him, arrested on sight. Vampires are turning on each other." John stepped forward beside me, his presence solid and commanding. "Then we don't slow down," he said. "We take the courtyard and move inward." Elias nodded sharply. "I know a route. The western stairwell is blocked, but the service passage is still clear." "Lead us," John said. Elias didn't hesitate. We moved again, the courtyard falling behind us as wolves secured positions and defecting soldiers guided others to safety. The soundscape changed, less confusion, more coordination. The castle was not screaming, it was unraveling. As we ran, Elias glanced at me once. "You were right," he said quietly, as if the words themselves were fragile. "About all of it." I swallowed. I wish I was. He didn't argue. The service passage opened into a narrower hall, torches burning low. The walls here were older, the stone rougher. Wolf carvings peeked through beneath chipped vampire sigils, half hidden and stubborn. I brushed my fingers against one as I passed, the shape familiar now, undeniable. Truth had weight, it slowed nothing, it changed everything. Behind us, the sounds of resistance faded into scattered echoes. Ahead, the heart of the castle waited, fractured, exposed, trembling on the edge of collapse. And somewhere within it, the lie that had ruled my life was beginning to die. The clash deepened as we pushed farther into the heart of the castle. The air felt heavier here, thicker with echoes, with footsteps that didn't belong to one side alone. Stone corridors I had once walked barefoot as a child now rang with hurried movement, voices raised not in celebration, but confusion. The lie that had ruled this place for generations was unraveling, thread by thread, and it showed in every startled glance and every wavering hand on a weapon. A sharp cry echoed from the western corridor. Not pain, alarm. I turned just in time to see movement surge from a side passage. A figure burst through the smoke and shadow, sword raised, stance steady and familiar. "Elias," I breathed. He fought with controlled urgency, not wild aggression, blocking, redirecting, forcing back two advancing vampire guards without striking to kill. His movements were precise, disciplined, as if he had already made his choice long before this moment. His eyes found me. Relief crossed his face so quickly, it almost hurt to see. "Princess," he said, stepping back into formation beside John and me. "The king sent orders an hour ago. Anyone who questioned him was to be arrested immediately. Vampires are turning against each other." John's expression hardened, not with anger but grim understanding. "Then we move now," he said. "We take the courtyard before fear regroups." Elias nodded once, no hesitation, no doubt. He fell in beside the wolves, as though he had always belonged there. I swallowed, the weight of that loyalty pressing hard against my chest. We moved again, faster now, but no less controlled. Elias guided us through a blocked passage, shoving aside a fallen stand of armor to reveal a narrow route I hadn't even known existed. The castle was revealing its hidden bones under the strain of truth. As we emerged into the inner hall, a thunderous sound rolled through the eastern side of the fortress. Not stone breaking, Hooves. My breath caught. I rushed to the edge of a high archway and looked out. Banners cut through the early light, blue and silver, snapping sharply in the wind. Adrian. Prince Adrian Voss rode through the outer defenses with a small unit at his back, their movements disciplined, deliberate. This was not an invasion born of ambition. It was a declaration. He dismounted before the wolves could react, hands open, posture respectful but unyielding. "I told you," he said when his eyes found mine. His voice carried clearly, steady even as chaos churned around us. "I would stand with the path of truth." Emotion slammed into me so suddenly, I had to grip the stone rail to stay upright. "Adrian," my voice barely made it past my throat. He crossed the space between us quickly, not touching me, not overstepping, just close enough that I could see the resolve in his eyes. He turned then, inclining his head toward John, not in challenge, not in fear. "I am here to fight tyranny," Adrian said, "not you." A ripple passed through the wolves, quiet, incredulous. Vampire royalty, standing with them. I felt the ground shift, beneath everything I thought I understood. Adrian looked back at me, softer now. "If you wish to stay with me after this war, I will be honored." My breath shook. I couldn't answer. I didn't trust my voice not to break apart completely. Behind him, John stood still, eyes unreadable. Something flickered there, too fast to name. Before anything more could be said, a roar tore through the north courtyard. Pure fury. Commander Varkas burst into view, armored and relentless, his presence cutting through the space like a blade. He moved with brutal efficiency, forcing wolves back with sweeping strikes, driving them away from the inner stairs. "Wolves do not deserve this land," he bellowed. John stepped forward. "Varkas," he said, voice sharp and unwavering, "your lies end today." Their clash was fast and violent without spectacle, force against force, stone cracking underfoot, bodies dodging and colliding. I could barely follow it, my heart hammering as Adrian positioned himself instinctively in front of me, warding off approaching soldiers without striking them down. The air rang with impact and command, not blood. And then, I felt it. A pull. Not from the battle. From above. "My mother," I whispered. No one heard me as I slipped away, darting toward the inner stairs. My legs burned as I climbed, every step driven by instinct rather than thought. I burst through the heavy doors of her chambers without knocking. Queen Seraphina rose from her seat in shock, eyes wide, hands trembling. "Christina," she breathed, "you shouldn't be here." "The truth," I said, crossing the room in 3 strides. "Mother, please, the wolves were never our enemy." Her face crumpled. "I know," she whispered. "I always knew." The words broke something open inside me. "But your father," she continued, voice shaking. "He would not listen. He inherited the lie and made it law." Tears blurred my vision as I stepped into her arms. She held me tightly, desperately, as though the world might tear us apart at any second. "No matter what happens," she said into my hair, "I love you." "I love you too," I whispered. Heavy footsteps echoed down the hall. Reality returned all at once. We pulled apart, both knowing this moment was already stolen. I turned and ran back toward the sound of battle, my heart splitting in 2 as I descended the stairs. The castle trembled around me. And I knew, whatever came next would decide everything. The great hall feels smaller than it ever has. The ceiling arches high above me, banners hanging torn and twisted, their once polished sigils dulled by smoke and chaos. Voices echo from distant corridors, boots moving, orders shouted, doors slamming shut. But here, in the center of the hall, time seems to tighten around a single moment. My father stands near the throne. King Alistair Dracula. His cloak is torn at the hem, one shoulder darkened with dust. His posture, once unshakable, now looks strained, like a man holding himself upright through force of will alone. In his hands, he grips the sacred sword. The Alpha Blade. The same sword he once claimed belonged to the first vampire king. The same sword John said could never be destroyed. My breath catches painfully in my chest. Internal voice, no. I take a step forward without realizing it. Father, I whisper. He doesn't look at me. His fingers tighten around the hilt, knuckles pale, his jaw clenched so hard I can see the muscle twitch beneath his skin. Around him, several wolves have slowed, watching in wary silence. A few vampire soldiers stand frozen near the pillars, eyes wide, uncertain whom to obey. Alistair lifts the sword higher. If I destroy this, he says, voice hoarse but loud enough to carry, your prophecy dies with it. My heart slams against my ribs. Stop, I say louder now, please. For the first time, he turns his head. His eyes meet mine, and for a brief, terrible second I see not a king, but a man cornered by fear. Fear of loss, fear of exposure, fear of a truth he has spent his life burying. You don't understand, he says. Everything I built, everything I protected. You protected a lie, I say, my voice shaking but firm, and it's tearing everything apart. His mouth twists. Behind me, I hear movement, footsteps, controlled and steady. I don't need to turn to know who it is. John. He steps into the hall, breathing hard, his presence immediate and grounding. The wolves part instinctively around him. He stops a few paces away, eyes fixed on the blade in my father's hands. The sword cannot be destroyed, John says calmly. It never could. Alistair lets out a harsh laugh. We'll see. He steps toward the fire basin set near the dais, a wide, stone bowl where ceremonial flames still burn, fed by unseen channels beneath the floor. The heat radiates outward, heavy and oppressive. I move forward again, but someone catches my arm. Adrian. He doesn't restrain me, just steadies me, his grip gentle but urgent. Christina, he murmurs, be careful. I swallow and nod, my eyes never leaving my father. Alistair raises the sword and lowers it toward the flames. The moment the blade meets the heat, the air changes. A sharp silver light pulses outward, not violent, not blinding, but unmistakable. The flame bends away from the blade as if pushed back by an unseen force. The sword remains untouched, glowing faintly, its surface unmarred. A collective gasp ripples through the hall. My father stumbles back, nearly dropping the weapon. No, he breathes, no. The glow fades, but the silence it leaves behind is heavier than sound. Internal voice, it's true. The prophecy isn't a myth. It never was. Wolves murmur around me, awe threading through their voices. Some vampire soldiers lower their weapons completely, staring at the sword with dawning understanding. John steps closer. The moon goddess bound that blade to the true alpha, he says, not to rule through fear, but to restore what was stolen. Alistair's shoulders sag. For a moment, I think he might fall. Instead, he straightens, forcing himself upright, his face hardening into something brittle and sharp. You think this ends here, he snarls. You think a glowing blade changes centuries of rule. It changes everything, I say quietly. He looks at me then, really looks at me, and something in his expression fractures. You would tear down your own bloodline for this, he asks. I feel the weight of that question settle deep in my chest. I would tear down a lie, I answer, even if it was built by my own family. The words hurt as they leave me. But they are true. A shout echoes from the far end of the hall. The courtyard is ours. Elias stands on the balcony above, his voice ringing clear. Below him, the last pockets of resistance dissolve, some soldiers fleeing, others dropping their weapons and backing away. The castle is falling. Not in flames, but in truth. Doors open along the hall as wolves secure the final posts. The sound of fighting fades into controlled movement, into order being restored rather than destroyed. Adrian steps forward, releasing my arm. He faces the wolves and inclines his head respectfully. You fought for justice, he says, not conquest. Several wolves exchange surprised glances. John moves to the center of the hall, exhaustion evident in his posture, but his presence steady. The wolves fall silent around him. Rylan steps forward. For the first time since I met him, his expression holds no mockery, no calculation. He lowers his head. A bow. Sincere. A ripple of recognition passes through the pack. My breath trembles. Internal voice, they won. But the relief is tangled with something darker. I know what I believe comes next. John reaches for the sword. My pulse spikes as his fingers close around the hilt. He lifts it easily, as if it were weightless. The glow returns, soft, silver, steady, not overpowering, not demanding. Accepting. The hall holds its breath. Internal voice, so this is it. The prophecy fulfilled. The wolves, true king revealed. And me. I swallow hard. Standing on the wrong side of history. Wolves cheer then, not a roar but a deep, controlled sound that vibrates through the stone beneath my feet. Pride, relief, vindication. John raises the sword once, then lowers it, his gaze sweeping the hall. We reclaim only what was stolen, he says firmly. No more. The wolves nod as one. No pursuit. No vengeance. No bloodshed beyond what was forced upon them. My chest tightens painfully. Internal voice, they were never monsters. I look around the hall, at the cracked throne, the fallen banners, the faces of vampires realizing their world has changed forever. The fortress has been reclaimed. The war is over. And the truth stands stronger than ever. I step back slowly, unnoticed amid the shifting tides of power, my heart pounding with a fear that has nothing to do with battle. Internal voice, now my fate begins. The sword gleams in John's hand. The castle belongs to the wolves again. And I don't know where I belong at all. The throne hall does not feel like victory. It hums with a strained, uncertain quiet, like a breath being held too long. Wolves stand in loose formation across the cracked marble floor, their presence powerful but restrained. Elders cluster near the pillars, whispering in low tones. Vampire soldiers who laid down their weapons remain close to the walls, unsure where they belong now. And at the center of it all sits my father. King Alistair Dracula is restrained on a stone bench beneath the broken banners of our house. His posture is rigid, spine straight despite the bindings at his wrists. He does not struggle. He does not speak. His eyes burn with a fury that has nowhere left to go. I feel it twist in my chest. Not love, not forgiveness. Something heavier, something final. Rylan stands closest to him. Too close. He paces slowly before the bench, boots scraping against the marble, each step deliberate. His shoulders are squared, his chin lifted with a confidence that does not belong to him. His eyes gleam, not with justice, but with hunger. This false king should die tonight. His voice slices through the hall, sharp and certain. A low growl ripples through the wolves. Some nod in agreement. Others shift uneasily, ears flattening, tension tightening their frames. My breath catches. I look toward John. He stands at the center of the hall, broad shoulders steady, posture unyielding. His expression is carved into something unreadable, neither rage nor mercy, but control held tight. The alpha sword is no longer in his hands, but his authority fills the space just the same. Fear flares in my chest. Fear of more blood, fear of what John might choose. Rylan turns toward him, steps measured, voice rising with conviction. End him, he urges. End the last vampire lie. The hall stills. Every gaze fixes on John. I feel my heart hammer against my ribs, loud enough that I'm certain others can hear it. My fingers curl into my palms as I wait for an answer that could reshape everything. John does not speak immediately. That silence terrifies me more than any roar. I step forward before I realize I'm moving. My boots echo too loudly against the stone, drawing startled glances as I cross the open space. My pulse thunders in my ears, but I do not stop. I cannot. "John," I say. My voice trembles, but it holds. "Don't kill him." Ryland snaps his head toward me, annoyance flashing across his face like a crack of lightning. Wolves turn, startled by my interference. Murmurs ripple outward. I swallow hard. My throat burns, but I refuse to step back. "Cage him," I continue, forcing the words through the tightness in my chest. "Judge him, strip him of power if you must, but do not destroy him." The hall seems to hold its breath again. John turns fully toward me. His gaze locks onto mine, and for a moment the war fades away. I see conflict there, exhaustion, and something softer that he has never allowed himself to show during battle. He holds my eyes longer than he ever has. Then he nods. "Once. He will be imprisoned," John says, voice carrying with quiet authority. "Not executed." Shock breaks across the room like a wave. Wolves erupt into low arguments. Elders whisper urgently to one another. Defected soldiers exchange stunned looks. Ryland goes rigid. His jaw tightens, lips pulling back in clear disapproval. "You would spare him," he snaps, "after everything he stole from us." John does not turn to him. The guards move in, restraining my father more firmly and guiding him toward the secure lower cells. Alistair's glare finds me as he's pulled to his feet, burning, wounded, unrepentant. I look away. Not out of hatred. Out of survival. As the hall shifts around us, I feel a presence across the room. I lift my gaze and meet Adrian's eyes. He stands near the archway, dust-streaked and tense, watching everything unfold with a calm that feels deliberate. When our eyes meet, he gives me a small, solemn nod. A promise. A reminder. If I ask, he will still run with me. I return the nod, just as subtle. A fragile plan hangs between us again, unspoken, unresolved. And then, something snaps. The tension in the throne hall does not fade after my plea. If anything, it sharpens. The murmurs rise and fall like an uneasy breath, wolves shifting their weight, elders whispering behind cupped hands, defected vampire soldiers standing stiffly as though unsure where they belong now. The king is already being dragged toward the lower corridor, his restraints scraping softly against stone, his fury burning silently in his eyes. I remain where I am, my hands clenched so tightly at my sides that my fingers ache. Then I feel it. A gaze. Across the hall, beyond the knot of wolves and torchlight, Prince Adrian meets my eyes. He does not move toward me. He does not speak. He only inclines his head once, slow, deliberate. The gesture is subtle, almost invisible to anyone else, but I understand it instantly. "I am ready," it says. "If you ask, I will leave with you." My throat tightens. I give a faint nod in return, just enough to acknowledge what now hangs between us, fragile, unresolved, suspended in the air like a promise neither of us dares to voice aloud. For a heartbeat, the world narrows to that single exchange. Then it shatters. Ryland's voice cuts through the hall like a blade. "Mercy," he snarls, spinning toward John with a fury he no longer bothers to hide. "For him." The murmurs collapse into stunned silence. Ryland strides forward, his control unraveling, his eyes burning with something raw and dangerous. "You shame the pack," he spits. "You shame the blood that was spilled for this throne." Several wolves recoil instinctively. Others stiffen, uncertain. I feel my pulse surge painfully in my ears. Ryland does not look at me, but I feel the weight of his anger nonetheless, heavy and deliberate, like a storm pressing closer. "You would cage the man who stole our kingdom," he demands. "You would let him breathe another night." John steps forward, before I realize he has moved. "Enough," he says. His voice is low, controlled, final. Ryland laughs, a short, sharp sound without humor. "Enough!" His gaze flicks briefly toward the corridor where the king has disappeared. "No, this ends now." He turns. Not toward John. Toward the corridor. My breath catches. His hands curl slowly into fists, his posture shifting, not in anger alone, but in intent. I recognize it with sudden, terrifying clarity. He is going to kill him. Rylan, I begin, my voice breaking. John moves. He does not shout, he does not warn. He intercepts Rylan in a single swift motion. The impact echoes through the hall, not the sound of tearing or breaking, but of force meeting force, bodies colliding against stone. Gasps ripple outward as Rylan stumbles, clearly unprepared for the speed or precision of the strike. I freeze. John moves again. There is no hesitation this time, no restraint left for debate. His actions are controlled, decisive, terrifyingly efficient. In one final motion, he ends it. Rylan collapses to the floor. The sound his body makes as it hits the stone is dull, final. Silence crashes down on the hall. No one speaks, no one moves. My breath leaves me in a violent tremor, my chest tightening so sharply it almost hurts. I stare at Rylan's unmoving form, my mind struggling to catch up to what my eyes have just witnessed. John chose to kill. Adrian stiffens several steps away, his hand tightening around the hilt of his weapon, but he does not intervene. The elders whisper in stunned confusion, voices low and urgent. I feel rooted to the stone beneath my feet. John turns toward me slowly. The moment our eyes meet, my legs betray me. I step back without meaning to. Fear surges, hot and sharp, not because of what he has done, but because of how easily he did it when he believed it necessary. My heart pounds wildly. Was this the man I feared he was all along? Or, no. The thought fractures before it can finish. An elder steps forward, his hands shaking as he holds a bundle of torn parchments. Alpha, he says hoarsely, we found these among Rylan's belongings. The words ripple through the hall. Wolves lean closer, curiosity shifting into unease. These are communications, the elder continues, with outside packs. A low growl spreads through the crowd. Another elder takes a second parchment, reading aloud with visible strain. He promised them territory, power, if he took the Alpha crown. Shock ripples outward. A younger wolf steps forward, voice tight. He meant to remove obstacles, she says, anyone who threatened his ambitions. The elder's gaze lifts, slowly, until it finds me. Princess, his voice falters, you were one of those obstacles. The hall erupts in gasps. My stomach drops. Another parchment is revealed, its edges torn, the handwriting jagged and unmistakable. Remove the vampire girl, it reads. She weakens him. The words blur as tears flood my eyes. Low snarls roll through the pack, not at me, but at the betrayal they now see clearly. John steps to the center of the hall. His expression is carved from storm and steel. He planned to kill Christina, he says, his voice carrying effortlessly through the silence. Once the king fell. Every sound dies. I feel something inside me break open, not in pain, but in devastating clarity. I ended him, John continues, his gaze steady, unflinching, because he came for her. The wolves stare at him, first with shock, then with something deeper. Respect. He endangered the princess, John says. He endangered the pack. The elders gather briefly, murmuring urgently among themselves. Their verdict comes swiftly. The traitor is gone, one declares. Justice stands. Relief ripples outward like a released breath. And in that moment, something inside me softens, painfully and irreversibly. The hall does not erupt into noise after the elder's verdict. It exhales. Slowly, carefully, as if the entire room is afraid that breathing too loudly might shatter what little stability has been restored. Rylan's body has already been carried away, wrapped and silent, removed with a solemn respect that feels strange considering what he tried to do. Wolves stand in rigid lines now, heads bowed, absorbing the truth of betrayal from one of their own. Vampire soldiers linger near the walls, uncertain but no longer hostile. And I am standing in the middle of it all, my heart still pounding so hard it hurts. That is when I feel it. A presence. Not demanding, not loud. Steady. I lift my head. Across the hall, just beyond the ring of elders and soldiers, Adrian stands near one of the tall stone pillars. His armor bears dust and scratches from the siege, his cloak darkened with soot, but his posture is composed, always composed. Our eyes meet. He does not smile. He does not speak. He simply inclines his head in a small, solemn nod. It is not a question. It is a promise. Whenever you ask, I will be ready. My throat tightens. I return the nod, barely perceptible, my fingers curling into the fabric of my cloak as if grounding myself there. A silent understanding passes between us, unfinished, unresolved, fragile as glass. Before I can think further, before I can decide anything at all, the air shifts. Violently. Ryland's absence leaves a vacuum, and into that vacuum rushes fury. A growl cuts through the hall, sharp and raw. No. I flinch. Wolves turn. Ryland, no, what Ryland was is gone, but his rage has not died quietly. One of his closest supporters steps back instinctively as another wolf snarls under his breath. The tension spikes again, dangerous and fast. But it is John who moves. Not toward the wolves. Not toward the elders. Toward me. I don't realize it at first. I am still trying to piece together what just happened, how close I came to dying without ever knowing it, when I sense him in front of me. Close enough that I can hear his breath. I look up. He stops a careful distance away, hands open at his sides, palms visible. There is no dominance in his stance now, no command. Only restraint. Only concern. Christina, he says quietly. The sound of my name from his mouth, gentle, steady, nearly undoes me. I swallow, my voice shaking despite my effort to keep it steady. Why, I ask, forcing the word out, were you going to destroy the enemy? The words taste bitter. Confessionally. His brow furrows, not in anger, not in defensiveness, but in pain. What do you mean? He asks softly. My chest tightens. I heard you, I say. In the forest. You told Rylan you would do what must be done. You said the enemy would be destroyed after the castle fell. I take a step back without meaning to. I thought, my voice breaks, I thought you meant me. The silence that follows is heavy. Then his face changes. Not dramatically. Not explosively. But something inside him fractures. Pain flashes across his eyes, so sharp it steals my breath. Christina, he says, and his voice is hoarse now, stripped of command. I said that because I had to. I shake my head weakly. You nodded. You agreed with him. Yes, he says immediately. Because if I hadn't, Rylan would have moved sooner. He was already planning it. He was already watching you. My stomach twists. He suspected my loyalty, John continues, voice low. If he had known the truth, that I would never sacrifice you for power, he would have killed you before the siege even began. The words hit me slowly, like warm rain after a long drought. You were never the enemy, he says, stepping closer, carefully, as if afraid to frighten me. You were the reason I survived long enough to reclaim the throne. My knees weaken. I grip the edge of a stone bench to keep myself upright. I would never harm you, he says, his voice breaking just slightly. Everything I did, everything I said was to keep you alive. The relief that floods my chest is so intense it hurts. I gasp, a sharp breath tearing out of me before I can stop it. John reaches out instinctively, then stops himself, hovering unsure. I nod. Barely. He steps closer and steadies me with one hand at my elbow, careful, respectful, grounding. I'm sorry, I whisper, the words trembling. I thought you wanted me gone. He shakes his head immediately. I want you alive, he says, with me. Something inside me gives way. I lean forward, resting my forehead against his chest. He inhales sharply, as if the contact surprised him, then his hands settle gently at my back, not claiming, not demanding. Just holding. I was so afraid, I murmur. I thought loving you meant accepting my end. His arms tighten just slightly. It means choosing you, he says quietly, every time. I lift my head, meeting his eyes. Then show me, I whisper. His gaze softens completely. I will, he says, for as long as you'll let me. Around us, the hall slowly returns to motion, elders conferring, soldiers escorting prisoners, wolves speaking in hushed tones. But for a moment, it all fades. It is just us, standing in the center of something broken, choosing to rebuild. The throne hall does not erupt after everything that has happened. Instead, it settles. The tension does not vanish. It reshapes itself into something quieter, heavier, uncertain. Wolves remain alert. Vampire soldiers stand with lowered weapons. Elders murmur in low, urgent tones. The air smells of dust, scorched stone, and something unfamiliar. Chain. I stand beside John, my hand still wrapped loosely in his, grounding myself in the warmth of him. The echoes of what was almost lost, what I almost misunderstood, still throb behind my eyes. An elder steps forward, voice measured but firm. We must decide the former king's fate. The words carry weight, not just judgment, but direction. What kind of rulers the wolves will become now that the throne has been reclaimed. John releases my hand slowly and turns toward the gathered elders. His posture is steady, shoulders squared, but I feel the tension beneath it. Leadership has settled onto him fully now, not as a promise, but as a burden already borne. We will judge him, John says. His voice is calm, controlled, final, but we will not become another tyrant kingdom. A ripple moves through the hall. Some wolves nod immediately. Others hesitate, old pain still sharp. Vampire soldiers exchange uncertain glances, unsure whether mercy applies to them as well. I release a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. For the first time since the siege began, I feel something unclench inside my chest. Justice. Not revenge. King Alistair is escorted farther down the hall, his expression unreadable, anger, disbelief, something like fear flickering beneath the surface. I do not meet his eyes this time. I cannot hate him anymore. Hatred would only bind me to the past. As the guards move him away, I hear murmurs, plans already forming. Secure the lower cells, seal the outer corridors, reassign patrols. The castle is no longer falling. It is rebuilding. Hours do not pass. Moments do. Time feels strange now, compressed, heavy, unfolding all at once. The throne hall slowly empties, transforming from a battlefield into a place of order again. Wolves and vampires move together now, not seamlessly but deliberately. Stones are shifted. Broken banners are taken down. Damaged doors are braced. I watch a wolf and a vampire soldier lift fallen debris together, neither speaking, both focused on the task. It feels unreal, but real enough to hurt. I step toward the tall arched doors leading to the balcony. John follows without a word, matching my pace. Outside, the courtyard stretches wide beneath us, scarred but standing. Morning light spills across stone that once belonged to wolves, then vampires, and now something new. Something shared. The wind brushes my face, cool and steady. It carries the scent of earth and ash and the faint promise of rain. John rests his hands on the stone railing, staring out over the courtyard. They will need time, he says quietly. Both sides. I nod, so will we. He turns slightly, studying my face, not searching for doubt this time, but listening. I won't force unity, he continues. It has to be chosen. A sharp ache blooms behind my eyes. You already are choosing it, I say. That's why they'll follow you. He exhales slowly. I don't want a throne built on fear. The words settle deep in my chest. I move closer, resting my forearms against the stone beside his. Our shoulders touch, not dramatic, not rushed, just real. Below us, wolves and vampires work side by side. Not perfectly, not peacefully yet. But together. For the first time, I believe that the future does not have to be written in blood. John turns his head toward me. "Stay with me, Christina," he says softly. "We rebuild this together." There is no demand in his voice. No claim. Only hope. My chest tightens as emotion rushes through me. Grief for what was lost, relief for what was spared, and something fragile but bright blooming beneath it all. I look at him fully now. At the man I doubted, at the alpha who chose mercy, at the one who protected me even when I feared him. "Yes," I say without hesitation, "together." His fingers curled gently around mine, firm but careful, as if he understands how easily everything could still break. The wind lifts my hair again, carrying the sounds of rebuilding below us. Voices, movement, life. For the first time since the walls fell, I allow myself to breathe. The future is not certain, but it is ours to choose. And for the first time in a very long while, I am not afraid of it. Dawn broke through the ruins of the great hall in fractured beams, spilling pale gold light across shattered stone and broken glass. The stained glass windows that once painted the floor in rigid patterns of red and violet now lay in pieces, scattered like discarded memories beneath our feet. The hall was full, not with shouting, not with chaos, but with waiting. Wolves stood shoulder to shoulder with elders, their postures alert but restrained. Defected vampire soldiers lined the edges of the hall, weapons lowered, expressions cautious and uncertain. Servants hovered near the walls, hands clasped tightly, eyes darting between faces that had once been enemies. No one spoke. The air felt tight, stretched thin with anticipation, as if the castle itself was holding its breath. I stood at the center of it all, my heart beating so loudly I was certain others could hear it. John was beside me, close enough that I could feel the warmth of his presence, though he did not touch me. Not yet. Not here. Between us, on a broad stone table that had once held feast platters and royal decrees, rested the alpha sword. It lay uncovered now. The blade glowed faintly, not bright enough to illuminate the hall, but enough to draw every gaze toward it. The silver light pulsed slowly, like something waking after a long sleep. I swallowed hard. Internal voice, this is real, this is happening. Elders gathered near the table, their expressions solemn, weighted with centuries of history finally pressing toward its end. Elder Tarn stood among them, staff held upright, his weathered face unreadable. "This hall," he began, his voice carrying without effort, "has seen lies, bloodshed, and stolen power." A murmur rippled faintly through the crowd, quickly silenced. "Today," Tarn continued, "it will witness truth." I felt my chest tighten. Beside the elders, my mother stood with Liliana. Queen Seraphina's posture was straight, composed, but I could see the tension in her shoulders, the careful way she held herself together. When our eyes met, she gave me a small nod. Proud, anxious, relieved. Liliana stood beside her, fingers laced together so tightly her knuckles were white. Her eyes were wet, shining with emotion she made no attempt to hide. Seeing them there, alive, safe, still standing, sent a wave of feeling through me so strong I had to steady my breathing. Internal voice, whatever happens now, they're safe. The elders formed a half circle around the stone table. Wolves stepped forward instinctively, creating space, their movements respectful and quiet. Even the vampire soldiers leaned in slightly, drawn by something they did not yet fully understand. Elder Tarn lifted his staff once more. "By ancient law," he said, "the true ruler is not chosen by declaration, but by the land itself." My gaze drifted back to the sword. Its glow seemed stronger now, or maybe that was my imagination, shaped by hope and fear intertwining inside my chest. John shifted beside me. Not nervously, not hesitantly, He stood like someone who had carried this weight long before he ever stepped into this hall. I glanced at him just for a heartbeat. His expression was calm, focused, but beneath it I saw something else. Not ambition, not hunger for power. Responsibility. Internal voice. He never wanted a throne. He only wanted truth. Tarn's gaze settled on John. "Step forward," he said. The hall seemed to lean inward as John moved. Wolves lowered their heads as he passed, some without realizing they were doing it. A ripple of recognition moved through them, not commanded, not demanded. Instinctive. I felt my breath catch as he reached the table. For a moment, everything stilled. John placed both hands on the hilt. Nothing happened. The silence stretched, thick and heavy. I felt panic flicker at the edges of my thoughts before I could stop it. Internal voice, what if? Then the sword hummed. Not loudly, not violently. A deep, resonant vibration traveled through the stone table, through the floor, up into my bones. The silver glow beneath John's hands brightened, spreading along the blade in slow, deliberate pulses. Gasps filled the hall. The sword lifted. Effortlessly, as if it had been waiting. My breath left me in a rush I hadn't realized I was holding. John Huntsman stood tall, the alpha sword glowing in his hands, light reflecting in his eyes. Tarn's voice rang out, strong and unwavering. "Bow to the rightful Alpha King." Wolves dropped to one knee in unison, the sound of movement echoing like thunder across the hall. After a brief hesitation, one that felt monumental, several vampires followed, lowering their heads in solemn acknowledgement. Tears stung my eyes. Internal voice, it's over. The lies, the waiting, the fear. John did not raise the sword in triumph. He held it steady, grounded, as if anchoring something newly born into the world. And standing beside him, I knew. This was not the rise of a conqueror. It was the return of a king who would not rule alone. The great hall seemed to draw in a single, collective breath. Elder Tarn's staff struck the stone floor once, the sound sharp and echoing, and the low murmurs faded into silence. Every eye turned forward again to the table, to the sword, to John. "The true Alpha King must be proven," Tarn said, his voice steady but weighted with history. "Not proclaimed." I felt my pulse hammer against my ribs. John stepped forward. There was no hesitation in him, no glance back, no search for approval. He moved as though something older than thought guided his feet, as though the stones themselves remembered him. Wolves along the sides of the hall straightened instinctively. A few bowed their heads without realizing they were doing it. I watched him walk past me, the space between us stretching painfully thin. Internal voice, this is the moment everything changes. He stopped before the table. The sacred sword lay there, quiet but alert, its faint silver glow steady now, no longer uncertain. The air around it felt different, charged, almost warm against my skin. I swallowed, my hands tightening together. John placed both hands on the hilt. For one terrifying heartbeat, nothing happened. The hall held its breath again. Then the sword hummed. It wasn't loud, no roar, no thunder, but a deep, resonant vibration that I felt through the soles of my feet, through my bones. A ripple of light spread from beneath his palms, silver and soft, like moonlight sliding across still water. A murmur swept through the hall. The glow pulsed once. Twice. Brighter. The blade lifted. Not with effort, not with strain. It rose as though it had been waiting for him all along, sliding free of the stone as easily as breath leaving lungs. A collective gasp filled the space. Wolves dropped to one knee almost as one, the movement instinctive, reverent. I saw it ripple outward, row by row, until even some of the vampire soldiers followed, slower, uncertain at first, then firm as understanding settled in. Elder Tarn raised his staff again, his voice ringing clear. "Bow to the rightful Alpha King." John stood tall, the sword alight in his hands, its glow reflecting in his eyes. He did not raise it in triumph. He did not smile. He simply held it, steady and grounded, as though he understood the weight of what he carried. Tears burned behind my eyes. Internal voice, he did it. The prophecy wasn't just true, it was waiting for him. Cheers rose then, not wild or violent, but strong, wolves calling out in approval, voices overlapping with relief and pride. The sound filled the hall, echoing up toward the broken windows and the pale sky beyond. Elder Tarn waited until the noise softened again. "By the will of the land," he announced, "wolves reclaim their ancestral throne." The wolves answered with another surge of sound, fists striking chests, heads lifting high. I felt it like a wave passing through me, powerful and undeniable. But Tarn lifted his staff once more, and the hall quieted. "This victory does not give us permission to repeat the cruelty of the past," he continued. "The council will be rebuilt, not of wolves alone, but of wolves and vampires together." My breath caught. Internal voice, this is it. This is the future I hoped for, but never dared to believe. A ripple of surprise moved through the vampire ranks. Then, slowly, a few stepped forward, not forced, not commanded, choosing. I recognized some of them, faces I had seen in the kitchens, in the corridors, on late-night patrols. Elias stood among them, his posture stiff but resolved, a faint bruise dark beneath one eye. He met my gaze and gave a small, firm nod. I nodded back, gratitude tightening my throat. Adrian stepped forward as well. He no longer wore his armor. Without it, he looked younger somehow, less like a prince arriving for war and more like a man who had made a decision and accepted its cost. He took his place among the forming council circle without ceremony. Our eyes met briefly. He smiled, small, sincere, no bitterness, no regret. Just acceptance. Internal voice, he kept his word. John turned then, facing the hall fully. He lowered the sword slightly, holding it not as a weapon, but as a symbol. "We rise," he said, his voice calm and carrying, not as conquerors, but as guardians. The words settled deep. Applause broke out again, this time unified. Wolves and vampires together, hands striking palms, voices lifting in shared agreement. The sound felt different from anything I had heard before. Not victory over someone, but hope with someone. I felt it bloom in my chest, warm and fragile and terrifying all at once. Internal voice, this is what truth looks like when it finally breathes. The applause faded gradually as guards moved again, parting to allow someone through. King Alistair was brought forward. He looked smaller than I remembered, not weak, but diminished. His cloak was gone, his posture rigid, his expression tight with a fury that had nowhere left to go. His wrists were restrained, but gently, not cruelly. Our eyes met. I expected hatred to rise in me, anger, vindication. Instead, I felt only a tired, aching sadness. John stepped forward beside me, solid and unyielding. Elder Tarn spoke once more. "Alistair Dracula is officially deposed." Cheers rose again, sharper this time, decisive. "He will remain imprisoned under humane conditions," Tarn continued, "until a formal judgment council determines his long-term fate." I felt my shoulders loosen, tension I hadn't realized I was holding finally easing. I saw my mother, Queen Seraphina, close her eyes, relief softening her features. Liliana exhaled shakily beside her, one hand pressed to her chest. Alistair said nothing. He did not look at me again as he was escorted away, his steps measured, his silence heavy. When the hall finally began to disperse, the noise softened into movement, wolves speaking in low voices, vampires stepping cautiously among them, the air alive with rebuilding rather than destruction. Liliana reached me first. She wrapped her arms around me tightly, her grip fierce, almost painful. "I thought I lost you," she whispered, her voice breaking. I held her just as tightly. "I'm here," I breathed. "I'm still here." Mother joined us, her hand warm against my cheek, her eyes shining. "My brave girl," she said softly. "You found the truth." "I only followed what felt right," I whispered back, emotion crowding my throat. "You saved more than yourself," she said. You saved our future. For the first time in days, weeks, I breathed without fear. When I lifted my head, John stood a few steps away, the sword lowered at his side. His expression was open, uncertain in a way I had never seen before. Mother and Liliana stepped back quietly, giving us space. John took a breath. Christina, he said, his voice steady but vulnerable, I need to ask you something. My heart stuttered. He stepped closer, not towering, not commanding, just there. Will you stand beside me, he asked, as queen? My breath trembled. Not because you owe me, he added gently. Not because anyone expects it, only if you choose it freely. The warmth spread through me before I could stop it. Relief, love, certainty. I stepped forward. I choose you, John. His exhale was almost a laugh, disbelief and joy tangled together. He took my hands carefully, bowing his forehead to mine. Around us, wolves smiled. Vampires watched with cautious hope. And above us, the light shifted, subtle, almost reverent, as a narrow beam of moonlight slipped through the broken roof and touched the blade in his hand. The sword glowed brighter. Gasps rose again. Elder Tarn whispered, awe threading his voice. The moon goddess blesses this union. Peace washed over me, deep, final, and real. For the first time, I believed it. This wasn't the end. It was the beginning. The hall does not erupt after John lifts the sword. It holds its breath. The cheers from moments before fade into something quieter, expectant, heavy, as if every stone in the castle understands that power has shifted, but justice has not yet spoken. I feel it in my chest. This is not the end. Guards move forward, their footsteps measured against the cracked marble floor. Between them, my father is brought into the light of the great hall. King Alistair. Not towering, not commanding, not untouchable. He is restrained now, his cloak torn at the hem, his crown gone. His shoulders are still straight, but something essential has collapsed inside him. I can see it in the way his gaze no longer lifts above eye level. The hall parts instinctively to make room for him. Wolves watch in guarded silence. Vampires stand rigid, uncertain of their place. Servants hover at the edges, afraid to breathe too loudly. I feel John's presence beside me, solid, unyielding. Not threatening, not triumphant, simply there. Elder Tarn steps forward, staff striking the stone once. The sound echoes. Alistair Dracula, Tarn says, his voice carrying without strain. You stand before this hall stripped of authority. A murmur ripples outward, restrained but electric. I feel my mother somewhere behind me. I don't turn. I'm not ready yet. Alistair's eyes lift then, only briefly, and meet mine. There is anger there, yes, but also something else. Not remorse. Fear. I don't return his stare with hatred. I can't. Whatever he became, he is still the man who taught me how to read council ledgers, who once held my hand when storms rattled the windows of my childhood chamber. I look away. Tarn continues, unwavering. By the authority of the reclaimed council, you are hereby deposed. The words land like stone. Cheers break out, louder this time, but they are not wild. They do not feel cruel. Wolves release long breaths, some bowing their heads in relief rather than victory. John does not move. I feel my shoulders finally loosen, tension draining from muscles I hadn't realized were locked tight. Tarn lifts a hand. And let it be known, he says firmly, this council does not begin its reign with blood. The cheers still. My heart stutters. Alistair Dracula will remain imprisoned under humane conditions, Tarn declares, until a formal judgment council determines his long-term fate. A sound escapes my chest before I can stop it, a shaky breath. I glance back. My mother has closed her eyes, her hand pressed to her mouth. When she opens them again, tears shine there, but they are not the tears of someone who has lost everything. They are the tears of someone spared from watching her husband die. Liliana grips her arm tightly. Guards step forward, guiding Alistair away. He does not resist. He does not speak. As he passes me, his shoulder brushes the air beside mine. I don't look at him again. The hall exhales as one. Only then do I realize how exhausted I am. The formal tension begins to dissolve. Wolves shift, speaking quietly among themselves. Vampires glance around, unsure whether they are allowed to move yet. And then, Christina. Liliana's voice cuts through everything. She runs to me without hesitation, skirts gathered in her fists, eyes bright and wet all at once. She collides with me, arms wrapping around my shoulders so tightly it steals my breath. "I thought I lost you," she whispers into my neck, voice breaking. My hands clutch her back, fingers digging into familiar fabric. "I'm here," I say, my own voice trembling. "I'm right here." For the first time since the war began, I let myself cry. Not quietly. Not carefully. I cry into my sister's shoulder, the weight of fear and resolve and exhaustion spilling out in a rush I can't stop. A gentle hand touches my cheek. I lift my head. "Mother." Queen Seraphina stands before me, eyes red, her composure barely holding together. She cups my face as if she needs to confirm I am real. "My brave girl," she murmurs, "you found the truth." "I didn't know if I was strong enough," I admit softly. "I just followed what felt right." She pulls both Liliana and me into her arms, holding us with a fierceness I haven't felt since childhood. "You saved more than yourself," she says quietly. "You saved our future." I close my eyes. For the first time in days, weeks, I breathe without fear sitting in my lungs. The hall begins to empty gradually, the crisis giving way to something new. Rebuilding, murmured plans, quiet relief. When I lift my head again, John is standing a short distance away. He hasn't approached. He hasn't spoken. He waits. The sword hangs loosely at his side now, no longer blazing, but still faintly luminous, as if aware of what has just been decided. Mother and Liliana exchange a look, then step back without being asked. John moves closer, stopping just within arm's reach. For the first time since the battle ended, his expression is not carved from command. It is open, almost uncertain. "Christina," he says, voice low, "I need to ask you something." My heart skips painfully. He doesn't kneel, he doesn't command, he doesn't assume. "Will you stand beside me?" he asks, "as queen?" The words hit harder than any battle cry. He continues before I can answer, as if afraid of what silence might mean. "Not because you owe me, not because anyone expects it, only if you choose it freely." Warmth spreads through my chest, slow, steady, undeniable. I step closer. "I choose you," I say quietly, "John." His breath leaves him in a sound that is almost a laugh, almost a sob. He takes my hands, bowing his forehead to mine, just for a moment. Around us, wolves smile. Vampires watch with cautious hope. And above us, unseen yet felt, the world itself seems to settle into place. The hall begins to thin slowly, not in chaos but in reverent motion, wolves stepping back into loose groups, vampire soldiers lowering their shoulders at last, servants moving quietly to tend to shattered glass and fallen banners. The tension does not vanish, but it changes shape. It is no longer sharp. It is cautious, hopeful. I remain where I am, still standing beside John, my fingers cold despite the warmth of the early sun spilling through the broken stained glass windows. The alpha sword rests on the stone table nearby, glowing faintly, no longer aggressive or demanding, simply present, as if aware that its purpose is close to fulfilled. I exhale slowly, realizing how long I have been holding my breath. Then I feel it. A subtle shift. Not in the hall, but in me. When I lift my gaze again, John is standing a few steps away from where he had been moments ago. He has not moved abruptly. He has not summoned attention. He simply stands there now, facing me, his posture different from the commander he was moments earlier. Open. Almost uncertain. The elders are speaking softly behind us, voices overlapping as they begin discussing councils and logistics, but their words fade into background noise. All I can see is John. He does not carry the alpha sword anymore. It rests behind him, secured by Elder Tarn. John's hands are empty as he approaches me, deliberately so. His pace is slow, measured, giving me time to step away if I choose. I do not. Christina, he says. My name sounds different on his lips now. Not hurried, not burdened by strategy or secrecy, just honest. I lift my chin slightly. My heart is beating fast, but not from fear. Yes. He stops an arm's length away, close enough that I can feel his presence, solid, grounding, but not so close that it feels like expectation. He searches my face, not as an alpha assessing loyalty, not as a commander reading the field. As a man asking something he does not presume to receive. I need to ask you something, he says quietly. My fingers curl into the fabric of my sleeve, without my permission. All right. For a moment, he seems to reconsider his words. I see the breath gather in his chest, see the restraint he has practiced his entire life still trying to hold him back. Then he lets it go. Will you stand beside me? The question lands softly, but it carries the weight of everything that came before it. Not will you rule, not will you obey, not will you remain. Will you stand? As queen, he adds gently, as if clarifying rather than assuming. My breath trembles as it leaves me. He continues before doubt can reach my face. Not because you owe me anything, not because the council expects it, not because this hall needs a symbol. His voice lowers, steadier now, resolute in its sincerity. Only if you choose it, freely. The word echoes in me. Freely. For the first time in my life, the future does not feel like a path laid out by others. There is no command behind his eyes, no pressure, no fear of punishment if I refuse. Only choice. I take a step toward him. I spent so long believing I was a prisoner of duty, I say softly. A daughter, a princess, a pawn between kingdoms. John does not interrupt. I step closer still. But every time I followed my heart instead of my fears, the world changed. My voice steadies as I finish, my answer no longer uncertain. I choose you, John. The relief that leaves him is almost a sound, a quiet, breathless exhale that breaks into something like a laugh before he can stop it. His shoulders ease, tension finally slipping free, and for the first time since I have known him, he looks light. He reaches for my hands, hesitates for half a heartbeat, then takes them gently, as if afraid the moment will shatter if he moves too fast. His forehead lowers until it rests against mine. Around us, the hall seems to hold its breath. I hear murmurs ripple outward, wolves smiling openly now, some nodding in approval. Vampires watching with uncertainty, then cautious acceptance. My mother's soft inhale somewhere behind me. Liliana's quiet, tearful laugh. But for a moment, there is only us. Then the air changes. I feel it before I see it, a subtle pressure, like the world drawing inward. The clouds above the shattered ceiling begin to shift. Light filters down, pale and silver, not harsh like sunlight but gentle, cool. It narrows as it descends, threading through broken glass and stone until it touches the alpha sword where it rests behind John. The blade responds. A soft hum fills the hall, not sound exactly, but vibration. The sword begins to glow brighter, silver light poolsing slowly, rhythmically, as if matching a heartbeat. Gasps rise around us. I lift my head, staring as shimmering particles rise briefly into the air, catching the light like dust made of stars. The glow does not burn. It does not threaten. It blesses. Elder Tarn's voice breaks the silence, reverent and hushed. The moon goddess acknowledges this union. The words settle over me like warmth. John looks at me as if he cannot quite believe what he is seeing. His grip tightens instinctively, grounding us both as the light fades slowly, leaving the sword unchanged, but undeniably awakened. Peace washes through my chest, deep and certain. For the first time, I am not afraid of what comes next. Later, though it does not feel like time passing, only like a natural continuation, John leads me toward the balcony overlooking the courtyard. The doors open with a low creak, and sunlight spills outward, bright and real. Below us, the courtyard is filled. Wolves stand shoulder to shoulder with vampires. Some bare marks of battle, torn cloaks, bruised arms, but there is no chaos now, only order returning. John steps forward first, posture squared not with dominance, but with purpose. I follow, my hand slipping into his without hesitation. A hush falls over the crowd. Then, softly at first, a howl rises. Not wild, not violent, celebratory. Others join it, voices weaving together until the sound fills the air, wolves lifting their heads in unity. Vampires bow their heads in respect, some lowering themselves slightly in acknowledgement. I feel the wind lift my hair, cool and clean, carrying away the last of the fear I have been holding onto. John's fingers interlace with mine. Together, we look out over the land that was once broken, now standing at the edge of healing. I whisper, barely aware that I am speaking aloud. A new beginning. John hears me. He turns his head just enough to answer, his voice warm, steady, certain. Ours. And as the light settles fully into morning, with the sword glowing quietly behind us and the crowd united below, I finally understand. I did not just survive this war. I chose who I would become. And I chose who I would stand beside. Forever.